Welcome, everyone, to another episode of the Melee Madness podcast. Hey, I am Melee James. How is it going, Kay?
It's going. I'm ready. Talk about Nintendo, PlayStation, and the dumbest idiots in the world, Unity.
I thought you were going to say me, but I'm glad. Yes, finally, thanks to Unity, there is someone on this earth dumber than me. So everyone say, thank you, Unity. Thank you, Unity. I am so freaking happy that Unity exists. Perfect. Once again, this is another live episode. This is a live episode of the Melee Madness podcast, which is usually recorded, but there is so much stuff shoved in today. I got my fucking energy drinks ready. Look at this. Cheers. Cheers, everyone, with energy drink gang. This is
that drink is magical, and I don't understand why. It's 5 calories, and what is it, like strawberry and coconut or something?
We're sponsored by Monster. It's Ultra Strawberry Dreams. And I'm going to be ultra dreaming of this tonight. It looks like it's covered in tattoos that girls are going to regret in the morning, but it tastes delicious.
And I'm fueled on our other sponsor, Nitro Pepsi.
Okay, we need to get that fucking censorship. Stop plugging for things that nobody cares about. What is everyone's energy drinks they're drinking today? All right, so that is right. This is live. This is another fuck it, we're doing live because good lord, the amount of shit that dropped today. This is a very special episode. As you can see, the name of the episode is the Showcase Showdown. So come on down. We're going to neuter all those dogs and cats. Fuck them. Fuck them balls. It is PlayStation versus Nintendo today. We're going to try to go through our regular show and fit everything in, but good golly, Miss Molly, there is a lot to talk about. Now, before we get started with our first segment, I just want to say hi to everybody in chat. We are going to be checking in with chat since this is a live show today, in between each segment, so drop your comments, talk with us, hang out with us, you know, all that good stuff. How's it going, everybody? First, over on Rumble, we got Dude1286 saying, just got done with my stream, finished normal mode of DMC1, and going to start hard mode run on Saturday. Thanks for the shout-outs, of course, buddy. Dude does good stuff.
Hell yeah.
Everybody go check out Dude1286 over on Rumble. He deserved that shout-out. And fuck yeah, good job getting through a really good game, Devil May Cry 1. I want to fucking stream that myself one day. I want to go through all the Devil May Cries. One day, we're going to go through all the Devil May Cries.
You need to, and then you'll understand that Devil May Cry is better than Bayonetta. But I do want to say one thing before you continue that you didn't mention. So, yeah, with the live podcast, we talk in between segments, so we'll read your guys' comments in between segments. If somebody Rumble rants or does a stream elements, we will pause in the middle of what we're saying to talk to you. So just to put that out there. Otherwise, we're going to read comments in between segments.
If you throw money at me like the whore that I am, I will drop everything for you. That's what she's saying. But no, Bayonetta is always going to be the best girl of the spectacle fighter arena. There is no topping Bayonetta.
I love Bayonetta. I'm not...
No, you don't. Not
remember
like
when we said we were going to make this side of the segment? So before we even started this, we're like, okay, we're going to make the first segment like a quicker one because
who started
we have
the
so
fight?
Much news to talk about, and then of course we always get into something. No, it's not your fault. It's me. I'm just saying.
The fire.
I'm just saying. We're making Paul's ears bleed, so I don't know if you want to tune me down from your end or not. If you
I can try. Is anyone else bleeding from the sound of her voice? Probably don't answer that. All right, I'm gonna mog her a little bit, turn her down a little bit. Let me know how that is. But how am I not the loud one? Good lord, let me know how that is. And Dude1286 also says now to do some mindless achievement grinding in Killer Instinct 2 Classic. Great game, great music in that game. While I listen to you two and my food cooking. Dude1286, how many arms do you have? Are you General No, you're Rex. You're Rex from, or Dex. Is it Rex or Dex? From Dex's Diner. Hold on. Obi-Wan. Rex's Diner. It's Dex, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's Dexter Jetster.
Dexter Jetster. So I think Dude1286 now looks like Dexter Jetster, the greatest Star Wars character ever. If you're able to
chat, how is my audio now? I just want to make sure that we didn't crank me too low because we've had that issue before too.
Yeah. So here's a.
So let me know if you can't hear me.
Here's a live shot of Dude 1286 grinding for achievements, listening to us, and cooking at the same time, while also letting Obi-Wan know where Camino is located. Man, Dude 1286, you are talented. All right, let's keep going on with our chat out there. And Kay, yeah, you let me know if you're making anyone's ears bleed. You're not making my ears bleed. Oh, you could go even lower. Okay, I'm just used to.
Well, I mean, the thing is, sometimes I whisper, sometimes I'm loud, so.
Sometimes you just carelessly whisper. All right, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try that. What's my volume at? Yeah, my volume's good. I never.
Also, what happens when we start yelling over each other? Then
I'm just gonna mute you.
Win.
I'm gonna mute you, and I'm gonna bring in one of those ladies into the corner that does like hand signals for deaf people, and they're just gonna be going like this the whole time. They're gonna be going like this. Dude 1286 says, so far I say I prefer Bayo 1 over DMC 1. Let's fucking go! A lot of the issues I have with DMC 1 are due to it being started as a Resi game. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, what? It was supposed to be a Resident Evil game?
Well, the way that it plays is very like...
Oh, like the set camera shit? It's got set camera, doesn't it? Yeah.
It feels like James and I had a conversation off stream about it a little while ago. Mm-hmm. So I was talking about how dude was playing Devil May Cry, and we were talking a bit in his chat about 2015. I was like, I don't care if people like the game. It's just, for me, it's the equivalent of like enjoying Rings of Power or like Disney Star Wars. It's like that game to me, it just doesn't fit in with the timeline or the story the same way that all the other games fit in. But that being said, the combat itself, I'm sure, is totally fine because the games progressively got better in their combat. So the first game does not feel good for combat, but it was also a pioneer for that genre.
Spectacle
so it's like,
fighter, yeah.
I get it, yeah. But like the first game, it doesn't feel good. Like
I actually did not know that it was going to be a Resi style game. I can't wait to fucking play it. I own it. I'm gonna play it on stream. Now let's check out on YouTube where
it was supposed to be Resident Evil 4, so.
I gotta learn. I gotta know more about that. That's fucking crazy. Let's go check over YouTube chat where everybody is popping off. We have Internet Crusader doing his best Wario impression and going, wah. I agree. Wah, indeed. Nerdinio says, gets me every time. I don't want to wait 5 minutes. I want it now! I want it now! But the thing is, then you don't get to listen to the lovely Paul Doken and DJ Axis. So I love our intros. Our intros are great. Paul says, live podcast, I'm going to derail this, JK. Don't worry, we're going to derail it together. You and me are going to derail it. We're going to slowly say that K is too loud until I turn her down to 2% volume, and then you're going to be like, what was that? You need to turn her up. Internet Crusader says, okay, did you see the torture box I got in the mail today? And then
Are you talking about Sonic 06?
I believe so. Paul says, also, Chris Benoit is coming for you. I hope so. If anyone's going to come for me, it's Chris Benoit. Internet Crusader says, the blood sacrifice has been made, to which I said, blood for the Sonic gods. We got Fran Chan in the chat saying, hello, everyone. How's it going, Fran Chan? Paul is super hyped for Contra, which got announced today. We are going to be talking about that. And Fran Chan cannot wait for the new Contra, and he really wants a new Metal Slug as well. Good Lord, when was the last time there was a new Metal Slug? I fucking love Metal Slug. And I don't, like, when was the last, that's what I want to know is, like, what was the latest released Metal Slug? Because I'm not sure I've actually played it, but I would love to play it.
Think like they've done so many ports over to other systems.
Yeah, it's all just ports upon ports, right? And I don't count. There's a mobile game that doesn't count.
This is crack.
Acid Storm tipped $3.33. Good evening.
Acid Storm, aka Crackhead Seagull, came in with that tip. Good evening to you, sir, and thank you so much for that tip. Love to see it. And Acid Storm is over on our Twitch there. Thank you for that Crackhead Seagull tip, my friend. I love it. I really appreciate it.
Much love.
Dude1286 says, at least DMC 2015 does bill itself as a separate universe. Look, I cannot defend DMC 2015 here on the podcast, or else this is going to turn into a 24-hour podcast of Kay screaming and everyone's ears are going to bleed.
There's one version of DMC 2015 that's good, and Internet Crusader is the one that posted in our Discord. It's him with the mustache, and it's the Spanish dub.
Oh my god, that sounds great. I thought you were gonna say
hilariously bad. It's good.
I thought you were gonna say someone modded it just to make it like the real Dante, which I'm sure somebody has.
If somebody does that, I'll play it.
Did
like
you
I don't know.
By the way, Fran Chan and you actually, because you're also on this show, did you see that Max Payne 3 mod that they did where they made Max Payne 3 look like the proper Sam Lake Max Payne? That was really fucking cool. That's what I imagine.
That's awesome.
I want to play that. That's fucking awesome. But Max Payne 3 is one of Fran Chan's favorite games, so if he hasn't played that, he has to play with that mod. And DJ Axis is in chat saying, "What's up, Melee Crew? How's it going, DJ?" Internet Crusader says, "I'm ready." And Paul Doken says, "I want Trombone Champ." Internet Crusader says, "I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready." Internet Crusader says, "Java Monster or bust." I was addicted to White Monster for the longest fucking time, man. I literally wouldn't go a day without drinking a White Monster because I am a White Monster. Now I'm on White Girl Monster, aka Ultra Strawberry Dreams. And Nerdy Neo says, "Don't drink energy drinks." Yeah, it's too late for me. It's too late. I used to drink 1 a day. Now I'm down to when I feel like it, which is like 8 a day. Internet Crusader says Lemonade Tea Monster Rehab is a second. That one is fucking good, man. Let's see. DJ says, "I do drink pop though, but no energy drinks." I drink it all. You put it in a can. You put it in a fucking can. I'll drink it. Internet Crusader says, "I tried to quit last year and I couldn't count on one hand how many energy drinks I had all year." That's insane. I can't count on one hand how many energy drinks I have in a week. So that's impressive. Fran Chan says, "I'm a Red Bull driving Ferrari kind of guy." Hell yeah, baby. I can see Fran Chan behind that Ferrari. Pack of cigarettes. Red Bull. Fuck yeah. Internet Crusader says, "I lost count by this June." Fran Chan says, "Dante is way hotter than Bayonetta." That's true. That's true. I would rather bang Dante. That's true. Nerdy Neo says, "Don't even remember the last time I had an energy drink, but do have about 1 soda a day. 1 sody pop a day." What's your soda of choice, Nerdy Neo? And then Paul was like, "You're too loud." And hopefully we fix that for you guys. Oh my God. Nerdy Neo is saying Dexter Jetster. That's right. Internet Crusader says, "I thought it was Gex." Oh yeah, maybe Dude 1286 is Gex. And where the fuck am I? Oh God, my brain's broken. My brain's broken.
Bunch of Resident Evil 4. It was supposed to be Resident Evil 4. Paul says DMC 2015
Nerdy
is
Neo,
better than Bayonetta.
Nerdy Neo saying Pong Krell is better than Dex. Oh my God. I think the audio is good now. That is right. And yeah, that DMC Resident Evil thing, I gotta fucking look into that. Paul Doken says DMC 2015 is better than Bayonetta. I'm not going to take your bait, Paul. You are a master baiter, and I'm not going to take it from you. Fran Chan says Bayonetta wouldn't be fun if you played as a dude, but DMC doesn't need babes.
Yes.
Disagree.
And the babes in Devil May Cry are great too.
They are great. All the babes are great. But like, why wouldn't you want to play as a hot babe? And Fran Chan has your favorite song. It's got "Fly Me to the Moon" in it. It's fucking gold. I love Bayonetta. Come on now. Fran Chan says Metal Slug 7 and Double X. I need to play those. I think I've played Double X. Fran Chan says they had a King of Fighters characters just like MS6. Internet Crusader says Dante El Exterminator de Dominios. I don't know how to speak Espanol. And Fran Chan says that's good job. And Fran Chan says that's awesome. I always loved changing Max Payne to the original model in Max Payne 3 arcade mode. Nerdy Neo says the best liquid on the planet is Mountain Dew Code Red. I was like a crack addict as a kid with Mountain Dew Code Red.
Yes.
Is there a fucking 0-calorie Code Red? Because inject that into my fucking veins.
There's definitely 0-calorie Mountain Dew, so they probably have it somewhere.
All right.
Just maybe not in Canada.
And that is...
All right, let's talk about what games
we are all caught up with the chat. You guys are freaking awesome. This is going to be a long as fuck show. Let's just get right into it. And you know what I want to know? First segment number 1. It's our plays of the week. We are going to make this nice, short, and sweet, which is a fucking lie. So, Kay, do you want to start or do you want me to start?
I'll start because I'm going to make it super quick and easy. Okay. I've only been playing a few games recently. I played Rocket Knight Adventures for like 5 minutes last night, and I was like, oh yeah, I like this game, so I'll probably be playing more of that soon. Sea of Stars, Amazing game. You've heard me rant about it for the past few weeks. No one cares anymore.
Nobody
If you
cares.
like Earthbound, Super Mario RPG, Secret of Mana, anything that was good in the 90s, if you like any of the RPGs in your childhood ever, play this game. The story, it does not necessarily hold a candle to those stories. I don't want to missell it and say that it's just as good of a story, but the combat feels good. And it transports you back to a better time of life. So if you're tired of anything with modern gaming, play Sea of Stars. You will not regret it. It is a good fucking game. Other than that, I've been playing games with James, like Shaolin Monks. So
Yes.
I will let James talk about his games, and then we'll connect and we'll talk about Shaolin Monks together.
We'll meet in the middle. All right, first I'm going to take this over here. That was nice, short, and sweet. I wish I had that talent. I do not. So I'm going to go right into what I've been playing. And I talked about this previously, but I got to talk about this again. For maybe, a month now or so, I've gotten back into one of my favorite games of all time, and it started off with me not beating the game, and I beat that game, and that is Unreal Championship 2. I won't explain the game because I've explained it here before. You all know what it is. It is Mortal Kombat, and Unreal had a secret love baby, and that's the most beautiful love baby that anyone has ever seen. I love it. Best Unreal game, and compared to Mortal Kombat 1, it's now the best Mortal Kombat game. Fucking love this game. So yeah, I beat the game. I never thought I could beat the game because the game's hard as balls. Even journalists back in 2005, before modern day journalists were saying this game is hard as balls, I was finding old game facts on the game, debating if it's even worth playing because of how hard as balls it is. And then I wanted to unlock all the characters. So I'm like, okay, I beat the game. I want to unlock all the characters now. Do I go about this? And even the people that love the game were like, do not bother unlocking all the characters because pretty much Raiden, the one guest character from Mortal Kombat, is fucking nigh impossible to unlock. To unlock Raiden, you have to do what the game calls near impossible challenges. So the base game itself is already hard as balls. And then what happens is you go into the near impossible challenges, which I mainly wanted to touch on today because I'm proud of myself. I'm a proud little boy. The near impossible challenges take the already hard as balls game and they turn it up to 11. You have to do, I think it's 16 challenges, and if you are able to do all 16 challenges, you can unlock Raiden. I did these little by little off stream because I didn't think I would actually be able to do it. I figured I'd just dabble in it, and I was trying to be okay with never unlocking Raiden, at least without cheat codes. And then I just started to notice over the course of some time that I'm like, I've done 5 of these. I've done 6 of these. I've done 7 of these. And there's only 16. And every time I would do another one and another one, my insanity meter went up. I have an internal insanity meter, and my insanity meter went up, and I'm like, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. And then I got to one challenge, and let me give you an example of what the challenges are. Effectively, all of the AI is set on pretty much the hardest difficulty. They will fucking snipe you if they see a pixel poking out of the fucking wall and 360 spin, even though it's a controller-only game, and just headshot you. So maybe the hardest challenge in the game for me was snipers only. And this game, every weapon, every gun has 2 firing styles, and the sniper is the best weapon in the game, not because it's a sniper rifle, but because if you use it without the scope, it's more of a triple shot rifle. And so it's like, oh, that's good because you don't have to be super precise at aiming your sniper, but you can you can use it more of like a standard rifle and do really fucking good damage, even if you're not a super pro at sniping. So the hardest challenge, I think, maybe second hardest, was sniper only. And it disabled the fact that you could do the triple shot of it. So it was only zoomed in shots, only one-shot sniper rifles. It was a 1 versus 3 game. So I had to fight 3 hard AI with no one on my team. Had to get to 20 kills. Every shot was a headshot, meaning even if they shot my baby toe, it counted as an insta-kill. And they start off with 10 kills. It was insane. I was like, there is no fucking way. There is no fucking way on this earth I can do it. And it took me about 3 tries, and I fucking did it with 1 kill remaining. Another one of the challenges that was hard was 1v5 and they start off with 5 kills, you start off with 0, and so you constantly have 5 people coming at you, and it like preset the character you pick. So this is a class-based shooter, maybe the first of its kind. So it forced me to play a character that I didn't like, 1v5, and then they started with a bonus 5 kills. The game was fucking nuts. It's honestly like I don't like playing games that are hard for the sake of being hard, but every now and then I'll play a hard as balls game just to reaffirm that, like, I'm a real gamer, I'm a hardcore gamer. And so that was, like, maybe the hardest thing I have done in a game in fucking maybe 10 years. Maybe more. Like, I'm trying to think of something that was more difficult than that. And I fucking loved it because this game meant a lot to me. I'm going to keep playing this game, and everything is smooth sailing now. And I unlocked Raiden, and he's a beauty. And I fucking love this game, even though it tried to fuck on me 7 Ways to Sunset. I miss games like this. So that was the first game I played. Do you have any thoughts on that, or do you want me to just keep going because our show is balls to the wall?
You and I can talk about our. Usually, we spend an hour and a half talking about the games that we're playing, and I have to trim it in the recorded version.
So we should probably just go, right?
Let's go, because the middle segment's going to take a while.
Yeah. Okay, so the second game I want to talk about, and everyone's going to hate me for it. Well, for some reason, I have it in my head that everyone's going to hate me for it, but I don't think so. I relapsed, folks. I relapsed back in the Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight, which is, if anyone plays a MOBA, this gives me very MOBA feelings, this game. This is the video game that I have put hundreds of hours into that I don't even like. I don't know. Kay, I don't know if you have a game like this, but this is a very MOBA RTS mindset of I fucking hate this game, and then you play the next match, and I fucking hate this game, play the next match. You leave a negative Steam review, but you have 5,000 hours in it. This is Dead by Daylight is that game for me.
I don't think that's normal.
It's normal if you're a MOBA player. It is very
normal to be like, I hate this game with a burning passion, but I've got thousands of hours in it. It's not very normal.
Trust me. If you play MOBAs, anyone out there play MOBAs, Dota, League of Legends, all that stuff, it is a very normal feeling. I see those reviews all the fucking time. You're not so much a multiplayer person, so maybe that's why you haven't experienced this.
I mean, I've experienced difficult games. I've played games that take me a while. But
it's like games that are hyper addictive, and they make you want to play more. Like, it's like junk food gaming. It's just like, I really don't want to eat this right now, and it's gross and bad for me and disgusting, but I'm fucking craving it. I'm gonna play it and be miserable the whole time. That's what Dead by Daylight is for me. And yeah, I guarantee you, if anyone in the chat plays MOBAs, they'll feel the same way. Dead by Daylight is probably the most popular asymmetrical game, at least definitely in the horror category. I think it is the most popular asymmetrical game, period. It is a 4v1 game. You either do a co-op game where you're with 3 other human players against a human serial killer. It is inspired by horror slashers of the 80s. Or you play the killer and you take on 4 people solo and you try to kill them. Yeah, I've been having a good time with this. I gotta say, we've had some bullshit, especially on the killer side, of survivors being pricks. Survivors are always pricks, but we've been doing fucking super good, especially as Freddy. And to the point where we did our Freddy Krueger Day celebration last night, and we didn't lose a fucking game, which was crazy to me. Absolutely fucking crazy. So yeah, I'm unfortunately back in. There is still changes, as with any multiplayer game, that have happened over the course of the years. I've been playing this game since, God, I don't know, I want to say 2014 or 2015 on and off. There's still a lot of the changes in the game that I just do not approve of, and I don't like, and I kind of miss how it was. I think that happens with any always online game. There's a point where you really like the game, and then the developers change things, and then you end up hating it. This game is no exception. There is changes I dislike. But there's just something addictive about it. And it's, I think, because I'm a horror fan, but I'm specifically not a horror game fan. I'm a horror fan of movies. And so this being such a good multiplayer homage to horror movies, and especially of the 80s, which are the coziest horror movies, it's really fun to get into that mindset. It's effectively a movie-based game. because I love playing the licensed. Yeah, because I love playing the licensed killers. I love the fact that I can play Freddy Krueger, Ghostface, Michael Myers. I really wish Jason was in the game, but we'll be here all night if I talk about why Jason's not in it. Pretty much, people that own horror franchises are super out of touch and don't know what to do with anything. But yes, I am going to be playing more of this game, unfortunately, and people can join me if they want, if I'm the survivor. A lot of people hate playing the killer because it's so fucking obnoxious to get tunneled forever, but I'm right at home in my cozy little corner playing the killer. I love playing the killer. I love feeling like I'm Freddy Krueger chasing down these fuckers and just killing them. So
you prefer killer over survivor?
Yes, but I do have fun when I'm with friends playing survivor. So I love playing the killer because, like, I always love games that let you be the villain, because I'm always a villain guy. I love the villain in everything.
Yeah. I guess my thing with Dead by Daylight is playing a survivor has more of a thrill to it versus playing the killer. Like, playing the killer feels more like clockwork, or like you're just kind of going through the motions. It's really cool to play the different characters, that it's creative, but like the actual act of doing matches as a killer, it doesn't feel that exciting usually. It's more frustrating. Whereas I find with the survivor, it's more scary. Like, there's way more tension and excitement around being a survivor. You've got other people with you. You like, when you're playing like a multiplayer game and you're like by yourself, it's a lot less fun versus when you're with everyone else.
Yeah,
you know?
This is the thing. A good way to look at the game is that the game wouldn't exist without killers. Killers are effectively the lobby creators. You can't have this game existing without killer players. But the game is so balanced in favor of survivors, and all the fun, for the most part, is to be made on the survivor side. If this game was D&D, killers are like the dungeon masters. They're the ones telling the tale. They're the boss that the actual players are fighting. And from just that standpoint, just saying that alone is why I love playing the killer. I love being the evil, big, bad thing that's killing the good guys. It's a really cool feeling. The problem with the game, one of many, is that it's just been balanced so freaking heavily in the favor of survivors, when it's like the killer should be winning most of the time. He's the freaking killer. It should be balanced so that maybe one person gets away, maybe. And that's how Friday the 13th, even though it is a much inferior game, mainly because it was a broken mess, but we're going to give it one final goodbye in October. But
I prefer Friday.
Friday the 13th was balanced in that way, where it's like, oh, Jason's killing almost everybody every single time because they gave him so many freaking abilities. But Dead by Daylight, it does feel like a chore at times when you're a killer, and if the survivors are like godlike tier and they just know perfectly how to tunnel you, it's the most frustrating thing in the world because you don't feel powerful. And that's the thing, is if you're the killer, especially a supernatural killer, you should feel all powerful. And the game, I always compare it to when I'm playing this game and I'm getting tunneled by a really good survivor. And I've played I have like 400 hours in this fucking game. So I'm a decent killer. I'm a decent killer. Quote me on that. But like, still there is times where I just can't get a single hit on anybody. And I always say it's like Benny Hill. It feels like Benny Hill or Scooby-Doo or something. And it's just like, I don't feel like Freddy Krueger anymore when I'm getting my head bonked and people are running circles around me. So yeah, lately I've been doing surprisingly well, and so just talking about the game makes me want to go back, because that's the MOBA thing. It's the one more game thing, and it's just like, man, this game is frustrating, but you have that itch for those satisfying moments. And
but I have a suspicion that you're going to play Friday the 13th with the community, which is October 12th for anyone wondering. You're going to play that game and you're going to be like, oh, I want to play more of this instead. And then the sad part is that game is shutting down. But to me, that empowers both sides better than Dead by Daylight, because you feel like as the villain, you're like, I can beat the shit out of fucking everyone. Good luck getting out of here, bitches. But as the survivors in that game, you're still like, if we all band together, we might get out of this okay. Like, it does a really good job of emulating the movies. And it feels more creative. You have more, like, dynamic environments. Like, I find with Dead by Daylight, maybe it's because I only played it in early game, but, like, a lot of the environments got old after a while, and it's like, okay, I'm just seeing the same shit. And then you had the introduction of like the Stranger Things stuff, and I just got annoyed by like the multiple levels of the playing field. Like it felt like kind of how in shooters, how you change it to like just a flat plane versus having multiple stacks of a building, and that
Right.
completely changes the dynamic. So it's like I just got annoyed by the additions in Dead by Daylight because it didn't make the game feel more creative or good. It just felt like obnoxious almost and just like
Yeah.
tacked on. Whereas with Friday, it's like everything that they've added to this game, it makes it more interesting. And like having Jarvis and all that stuff, it's like there's so many cool things that you can do in that game. Going through the different cabins,
Yeah.
you feel like you have more places to hide. You know, like
I
both sides feel really good.
I want to give a shout out to Ham Sharansky over on Rumble, sending us a $1 Rumble rant and saying, hi, well, hello to you. Yeah, you're not wrong. Here's the thing, is Friday the 13th has always been a sloppy fun mess. It's a sloppy fun mess.
It is buggier, like for sure.
It's buggier. It's unbalanced. It's kind of a more movie sim of it. And it's never been a perfect experience, but it's a fun time. It's a fun time-ish. But Dead by Daylight has been the game that has, like, they have fucking monthly patches. They constantly are trying to balance the game, constant updates. They have like an interior monetization system. Do you see why I kind of compare this game to a MOBA more so than any other asymmetrical game? Like
it comes across like an Overwatch type.
It tries to take itself seriously. It tries to balance and refine and hone the gameplay and perfect it. And Friday the 13th, because of the ownership of the rights, because like they actually had to stop working on that game.
Yeah, because of
the licensing. So Friday the 13th actually got stopped from doing any more updates. So Friday the 13th has always just been kind of there, and it's a good time in short doses, but it doesn't have the same level of MOBA tier addiction that DBD has had, for better or for worse. If that
honestly, like with Friday versus Dead by Daylight, I think here's my comparison. Dead by Daylight, you kind of feel like you're dealing with streamer bait, you're dealing with everyone run-of-the-mill. To me, it reminds me of Overwatch lobbies, quite honestly. And that's the comparison I'll use because that's the only other game I really played heavily with multiplayer. Friday feels like I'm almost at a convention. Like it's people that I can relate to like those kinds of films. And I feel like they're like super fans. And I would have a good time talking to them about Friday the 13th or any slasher, really. Yeah. Dead by Daylight appeals to a more broader audience. It brings everyone in, which is, good for the game. It's good for horror. It helps boost
Anonymous
all these things.
Tip $1.
But it just feels like there's a
Roblox
portion of the community in Dead by Daylight that just grinds for shit. There's a portion that they'll like, oh, I want to cheat, or I'm mad at this, or why did you use this, or they like take it too seriously. And then there's a portion that plays it properly.
We're getting a tip right now. Thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah, oh my, that was freaking hilarious. I think I know who sent that. I'm just going to read that out for you again real quick. That was a $1 tip from Anonymous, and it said, I would love to know what your guys' favorite Roblox mod is, and then he spammed Dancing Pepes, which repeated in my ear for like fucking 20 times. I fucking loved that. Whoever you are, Anonymous, that was great. My favorite Roblox mod, because I think I know who this is, I'm going to say it's the Sonic RP server. Obviously, yes. Who does everyone love role-playing as in Roblox? I love being Big the Cat, but I like being Big the Cat in booty shorts, and I twerk for everybody as Big the Cat while I'm fishing. So I fish, and I'm just like booty twerking, and a Big the Cat, that's my name actually on Roblox, is Big the Cat. Big the Cat, the booty shorts, and everyone throws money at me, and I'm like, yeah. So yeah, what about you, Kay?
I can't top that. I'm gonna have to go with Shadow.
Well, luckily I am literally Shadow, and everyone is really confused about that. But yeah. Anyway, so to wrap up Dead by Daylight, I agree with you.
1 second, because Extra Zero is just saying hi and then bye, so I'm gonna read this chat.
Sure, go for it.
I'm getting ready to go to bed after wrapping up figure action, but wanted to give you all a hail, howdy, hey, hello. Okay.
How's it going, Extra Zero? Have a good sleep, buddy. And thank you again, Anonymous, for that tip. And enjoy your Roblox fantasies of me twerking in the Big the Cat outfit. Thank you, my friend.
But Dead by Daylight, I find it's a lot more casual. It attracts like different kinds of people.
I'm the opposite.
That take the game. It attracts people that take the game too seriously. It attracts people that want to abuse it for the points or whatever. I consider it two separate categories, because there's one category of people that just get salty if you use certain things and they want it to be like done in a super clockwork way, versus people that just like grind for experience or whatever. There's the people who like just AFK and don't really care.
Yeah, but even those are serious because they're AFK because they're in bed, but they literally, like, people in Dead by Daylight, and it's always been an issue, will like tape their keyboards down or run macros just so they stay in games constantly, so while they're sleeping they're generating points.
Yeah, it's so dumb. Anyways, yeah.
So that, like, the game is super try-hard. The game is a very try-hard game.
It tracks all sorts of people, and like you have some people that care about the game and the original intent and some that don't. Friday the 13th is more of a buggy mess, true, but I think it's more creative, and I think it really attracts a group of people that care about that community. Like they really care about playing that game properly. And there also, I've been in games before, like when I first started, where people are just like, "Oh, are you new to the game? Here, let me help you do this," and like they'll walk with you and stuff. Like, so that community really cares about like introducing people to slashers. And the Dead by Daylight community is just very like, you know, either streamer bait or taking it too seriously or whatever, you know? It's different.
Yeah, I've gotten into 2 games like this, and funnily enough, they were very similar. Dead by Daylight and Heroes of the Storm. Heroes of the Storm being a MOBA, and it didn't know what it wanted to be, and so it was like, we're going to be the fun, casual MOBA, but then they were also like, we're going to have tournaments and be super try-hard, and that's one of the things that killed it. It was like, which one are you? And Dead by Daylight suffers from that as well. For some reason, I get attracted to these super weird fucking games. But yeah, Dead by Daylight in its current state is pretty fucking try hard, and it's kind of a mess, and it yeah, it's just, I pretty much have been having fun with it because I've been doing good, and as soon as I get fucking dominated, that's probably the last time I'm going to play it for 2 years. And so these games, these MOBA style games or these try-hard games, they're dopamine rushes, and you get addicted and you get your kicks even though you don't really like it, and that's what I'm experiencing right now. And as soon as I get like royally shit on, I'm going to drop it again until like 2 years from now when I'm like, you know what I miss, but not really. And that's what the game is.
Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, that's what that game is. And I've had a few games in my gaming career that have come and gone that are similar to that. And so, yeah, this is why it's called the Melee Relapse, is because it is very much a relapse going into a hardcore PvP game. But don't worry, folks. I'm going to keep playing single-player games, retro games, new games, all sorts of fucking games. But I am absolutely also going to play more of this game and going to have everyone suffer with me. So last but not least, on our opening segment, and then we're going to get to the real shit, I want to talk about something that is very near and dear to my heart that I've played 20 years ago, and you were playing for the first time, and that is Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks. And the thing that I thought was so cool about this was all you knew is that you were going to be playing a Mortal Kombat game. And when people think Mortal Kombat game, it's like, oh, we 1v1ing until we get bored or something. And you didn't know anything, but it's like, no, this is a Streets of Rage or Final Fight full-blown co-op local beat 'em up, and in the Mortal Kombat universe. And as far as like the side Mortal Kombat games go, and I think there's 3 of them, there's Mythology, Sub-Zero, and Special Forces, this is by far the best one. So just on my end of things, I fucking have always loved this game. This is from my favorite era of Mortal Kombat, which was the PS2 3D era of Mortal Kombat. And yeah, I never got to beat it because one of the quirks on this game is that you share a health bar, and I've said this story before, but my buddy that I was playing with back like when we were early teenagers, he just was getting destroyed by the final boss, and because you share a health bar, I was also getting destroyed by the final boss, and I just dropped it. And I literally have not touched the game in 20 years, and this is how much I like you. This is how much I trust you. You are the first person to play this game with me, This is the first time I am playing this game in 20 years, and you're the first person to play it with me since. Because you said to me, did you beat this game on your own? And for me, this is a co-op game. This is a co-op game. And if a game is intended for co-op, I don't play it until I can play it co-op. So even though Mortal Kombat is one of my favorite franchises ever, it used to be my favorite, but the ratio has gone down, I'm like, no. I am saving this for that special someone that I can play a co-op game with. And so that is now what we're doing. So that is my thoughts on it. What are your thoughts experiencing this for the first time, totally blind?
Yeah, so I was totally blind to it. We were walking to the gym, and you're like, who do you want to play as? Liu Kang, or I don't even know who the other person
All I said to her,
Kung Lao?
she was like, who? She was like, do I need to know anything? And I'm like, Liu Kang or Kung Lao?
And I was like, who is Kung Lao? So that's how little I know about Mortal Kombat. I know, like, some of the characters. I played through some of 9, played through some of the original Genesis one, but whatever. I don't even know. There's 3 on the Genesis, right? So I've played, like, a mix of them at some point.
Yeah, there should... 1, 2, and 3, I believe, are on the Genesis.
Yeah, and, like, once in a blue moon, I remember maybe going to the arcade and playing them. It's, like, so, like, little experience of Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat is my franchise. You were more different. You were more Soul Calibur. Is probably your franchise.
Well, I was more like the PS1 era of fighting games, so I didn't even really care about Street Fighter too much or anything like that. I was very much like the Dead or Alive, Soul Calibur, like the Namco fighters, pretty much, is my kind of bread and butter. And then, of course, I love Smash Bros. And all that kind of stuff. So more the 3D era of fighting. I like this game more than I expected. So I walked into it not really knowing what the game was going to be like. I kind of assumed it was going to be like the other fighters maybe, but like I thought it was going to be like a combo, because I think there was one you played on your own on stream. I don't remember if it's Armageddon or Deception or what, but there was one Armageddon. You played Armageddon, right?
Yeah.
And it was the one where you were walking through environments. So I thought it might play out like that a little bit, but like I would watch you walk through stuff, and then we would get into fights, and it'd be more like the classic Mortal Kombat, and we would be a tag team.
Yeah.
And we would share health meters, so I didn't know that it wouldn't turn into a classic fighter at all.
Yeah, so what happened is the two of the 3D Mortal Kombats have this mode called Conquest, and any fans of the 3D era know that Conquest is fucking great, and it's a side mode in the game, but it kind of also steals the show, and Deception is the best one, in my opinion. It's in Deception and Armageddon, and Deception it's like an exploration adventure game, and you just learn things along the way, and it progresses on this grand story. I am absolutely going to stream Deception Conquest one day because I fucking love it. Armageddon I don't like too much, but we beat it on stream, and that one tries to be more a very mini, self-contained, almost God of War-ish clone. So it is similar, though. So your thoughts were pretty on the money. But this is a full-blown, full-priced game back in the day.
Well, I just didn't know that you could walk freely in the environment. I thought it was going to be similar to like the arena ones where you have to be in a certain, space, because it is within a room.
Yeah.
But still, it's a lot more free roaming than I thought it would be.
Mm-hmm.
I do like this game. I think so far from my experience, I'd probably give it like a 7.5 or something, which is not insulting it at all. I don't think it's a perfect game.
It's a nice surprise, I think, right?
Yeah, like, I mean, here's the thing. If you're comparing like a lot of the modern games, like I would put those in like 3s or 4s a lot of the time.
Yes, yeah.
But I would put a lot of like, this to me is like a medium game. It's like not a game that I'd be like 10 out of 10. You have to play this. Like, I can't believe you missed it. But it's like a 7.5. It's like if you're a Mortal Kombat fan, I would recommend this. If you like games like any of those like TMNT or X-Men or Simpsons or anything like that, I'm a Maximum Carnage fan. I would recommend it to those people. I do think that it gets a little repetitive with the fights. I get a little bit annoyed by that sometimes, like almost like just throwing more enemies at you to make it difficult rather than
and
just
that's something
like adding
I didn't
extra
remember
mechanics
that.
to it.
Yeah, I didn't realize when I first played it. I think I had a higher tolerance when I was a kid for it because I just thought it was so cool this game came out.
We all do. That's the thing. We all had a higher tolerance as kids. I remember playing games that were like 80 hours long and I wouldn't even blink because I'm like, oh, I have all the time in the world. Nowadays, I don't have that time. So yeah, we all had more patience back then, obviously. As you grow, you get more patience or less patience with stuff. I do think, yeah, the fights are a little repetitive. I find the fatality system a little bit obnoxious personally.
I do
Like, I'm
too.
getting the hang of it now, but it is a little bit annoying. It's like, instead of making me type in the fatalities, just give me a button press that does a super. I don't need to like constantly type this in. I think it's a nice little Easter egg for Mortal Kombat fans. But this is what's turned me off from both Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter is all this combination shit. I don't like it. Like, I
Yeah,
think it's really annoying that you have to memorize all of this shit just to enjoy and play properly. I like the games where you can almost push through with brute force more. And that's like, to me, Smash Bros, you can kind of like, you don't need to know these long lists of combos to fight through them. Same with Soul Calibur, same with Dead or Alive. I don't need to stress out about any of that, right? So I feel like I'm a lot more quicker on my feet with those games. So I don't really like that part of that game. I do think like it's a little bit buggy or glitchy in some ways. It doesn't always feel right, everything you're doing. It's not like egregious, but it's not the best. But I really do like the co-op dynamic. I don't think the health meter sharing was necessary, but I do have to say it adds a unique perspective to the game, and I don't hate it either. I think it's one of those games that you go in and you're like, oh man, why are you making me share a health meter? But you also go, you know what, this is kind of cool. And like, we have to like get through this challenge together.
Yeah, it's neat because like there's no carrying. We both have to be good at the game. So like it's like, how would I do it differently? And one of my favorite games in this genre is Double Dragon Neon, which is by far my favorite Double Dragon. And so you don't share health meters in that, but if the other player goes down, you can get them up, which is a lot of games do that. But I think Double Dragon Neon does it really well. But it makes it so, like, let's say you sucked and I was like a pro at the game, I could absolutely carry you. But not in this game. We both have to be good.
I think, yeah, here's the thing. I like games like TMNT and all that stuff because you can bring people in that don't understand how to play these games and they still feel like they're participating. And, you know, maybe you have gone through 2 lives and I've gone through 25 lives, let's just say, right? And, like, you can play those games and you can still get through the story together. So it's fun to get more people involved that way. This game is definitely not for people who aren't used to challenge. Like, you have to be somebody who's an intermediate gamer. You cannot be a beginner to gaming at all. I think at the level that you and I game at, it's a good challenge. But I wouldn't recommend this to people that are, like, newer to games. Even if they're a Mortal Kombat fan, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it unless they're, like, a big Mortal Kombat fan. So, yeah, I do like it. I think it is a bit unnecessary, but I like that it's forcing me into a challenge that I wouldn't otherwise have, and it is forcing me to get better at the game. Because I could have coasted through that and zoned out and whatever, and like, okay, yeah, we'll get through the story together, whatever. But I'm actually having to try because it's like you rely on me, I rely on you scenario.
Absolutely.
And I do like that we're playing 2 different characters, and they like each character has their strength and weakness and all this stuff. It makes it fun.
I was gonna say, the characters play so uniquely to each other with their abilities as well. It's like I don't even know what you need to do to get out of certain scenarios like I would, because I've only ever played Kung Lao in this game. So I know how to, like, I have a teleport, I have a ranged hat, and I have like a spin attack that attacks everything around me. And so if I need to get out of a scenario, I can just teleport out of there. But I'm like, I don't know what your equivalent is. I don't know what you do in those scenarios.
I pretty much have good kicks and I fireball and stuff like that. But it kind of, you know, it reminds me of It Takes Two a little bit as well, right? Like, there's some portions in It Takes Two where, like, your ability helps us get through something and my ability helps us get through something. I don't think it has that much of an extreme in this game, but it feels like what we're doing matters. It doesn't feel like, oh, one person could just get through this game on their own. It's kind of like it's a better together type game.
100%. So thank you for joining me on this journey, and we are gonna fucking try to beat it. I'm glad. I didn't know if it was gonna be a one-off, but you're holding your own, so I'm excited for part 2, and I hope we can get through it, or else I'm gonna have to wait another 20 years when I'm an old man and be like, who wants to play this game with me? Sonny?
No, it's fun. It's fun. We've been playing, well, you've been playing Dead by Daylight for the past few days, and we wanted to play this partially next week as well because of Mortal Kombat 1 coming out next week.
Yeah.
But I've been like craving to play the game. It's just it doesn't make sense until it's closer to Mortal Kombat season because that was the point of us playing it. So.
Yeah, no.
So we're going to play it next week a bunch, but I don't want to finish it before Mortal Kombat 1 came out.
If we finish it before Mortal Kombat 1 comes out, I'll just force you to play Mythologies on stream. How about that?
Okay. Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Oh, God, what? You don't know what you just agreed to. You don't know what you just agreed to.
It's fine. Whatever.
Okay. If anyone... Look, anyone that knows Mortal Kombat Mythologies, imagine this. Imagine Kay doing a stream of Mortal Kombat Mythologies, but we're all going to be watching, and every time she dies, we have to drink. You would fucking die. All right, so that is our plays of the week, and we're going to get to our news real soon here, but I miss chat. What about you? I miss chat.
I do too.
Let's catch up with chat. That is the nice thing about us doing this live is, yeah, it might be longer.
You talk to chat. I'm getting lemon Coke. BRB.
All right, I'm going to talk to chat. You enjoy that lemon Coke or whatever that is. We got... Let's see here. Oh my God, we got some people over on Rumble chat. Dude says some challenges seem harder until you try them. The challenges were hard if you're referring to the Unreal Championship challenges, but I beat them into submission. So they were fucking hard, and they were hard as balls, but I forced my way into those. And Ham Sharansky says, hello, bro. Well, hello, bro, to you. And thank you once again, Ham, for that $1 Rumble rant where you said hi to me. Dude 1286 says that's the problem with Dead by Daylight. Since it has the same idea for killer versus 4 survivors, no matter who the killer is, they can only do so much to make the killers feel like their movie counterparts. 100% true. And yeah, I think the developers suffer from this issue that I see with a lot of multiplayer designers, where they rebalance the game for the top 1% of players. And so they'll look at the stats and they'll look at the complaints for the top 1% of players. But the thing is, the vast majority of people aren't playing at that top tier level. And so they balance 100% for like the most outcries and the most top players, but then it's like only those players are playing that way, and it kind of fucks up the game. I've seen it happen with a lot of multiplayer games where the design is not properly balanced to try to encompass all players, but they only encompass the top best players, and it totally destroys the game. Dude 1286 says Genesis had MK1, 2, 3, and Trilogy. Did it actually have Trilogy? I want to know. I don't know how the Genesis could handle Trilogy. Mortal Kombat Trilogy is a combination.
Hey, the Genesis can handle everything, okay?
Can it? So I'm curious about this, but Mortal Kombat Trilogy, for those who don't know, it's one of my favorite Mortal Kombats. It is a combination of 1, 2, and 3 all rolled up into one package. It's a great game, at least on the PS1. I heard the N64 version is busted. But yeah, I thought it was only PS1 N64. So the fact that you're saying it was on the Genesis, I'm curious if the Genesis can do...
What Mortal Kombats were on the N64? Is it just that one?
Mythology Sub-Zero as well. And 4? I want to say 4.
I've
Gold.
I've never heard or seen anyone play Mortal Kombat on the N64.
No, I think Gold was Dreamcast. See, I didn't have an N64, but I'm trying to go off my Mortal Kombat knowledge. It definitely had Trilogy.
Gold was a Dreamcast launch title, apparently.
And Gold is effectively Mortal Kombat 4.
According to Google.com. Let's see what MKs were on N64.
I'm going to keep catching up with chat while you look into that.
Mortal Kombat 4, Mortal Kombat Trilogy, and Mythologies Sub-Zero is what I'm getting from Google.
4, Trilogy, and Mythologies?
4, Trilogy, and Mythologies Sub-Zero.
So, the N64 fucking sucked if you're a Mortal Kombat fan.
The N64 combines the characters from all the Mortal Kombat games into one package, but to conserve memory, it left out Goro, Kintaro, and the unmasked Sub-Zero.
So it wasn't... So, the whole point of Mortal Kombat Trilogy is to be the combination of all 3 games. And I've never played it on the N64, but on the PS1, I fucking love Mortal Kombat Trilogy. Is the N64 that weaker compared to the PS1?
Dude, the N64 can handle shit.
All right.
Man. I love the N64, but dear God, I cannot handle fucking.
Dude was wrong. He was thinking of Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. That makes more sense. That makes more sense.
Okay.
Let's see here. Where did I leave off? YouTube chat is popping. I apologize if I skip some of these, but it is a long ass night.
And we're gonna get into the Nintendo Direct and stuff later, so there's gonna be a lot we might miss. So we'll try our best. But
you know what? I'm gonna tag you in. Do you want to hang out with YouTube chat? And I'm gonna run to the washroom real quick before we get into.
Where are you at in chat?
Start off where Internet Crusader started speaking in tongues, aka Mexican. Donde exterminado?
Okay, I'm scrolling back. Sorry, this is very far back.
Nerdy Neo talking about Code Red. I'll be right back. You enjoy that. You enjoy it. I'll be back.
Rockinade Adventures. What is a JRPG? Paul says he's just trolling the chat. Sea of Stars was made in Unity. That is correct, Internet Crusader. I'm a little bit concerned for that. We're going to go through the articles on the Unity situation. I've read bits and pieces on Twitter. To be completely honest with you, it all seems very convoluted and weird. So I do have some thoughts, but I want to read through those articles with you guys on stream to see what we think about it all together, because I'm still trying to make sense of that whole scenario. But yeah, that is bad timing for Sea of Stars being made in Unity. Paul is still trolling chat about JRPGs. Internet Crusader said it's a playable anime, Paul. Exactly. It's a playable anime. If you're an anime fan, you'll love JRPGs. They're fantastic. Let's go. Fran Chan said it's a place in the Pacific Ocean that gets terrorized by a giant lizard. So there you go. We're explaining that to Paul. Nerdy Neo says, never understood hard as balls. Aren't they usually soft? I don't know if you heard James when he said mine aren't, so there you go. I was gonna throw this question to the chat because I'm not a dude, so I have no fucking idea whether or not that is the case, if they're hard or soft, whatever. Fran Chen says, sometimes my balls are hard when it's cold out.
Yeah,
is that
see?
a thing, James?
Yeah,
okay.
Can confirm. It only is me and Fran Chan, though. It's a weird thing we have.
That's weird. It's a weird bromance. Nerdy Neo explaining to Paul what JRPGs are. Paul says, I'm joking, guys. I know what a JRPG is, but I've never played any. How have you never played a JRPG? Nothing.
Even I have played them. I don't enjoy it.
Oh my god. Okay. Internet Crusader is backing you up on the hatred for MOBAs.
Thank you.
I knew 100% normal for MOBAs.
So I know Internet Crusader.
Leagueaholic.
Yeah. So Internet Crusader, there's something you can tell about a MOBA player, and I know it doesn't surprise me that he plays MOBAs. It doesn't surprise me. And yeah, so he's a recovering leagueaholic.
He's a recovering leagueaholic, he says. And he said MOBAs are not normal games by basic design necessity.
No. It's a video game crack in the worst possible way. Video game heroin. My main MOBA was always Heroes of the Storm, and I know I have terrible taste, but I am always recovering from that. You're never.
Everyone has their one though, right? Like that's the whole thing.
And you've never had one.
But I purposely never had one. Like
yeah,
I'm sure there's ones I would get into.
You only try heroin once, and then you're an addict. Right?
Well, it's like there's games that I know I would really love. Like I talked on Nerdy Neo's show, which is a great show, by the way, Party Chat. And he's also going to be live tonight with Open Mic. But on Nerdy Neo's show, we were talking about games that we never got to or whatever. World of Warcraft was mine because I knew that would take up all my time. And those were like my golden years of experiencing other games. So
well, that's an MMO.
I made that sacrifice. Right, no, I'm just saying there's a lot of games that take up a lot of time like that, and you have to make a decision to commit to those or nothing. And that's like with World of Warcraft, I decided not to. With MOBAs, I didn't even bother looking because I knew it was this exact same thing.
Yeah.
Whereas, there's no way I'm going to touch any of that, and I'm never going to play anything again. So, nope, not doing any of that. Paul says, I've done covers of good JRPG songs, but I've never played them. Fran Chan says, League players don't shower or sleep. It changes your DNA.
Can confirm. I played League of Legends for maybe a year, and that was the year I did not shower. That's the main reason that I went over to Heroes of the Storm, because while it's a lesser game, you still are able to bathe yourself.
Perfect. Internet Crusader says, I still don't touch grass.
Same.
And Fran Chan says, you're still recovering. The grass would kill you at this point.
It's like paper cuts. You gotta be careful.
In regards to you playing Dead by Daylight, Paul says Nick Cage is GOAT.
Paul, you gotta come be my thick girl. You and me, baby. You and me. I'll be Nick. You be the thick girl.
Franchan says, I agree, his jacket was proper camo, it actually works. And DJ Axis says, that snakeskin jacket was such good camo. I thought James was still playing Snake Pass. Go back to.
It's still installed. I don't think I'm gonna 100% Snake Pass, but I do want to beat it because I was having a surprisingly good time with it. So we're gonna do more Snake Pass.
Internet Crusader says, but it's fun, in quotes. What could be fun about playing a villain? This.
Yes.
And then SpongeBob meme intensifies. Nerdy Neo is wondering if you have ever played Overlord, James.
Yeah, so I wouldn't mind giving Overlord another shot because I'm going to upset him right now, but I played Overlord back when it came out, and I thought it was kind of a mess. I loved its concept, which is why I wanted it really bad. You pretty much are playing like a big evil medieval style villain that controls a bunch of goblins. Here's the thing, one of my favorite games of all time already came out at this point, The Darkness. And in The Darkness, you control little goblin guys. And I had the terrible comparison of the two games, and there was just when I played it, it was done by Codemasters, and Codemasters is this weird scenario as well, where they made normal video games, and yes, I am saying normal video games, but they're driving games. They're driving games. I can't remember what driving games they do, but they started doing driving games, and those were successful, but their normal games, like Overlord, aka not driving games, always were shit, so now they're 100%, they only do driving games. What do they do? Dirt, I think. But yeah, I wouldn't mind going back to Overlord or even trying Overlord 2 and to see if I like that better, because
what generation is that? Like 360?
Early 360.
Got it, yeah.
But yeah, there was like design fuckery in it, and there was like bugs and stuff that I was getting, and like kind of like quests would be blocked, that sort of thing. It's honestly been years and years, but in concept, it's a fucking awesome game. It was just the actual execution and actually playing it was like So I've never played 2. Nerdy Neo, if you've played 2, let me know if 2 is any better. I'm very curious if 2 is just kind of the same but polished up.
Did they stop at 2?
Yes. Yeah. So they stopped at 2, and then they started, and then they never ever gonna go, because they only make racing games now. So they're never gonna do that. But yeah, let me know. And even if it's not better, I do want to try Overlord again one day.
Internet Crusader says, I've literally almost 8 to 10 years in League, and I am not good at the game.
Yep.
I uninstalled last year sometime. The addictive itch is real.
It is very much like that. And I think Total Biscuit even said, like, you get like 3,000 hours in Dota 2. That's starting. That's like the baseline.
That's why I have no like desire to play these kinds of games. It's like it takes up so much of your time. You only play the one game, and that's it. And that's like, you know, I like to experience multiple types of genres. Paul says Texas Chainsaw looks good. I have to agree with that. It looks kind of fun.
We're gonna stream it.
It's you play as the family, right? In that one.
Yeah. So I wasn't interested in Texas Chainsaw, even though I love the movie. Just because I'm like, the movie is a little too depressing and dark for me to live in for hundreds of hours. You know what I mean? Like, I'm Freddy Krueger. I'm like, tra-la-la-la-la. But there's something, like, just dark about Texas Chainsaw. And I love it in a 2-hour movie.
It's a very bleak environment. You feel like, oh, I'm going to die and this is it.
Yeah. And so I love that in the movie, but I just don't imagine it keeping my attention. We even have a Kick comment. How's it going over on Kick?
We'll get to that after, yeah.
Yeah. It's just like, I don't see myself enjoying being in that for hundreds of hours like Dead by Daylight or even Friday the 13th. The reason I installed it and the reason we're going to stream it is what makes it unique over Dead by Daylight or over Friday or Evil Dead is it's not 1v4, it's 3v4. And I'm like, oh, fuck. So I don't have any interest in playing the Survivors personally, but I am absolutely going to stream a first impressions on it. And Elvis is going to join for us as well. So we might, Kay, I don't know if you're going to be our other killer, but if not, we have an open slot. But
I might play it. Is it crossplay?
It should be. Yeah, it is.
If it's crossplay, I'll play it. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm only interested in playing the killers. So that's what I'm really curious about is like, what is a asymmetrical horror game, which I've pretty much played all of them because it's something that I love. I just love tasting and sampling every single one of them. I still need to play the Ghostbusters one, actually, but it's probably dead by now.
Out of all of them, I don't want to derail too hard, but Killer Clowns is the one that I'm
Yes.
going to dedicate to play with you for sure. Like, I'm so excited for Killer Clowns.
And see, that's the thing is, even if Killer Clowns isn't a perfect game, and I don't think it's going to be, that is a world I can live in. You know what I mean?
That's a beautiful world.
It's
all
fun.
the neon, the theme park, everything. Oh, it's
Texas Chainsaw is
it's laser
dirt
tag
and
carpets in a game.
Texas Chainsaw is dirt and grime and sadness and bones, and it's just sad. So that's why, and even though I think Texas Chainsaw is one of the best movies ever, I can't play that for 400 hours. But anyway, I'm going to be doing a killer stream for that. And yes, Killer Clowns looks fucking great, and expect that from us as well.
I'm going to speed run because we are already almost at 2 hours, maybe? An hour and a half.
I warned you guys it's going to be a long one.
And then, people are laughing at the tip. Extra said hi and bye. Everyone said hi and bye to him. Nerdy Neo said, I heard the Roblox is starting an in-game dating service. That sounds fucking weird, especially because of how many groomers and stuff are in that game.
I loved that tip, by the way. The tip that fucking killed me. I couldn't even hear what Kay was saying during it, and because it was just spamming the same word over and over and over again, and it was great. Do that again. I want more of that.
Franchen said, I bet whoever tipped that didn't know the TTS would say, Pepe, please, 20 times or whatever. I don't know. He's typing.
That was great.
And the Internet Crusader said, no, they knew. Franchen says, how do they supplement the salt and pepper buttons on the original Xbox with the new controllers? So I guess backwards compatibility. How does that work?
Oh, black and white buttons. In any game that's backwards compatible from the original Xbox, it becomes left bumper, right bumper.
Yeah, and Internet Crusader chimed in to say the original Xbox had triggers and no bumpers, so backwards compatible games use the bumpers for the B/W. Internet Crusader says Smash equals a platform fighter. Sakurai kind of created a new subgenre in the fighting game community. 100% agree, and I think that's like my favorite style of fighter. I've had a lot of fun with those, so I was never really huge into like the ones I mentioned before, Street Fighter, even Killer Instinct. Like I like them, I like the aesthetic, but I'm not like deep into it. Franchan says Mortal Kombat for the 360 is the best MK game in my opinion.
100%. I've played every single Mortal Kombat.
Is that 9?
That's 9.
Yeah.
Yep. And so 9, perfect game. Perfect game. My favorite Mortal Kombat in every way, and every Mortal Kombat since 9 has been disappointing me. And that's my issue with Mortal Kombat is I've loved 1 through 9, and then I get to 10, and I'm like, oh, this is not a step in the right direction. And then 11's even worse, and now we're at Mortal Kombat 1, aka 12, and I'm not even going to buy it. It's such a step down. It's so beneath Mortal Kombat 9.
And he mentions that the cemetery was such a cool atmosphere.
Yes, it was.
Internet Crusader says, cooking with Scorpion. You and I know about cooking with Scorpion.
Uh-huh.
Kendon's here. Hey, Kendon, how's it going? And everyone's saying hi to Kendon. Franchan says, James, maybe the Mortal Kombat game adds more enemies on screen when you play multiplayer, so when you played as a kid, there were less enemies.
That makes sense.
Hypothetically, that could be true, but you were playing with someone else, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? It might just be like a patience thing.
I think it's, I'm an old man now, and I'm tired of everything.
Exactly. Kendon said, wow, Franchan, just reminded me, didn't have any friends. And Franchan said his mother was always trying to protect him from that. And Kendon says, my mother was the same way, to be honest.
Mama knows best, everybody. Don't
Nerdy
get
Neo
friends.
Saying hi. Nerdy Neo saying hi to Kendon. And Internet Crusader saying, shit, that's next week. I'm assuming in reference to Mortal Kombat 1. Mm-hmm. He says, no. Jazz Panda says, oh, no. Hello, Jazzy Panda. How you doing? Internet Crusader says, James, please don't. I'm assuming that's
about the Mythologies drinking game. Yes.
Nerdy Neo says, do you want us to die of alcohol poisoning?
Yeah.
And Internet Crusader says, my liver. I said, is it that bad?
Here's the thing. In my friend circle, I've tried to make it known that I am known for making horrible drinking games. And so I will come up with the worst drinking games just off the top of my head. This sounds like a good night to me. I want to do it.
If you guys want to do it, I'll do it. You're not going to enjoy it, though. That's for sure. Nerdy Neo says, Destiny did the same, where they kept balancing the game for the top 1%.
Yeah.
And then Internet Crusader says, blast processing. and then was just chiming in about foreign mythologies being, I guess, on N64. Yep. That was what we're talking about. Jazzy Panda said, I played so friggin' much on PC for Trilogy.
Yeah, so, Trilogy gets a bad rap, but it's like the perfect 2D game. It's just it's the best of record. It's the decade of decadence for the 2D era. So it's really
the first Mortal Kombat on PC?
Maybe. I played it on PS1.
I remember it originating on console and arcade, right?
It was never an arcade Trilogy. It was only a home console.
No. I'm just talking about Mortal Kombat in general. Wasn't it like originally an arcade thing?
It was originally for the arcade, and then it started getting home ports, like on Super Nintendo and Genesis.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Fran Chan says it's cartridge space over CD space. True. Internet Crusader says similar. He says memory limitations, discs versus carts. Nerdy Neo says N64 was more powerful than PS1, wasn't it? N64 was 64-bit, but PS1 was only 32. That might be true. I just feel like the N64 did not optimize as well as the PS1, if that's the case. But hard to say. I think... Because I think of like PS1 games, there's so many like huge, grandiose PS1 games, and when you think of N64, it just does not feel that way at all.
Yeah, true.
So I don't know like what that is, the way maybe people are developing with the hardware, they didn't optimize properly. But when I think of the N64, I do not think of it being a powerful system personally. Fran Chan saying, that being said, they fit Resident Evil 2, which was a 2 CD game, into a single cartridge. Internet Crusader says there's a neat YouTube video on the RE2 port for the N64. Nerdy Neo is letting us know that Azura's Wrath is a playable anime, and that is a big compliment coming from Nerdy Neo, who I don't think likes many of those. At least that's the impression I have. Internet Crusader says you're 100% correct, Nerdy Neo, and that game was glorious. Paul says, a playable anime. I've played Attack on Titan, so that's a JRPG.
There you go. Done.
And he says, and I've played South Park, so that's a JRPG.
It's a Paper Mario game.
Nerdy Neo chimes in to say South Park is a JRPG-esque, but not a JRPG. And Paul is saying a Nick and Thick stream.
So hell yeah, baby.
Like
Nick and Thick.
A Nick and Thick.
Paul's great at coming up with the names.
Almost done here. Nerdy Neo says, and by the way, thank you guys. I love that there's a lot of comments. I just want to make sure we make the space for the Nintendo and Unity conversation.
It's gonna be huge.
That's why I'm speedrunning. It's nothing like I'm loving the comments. I just want to make sure you guys get to talk about the fun stuff. So, Nerdy Neo says Codemasters did the Dirt franchise. And Fran Chan says, you couldn't be more wrong, my friend, to Nerdy Neo. Matt and Treya visited Japan, making the Stick of Truth a JRPG.
Yes.
Nerdy Neo has only played the Overlord demo, never played the actual game.
See, yeah. So I played the demo on the official Xbox magazine, and it made me buy the whole game. But like once you get a few hours into the game, it's like those games where it's like they polish up the first few levels, and then as you go deeper, you're like, uh-oh. And it's like it was like developed in order. And so when you play more of Overlord, it's like and then you get like 6 to 7 hours in, and you're like, this sucks now. Like this is not the good experience it was. So that makes sense that you only played the demo. Sorry.
He's just saying that he knows you like Pikmin and playing as villains, so he thinks that you'll like that game.
It is a match made in heaven for me. I'm gonna give it another shot. I want to try Overlord 2. But yeah.
Yeah. DJ saying hi to Jazzy Panda. Internet Crusader says I like MOBAs. Tip.
No, I'm just laughing at Internet Crusader saying I have 2,000 hours in Dota 2 as well, Lamau. And I'm like,
yeah.
I knew he would understand.
Paul says it's on Game Pass. I'll join you on stream. And DJ says PC got all the classic Mortal Kombats. I played MK1 and 2 way back in the day. In fact, the DOS versions of MK1 and 2 were actually nearly arcade perfect.
Nice.
Internet Crusader says large grandiose RPGs were drawn to the PS1 because the discs gave more big musical scores, massive worlds, and tons of enemies and items. N64 had a better processing, better for action oriented. That makes a lot more sense. Fran Chan says N64 cartridge limit was 64 megabytes and the PS1 CD was 700 megabytes, which let you make huge games with CD quality audio. The N64 has much better textures, so its games visually look/run better. Fran Chan is laughing. And Candon says off topic, but I'm thinking about either getting a Switch or saving up for a new gaming laptop. Not sure which though.
Well,
I'm gonna pause for a second because I think we should talk about that on which one is more worth it.
Well, I was actually going to use that to segue over. Well, actually, this is a little bit ahead. So let me just say stay tuned, Kendon, because I think after what we're going to show you here today, you're going to be sold on that Switch. I actually think the best combination, if you can afford it, the biggest bang for your buck that you can do right now is you either go PC and you either do a PC and get Game Pass on PC, or you do PC and Switch. And so here's the best way to do it if you want the best of both worlds. Get a Switch, and right now the Steam Deck is actually on sale. The Steam Deck is 20% off, and so you can dip your toes into PC gaming, into gaming, laptop gaming. I'd recommend a Steam Deck over a gaming laptop personally, but it depends. Maybe I don't necessarily recommend it if you're looking to stream and do other stuff, but if you just want a pure gaming experience similar to a console, I do think the Steam Deck is good, and it's a good price, and especially at 20% off, and you get Steam and it works flawlessly. So that's what I would recommend for you. Either just get a PC and then get Game Pass for PC, so you get a ton of games dumped on you, or you get a Switch and maybe a Steam Deck. That's my recommendation.
And by the sounds of it, you want to get deeper into that, so I'll wait for the other segment if that's what you're doing.
Well, it's more like because we're going to talk about the Nintendo Direct, like how you're not going to be sold.
Yeah, valid. Okay. Nerdy Neo says, no worries, Kay. I'm surprised you make sure to read every comment. We're going to try our best. We're not always going to hit everything, but we'll try to read as much as we can. And then Nerdy Neo says, I'd hold off on a Switch, Kendon. I've been talking to Kay about getting a Switch as well, but there are strong rumors on a new Switch coming out in March.
But here's the thing is those Switch rumors are, there's been Switch rumors for like 2 years.
I just want to say bye to Internet Crusader before we continue. See you later, Internet Crusader. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. So there will be a new Switch, I'm pretty confident, because the EU has implemented new laws with electronics, and you need removable batteries in all portable devices now. The Switch does not have a portable battery. So iPhone, the new iPhone model is probably going to have a battery you can switch out, if not the model after that, because they have to hit that, I think, by 2025, if I remember. It's only for Europe, but the thing is, if you're going to make it for one market, you might as well do it for everything with your production. So I am confident that there's going to be a new system of some sorts coming in the 2025 area, especially for the Switch, because it's portable. Whether or not that is just like a souped up Switch, like a Pro, almost like a PlayStation Pro to PlayStation 4 kind of thing or whatever, that could be it. Or they could just use that opportunity to make a different system altogether. But I don't know what the logistics of that are going to be, if the game's going to be backwards compatible. That's a huge conversation that I won't get into now. But there's a lot of questions around it, and I will say the Switch is amazing. It has so many games on it, and if you don't want to wait, it's worth getting a Switch now. It's just for me, if I was on an island, I'd be playing the Switch at this point.
Because, I tweeted today that the Switch might be the best Nintendo system of all time at this point.
I think so too.
It's just if you consider its library and its library of games you can play from previous systems, it's just such a powerhouse, and it is just so freaking good. And I don't even play it portable, and that's a huge selling point for people, is the portability. I don't even care about the portability. I barely play it portable. So just on its library, just the power of the Switch's library, it just makes it such a strong system.
And Fran Chan is saying for the Steam Deck, it's really good if you're comfortable with Linux.
Yep.
Nerdy Neo saying they just announced the new iPhones on Tuesday and no news about a swappable battery. But the other thing, maybe next year. The other thing, though, is that they also mentioned that USB-C was going to be universal, and they did make this one USB-C. So I think they're going to comply with everything. I think the iPhone after that will probably be removable battery, and then I think the Switch is going to follow suit with that stuff. Fran Chan says you can swap out the Steam Deck battery and SSD. That's pretty future-proof. Exactly. Okay. I'm going to make sure we read the comments in the other chats. They're a little bit quieter, but we can still get through those. Dude says, sounds like if someone made a drinking game for every time Craig died playing Lost Levels. Yes,
I'll
true.
do it. You want to commission me to make you a drinking game? I will, for any category. I am known for making games that destroy your liver. Hit me up.
And dude says the entire game of Final Fantasy VII fits on a single disc. It's all the FMVs that made the multiple discs required.
Interesting.
I didn't know that. Very interesting. Faha123 in Kick says, what do you think of Starfield?
I have an answer
I will
for
let
that.
you know. Okay, yeah, go ahead, James.
I have an answer for that.
Go.
I was writing games when I was, 12, whatever, and the other kids in the block would say, I'm going to play quarterback for the Cowboys, and I'd be like, I'm going to make video games, and everyone's going to play them. Like, you dork. Go back to the chess club. Who's laughing now? Yes, I was in the chess club.
That's my answer to that.
Yeah, I had a feeling that would be your answer. So there you go. That's your answer on Starfield. Thank you for hanging out in Kick. The long and short of it is neither of us are playing that game.
Don't
James,
believe
should
his
we go
lies.
on? Yes. Morrowind is best game. That's it. James, shall we go to the news?
Yes, let us hit the news very quickly because I am not going to get, even though he's not in the chat anymore, I'm not going to let In Black Belt get away without referencing this. So I'm just going to show you guys a nice little commercial. This show is brought to you by...
This week on Cooking with Scorpion, learn about chopping, tenderizing, chopping, cake decorating, and chopping.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That was a Easter egg in Mortal Kombat. I want to say Deadly Alliance, and that was the love and charm that Mortal Kombat used to have that they are solely lacking right now. And Franchan says, I believe every lie Todd has told me. Well, you're a happier person for it. But last but not least, I don't know why I'm saying that because that doesn't actually relate to what we're saying. Because it's not last. We're here for fucking ever. Okay, what the fuck is going on in gaming? In gaming. All right, so before we get, here's the thing. This is why this is a forever show. This is a forever show. We are not even talking yet about Nintendo Direct and PlayStation State of Play because I feel like everyone would hate us if we glossed over this. Pirate game, delete it and download it again 9 more times. Company loses $600. That post was made in 2019. And thanks now to Unity, it's a reality. Meme magic is real. Unity just saw that post and decided to make it a reality. So this is our one and only article before we get to Nintendo versus Sony, because we have to look at this and understand it because this is all anyone is fucking talking about right now. So I'm going to read this article over on Niche Gamer to you guys. It says, developers will pay more for each game installation under new Unity plan. Developers will have to fork over cash every time a user installs a game, at least according to a new payment plan. The reported plan is to be in place of a traditional revenue sharing for game developers. Ironically, revenue sharing would theoretically be less harmful for indie developers. Developers utilizing Unity will be forced to pay a flat rate after reaching a threshold of revenue or total installs. This means developers are actually punished for making cheaper and possibly more popular games, as the Unity fee will consist of a larger percentage. A developer selling a $70 game will pay the same amount as a developer of a $10 game per install. And any
what is this chart I'm looking at? Like, Jesus Christ, if you have to paint a fucking chart for this, like, maybe this is not a great idea.
Any price
Holy
difference
shit,
is the result
man.
of a different Unity license. You can see Unity's new install-based payment plan below, which is fucking crazy. Free-to-play games without monetization are technically exempt, as users will have to meet both thresholds, revenue and installation count, to begin incurring fees. Free-to-play games with monetization schemes are obviously not exempt and may run the risk of greater fees due to the ability to install but not necessarily pay. This news came out September 12th, just a few days ago, and this is all anyone has been talking about in the gaming industry. It is completely tearing people apart, and it's insane to the point where developers are threatening to take their games off stores like Cult of the Lamb, and a lot of other smaller studios are looking to just completely wipe their games off storefronts in protest of this. And I don't even know this yet. We're going to learn this together. This was posted earlier today. Unity doubles down on their new policy changes. After a lot of controversy following their new policy change, Unity has released a new statement doubling down on their previous announcement. On a new X post, the company has clarified some of their policies, which essentially just confirm their previous statements. That's what I thought, because I was reading it. They pretty much made this super long-winded post, and as I was reading it, I'm like, wait, you're just saying what you already said, but confusing people more so that maybe people leave lost and confused. Okay, so that's what I
think you're rectifying, but you're not.
But you're not. You're just making it more convoluted, so people are like, "Duh, okay," and then leave. But I was reading it, and I'm like, what have you changed? The post specifically goes over what counts as an install and clarifies that Unity will work with developers to deal with fraudulent charges, although it doesn't necessarily state if Unity has an actual system in place to prevent these things, seemingly stating that they will only cover damage control after it has already happened. The post also states that the install fee will not be applied to reinstalls games related to charity or web streaming games. The forum post, originally released on September 12th, 2023, has also been edited to reflect these new statements, although Unity's attempt to clear any misunderstandings seem futile, as it doesn't seem like developers have misunderstood anything. The company seems to be working on PR damage control, replying to official accounts that stated they will remove their games from platforms regardless if the posts were jokes or not. Even if studios weren't serious when it came to removing their games from platforms, developers like Massive Monster, Megacrit, Aggro Crab, and Rose City Games have all released statements pertaining to the engine changes, and their trust in Unity has now been tainted by these new policies. So what the fuck is going on in gaming is right. This is a absolute
literally
fucking shit show. And here's the thing. I was really trying to see both sides of this, because usually when something like this happens, it's like, I see on social media one side screaming. Like, usually when something like this happens, you'll see one side screaming, one side screaming, one side screaming. And I'm like, okay, what is the other side here? And I've looked and I've looked, and I just get more confused. And I'm like, I don't see any justification for this.
What I'm trying to understand, and what I don't think either of us can answer because we're not experts on this, is what cost is Unity itself incurring by people installing and reinstalling and shit that they need to charge developers for that?
That's the thing.
I don't quite understand, like, where, because the way I view it, I guess we're going to jump right into it, is they're kind of trying to do like a Visa MasterCard thing almost. You know, like Visa and MasterCard take a little bit off the top of every transaction when you go into a store.
Yeah.
And I feel like they're trying to do a similar thing, but I personally don't understand where they have the right to do that. Maybe I'm missing something to do with servers or something where it does cost them money.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe? But I don't get it. I don't understand. You're just pissing people off. What is the loss of profit if this does cost you money to do Unity? Like, what is the cost of money that you're losing versus pissing people off to a point where they're not even going to use you anymore because there are other options?
Yeah, and that's,
I just don't understand.
And that's my takeaway. Is it's it really feels like an out of season April Fool's joke. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't see how this can possibly work or be tracked, and I just can't imagine Unity being as big of a company as it is and deciding that this is a good idea and this will go over smoothly at all. This reminds me of when Xbox at E3 had that complete destruction of their entire brand, because what they were planning for the Xbone was just such a fucking obvious total shit show that nobody would be on board with, that PlayStation was handed a golden ticket and was able to run circles around them that generation, and that crippled Xbox, because it was like, you guys are the biggest fucking idiots ever, and now all we have to say is we're not doing everything that guy's doing. So any other engine just has to be like, hey, we're not doing that, and then everyone's going to swarm over there. The problem is it's not as much as a consumer thing of like, what system am I going to buy? There's developers that only know how to work in Unity, and that's what they spent their whole careers learning is Unity. So now they have to swap over to another system, and so that really fucking sucks. But if Unity is sticking to their guns on this, and it really seems like it is, I don't see why anybody would wanna stick with them. Like, it sucks if you already have a game on Unity. I would say probably just bear it and deal with it. Like, who knew that they were gonna be fucking idiots in this regard? But like,
Yeah,
don't make your games on Unity. The only way I can see this entering like a nightmare reality is if every other engine is like, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna be fucking greedy assholes just like these guys. And we're all going to do it. And then we're just fucked. But you know what's going to happen then? We're just going to get a fucking video game crash. And I kind of want one because that would be really funny. So, yeah, fine.
I just don't see, again, what the cost is to Unity for doing this. Like, I'm even looking up other articles and skimming through them to see, like, why is Unity charging? Like, is there a server fee for them? Does it cost them anything? And it seems like they're trying to treat it like royalties.
Yeah.
Again, I'm just taking information from the internet. I don't fucking know. But to me, that's what it comes across as, is like they want royalties so that people don't just build the game in Unity and then fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
And that game continues to make profit and they don't make any money off of it. Because, like, for example, with Steam, you have your game on the Steam marketplace. Somebody buys the game. Steam makes a profit. So it's like Unity's trying to get into the market share of everybody making money. That's what it comes across as. Of course, if there is somebody who does understand why Unity might be interested in this and why it actually helps their bottom line, sure, tell me. But that's what it comes across to me. And there's so many arbitrary numbers around this, like, $200,000. Here, I'm looking at this chart, right? It's like $200,000 USD, and all this stuff. Like, this is your revenue threshold. And then your install threshold is how many people lifetime, 200,000. And then it's 20 cents per install or 15 cents if it's a certain number. Like, what the fuck is all this math and why?
Yeah, it's just, it's a fucking mess. And I just, like, there's so many developers right now that are threatening to take their games off storefront. And I saw the Cult of the Lamb devs, they gave it until January 1st. So they're like, we're going to remove our store off, our game off all storefronts if you don't completely 180 this by January 1st. And I'm seeing a lot of other indie devs being like, yeah, what the fuck? We're going to pull our game too. We're going to pull our game too. So far they've just doubled down, but I don't see how they can stick to their guns.
Unity versus Unreal Engine. I don't know if there's any others that people use commonly, but I know Unity has always been an easier access for people. So a lot of indie devs use this. And the thing is that a lot of those indie devs don't have the disposable income to go and like spend money on this. And I guess that's why they started putting these thresholds in place, because I don't think the threshold was an initial thing. I think they started putting that in place because people were like, what the fuck? I don't make money on my game at all already. And now you want money. It makes no sense. So now they're trying to be like, oh, well, you know, here's, if you reach this amount, then we get a cut and all this stuff. And it doesn't compute. And I get why a lot of devs are stressed out and worried about it. My big burning question, and the only other person I've seen bring it up so far is Internet Crusader, because we were talking a little bit in Discord about it. But the first thing that came to my mind is, like, who's on the hook for things like Game Pass and stuff? Like, is Microsoft on the hook for a big bill? Does that affect what games go on Game Pass?
And I did see someone saying that Unity said something on that, and they would, like, work with Microsoft to cover the cost or something, but that's not really a guarantee based on what they're saying. And so it's just like, oh, well, in those scenarios we would work with PlayStation or Xbox to like make sure your cost is covered. And it's like, so now you're putting the owners, now you're expecting Xbox is going to pay for all of those. So you're severely increasing the barrier of entry to develop games, but also have games published on stores. So if Unity sticks this way, you're going to see way less games on Game Pass. You're going to see way less games, period. You're going to see way less people making games. And it's just like, it is so complicated and so risky. It's really that install thing is so freaking risky that a lot of people are probably going to second guess even making a game, period, because of it. Because it is like, this is just so fucking strange. I was joking and I was saying, man, I really wish Gearbox made their games in Unity though, because just like a troll like me, it feels like hey, is there any games out there that I absolutely hate? Like I hate the company or something? I can just buy their game, literally like the fucking meme. I can buy the fucking game and then uninstall it, reinstall it, uninstall it, and then they'll keep losing money. So I bought the game for $60, but if I keep doing it, they'll lose $600.
This isn't just difficult for like devs and whatever. Like this is difficult for the Unity team as well. Like this seems like a top-down decision because if you're in the customer support or any kind of operations for Unity, and there's things like if it's for donations or like charity or whatever, we won't charge you. Or if you're getting abuse, like somebody botting you, and so like you're just getting all these random downloads and we're charging you each time, and you think that it's fraudulent, we'll dispute that with you. And so like they're having this system now where like companies are going to come to them and be disputing bills with them and being like, no, this doesn't make sense, or this or that, or I shouldn't be charged this much. Usually I'm charged this much a month. Like, how much headache is that, and how much money is that going to cost you as a business yourself to handle all of those requests coming in to dispute your bills?
Yeah.
Like, is this really going to make you money? I don't see how this would make anyone money. This is just like fucking pissing money around everywhere for no reason. Yeah. You're creating more jobs. Congratulations, because I bet you anything they'll have to scale their operations to deal with this. Because you're essentially looking at, you would have to have a similar infrastructure to like what you have at a credit card company where you have all these dispute and like claims and like all this stuff to deal with support now, because you've introduced a whole new, it's essentially a product line in itself by saying that you're going to charge for this. Like, it's not like a product per se to a customer, but it is a product in the sense of like how they would structure their company to work on this. So I don't think anyone has thought this through to be like, oh, we're going to have a huge wave of this and that, and it's going to cause problems here and there. And like, how do you deal with all these like one-off cases? Like, you're promising people things. Don't worry, it's fine. If this happens, we'll help you. It's just like, I think they're relying on people not asking too many questions and just going with it.
Yeah.
And it's going to backfire. And
I really, and I hope
it's going to hurt the industry so much. Like, it's going to hurt everyone. There's no benefit for anyone in this. There could have been so many other like models you could have gone with. Like, if Unity is hurting for money, aren't there other ways to do this? Can't you just increase like the licensing that people pay? Like, there has to be other ways to do this.
Usually, when there's a game on a consumer level that I disagree with for whatever reason, my advice is like, don't fucking buy it. Don't give them their money. Boycott it. And so the equivalent of this would be, don't use Unity. Do not, if you're a game developer at this point, just for your own benefit, stay the fuck away from Unity. And I know that's easier said than done. So that's something I want to get to here. But I will say that if your game has already been made and it's already on storefronts and it was made in Unity, what are you going to do? You can, if you have the capital to try and risk joining these other developers in delisting your game to try to put pressure on them, more power to you. But I know that's tough as well. But if you haven't started development on your game and you were thinking of using Unity, I don't recommend it. I really feel for the people that are currently in development. So they're in the process of doing a game and it's already partially built in Unity. That is probably the worst position to be in with this. My advice off the top of my head would just be like to hang on and wait a bit and see what the fuck happens. But for anyone that has not started developing a game that they wanted to develop and the problem is they only know Unity, there is this nice little site that I came across. It's written a little bit cringy, but I think this could be helpful if you're a developer that suddenly is like, well, fuck, I don't want to develop in Unity. It is impromptugames.com/moving to Unreal. And it says, so you've decided to move from Unity to Unreal Engine. And this person has built this whole web page just to be like, okay, so you know Unity, you know how to develop for Unity. Unreal is more daunting. And this was not written recently, I don't think. It's a very simple page, but it is just a help page to be like, kind of an FAQ for Unreal and being like, oh, I'm scared. I don't know how to develop this. And he's like, go look at this. Here's tips on how to use Unreal. Here's, it's hard to learn. Well, here, you can go here. You can do this. So that is impromptugames.com/moving to unreal.html. If any developers come across this and are scared by this news, I definitely recommend checking this page out.
You're scrolling through this, and if you go up, there's a 5% fee on this as well. So now I want to see, is Unreal also charging for certain things too?
They are, yeah, but I don't think they're doing the uninstall, reinstall thing, which is the main kind of scare tactic that we've gotten. Like, it's
because now Unity.
What's the
is
payment
also
situation? 5% gross doesn't sound great. It's free until you make $1 million USD, and only after that is it 5% gross, and only in quarters where you made more than 10,000 USD. So folks never end up paying anything. There are no subscription fees or anything. To clarify, if you make $1 million and then $1, you only owe them 5 cents. If this still sucks to you, you can talk to them about a custom license with custom terms. There's an email link on the website somewhere. Make sure you fill out the release form when you release your game. I'm not saying Unreal's perfect.
Okay.
There's a reason. There's a
I don't
reason
think
that
you're saying that either, but I just want to make sure that it's not like Unity is making this decision to monetize in this way and it's like unheard of. It seems like there are different models for different companies, and like Unreal also measures your revenue as well. That's what I was curious about.
See, that's what I was leaning towards, and that's what I was really trying to understand, because I've seen this sort of thing before where we get a lot of internet outrage, but it's something that's kind of standard and it's not actually a big change. But everywhere I looked, it seemed like this Unity change was just outrageous. I didn't see anybody at all being like, settle down, folks, this is common, this is normal. I think the issue with it is Unity up until now has probably been a really good engine to build your indie games on. It's been really good for indie developers on a smaller budget. And so this has exponentially increased the cost and risk if you're an indie developer, which is why you're going to see less of those indie games. So yeah, and I'm not saying Unreal's perfect. I don't know enough about it.
No, I don't think so either.
This is a potential good alternative for people if they're kind of scared and looking to learn something else. It is hard to learn a completely different fucking language.
Absolutely.
But you know, I think this is worth starting to look into while Unity gets their shit kicked in online and see if they're going to reverse it. Currently, they've just doubled down. So Unity is sticking to its guns currently. But this news has been changing every freaking day. Literally, by the time you watch this, if you're watching this, we usually release these on Saturday, this news might be dead in the water. So yeah, it just really sucks for people that like maybe they have a dream passion project or something and they've put a lot of their money into it, and maybe they're making a game in Unity currently, and then this news gets dumped on them and it's like, well, now I am fucked. So I really feel for those hypothetical developers that I don't know necessarily exist, but I've always hated that when a developer pours their entire life savings into a project and then they get royally fucked by something that's completely out of their control.
I think the main thing here is like the difference between taking a slice off the top of your income versus like taking it per install. Like I feel like that's the disparity, because I'm trying to like in a business sense just think of like, what is it? What would motivate this kind of decision? And it's like, I don't get what the decision is necessarily, but I think both have to make profit in some way, and Unreal's approach seems more to like trim off the top if you make a certain amount, whereas
Unreal sounds like a more standard business practice for an engine.
Exactly. And Unity seems like they're trying to find a way to maybe, I don't know if they're trying to make up costs elsewhere. I've also heard, I didn't see it in your Niche Gamer article, but I heard that they introduced a bunch of AI tools and stuff yesterday as well. And there's like a bunch of new tools that they gave people building stuff in their games. So I don't know if maybe they've partnered with another company that's AI based or something. And so now they've incurred higher costs to bring different tools to devs. And so they're trying to compensate elsewhere. And that's why they're thinking of these crazy like monetization models. Like we've seen it with Twitch where they're trying to find models here, there, everywhere, and like how do we trim money here? Oh, you make this amount from your monthly subs, we'll take this amount. If you make this, we'll make that.
Yeah.
So it seems like a lot of these tech companies are scrambling either for their shareholders or whatever it is. People are suffering in this economy and they're trying to just keep their own business afloat, and it's just like pushing it down the line. Where can we push it until like somebody pays the bill so we can all eat? That's what it feels like.
Yeah, and because it's no secret that like the dollar fucking sucks everywhere right now. So yeah, the dollar sucks. So it's like every company is trying to pinch and turn a profit again. And so there's definitely people working at Unity is not one person. There's definitely good people working at Unity. I just think somewhere along the line they didn't think this decision through. They probably could have just had a standard pay or a licensing increase or something. I'm not exactly how it worked before, and it wouldn't have gone over as badly. I really think the thing that's sticking in people's heads is that reinstall thing is just...
It's a matter of marketing. It's how you market your thing. So if you... This is what a lot of businesses don't quite understand, is that it's more about how you make the customer feel. I know that sounds like lame, but it's literally like if you're pitching something to a customer, they don't need to understand all the little tiny logistics within your company of where you are losing profit versus gaining profit. They just want to understand in a very simple, standard way, this is where you're taking money from me and why, and they want it to make sense. Yeah. When you start adding these variables, like, oh, every time someone installs your game, we're going to take this. And I know now they're walking it back and saying reinstalls won't count or whatever, but you've already confused people. It's how you make people feel and what message they took away from it. If you're just simply saying, we're raising all of our prices because XYZ. Yeah. I think that's a way easier pitch.
Which like every company is doing right now.
Every company does it, and it's life. That's how it is. But by trying to introduce this like new model, that's just creating complications for everyone, and ultimately people are gonna walk away from you and say, fuck you then. And it's a matter of when you're marketing, it's not just about marketing customers to buy your product, it's also like just how you make them feel. If they have a good experience with you, they're going to stick with you. Even if they're not happy with the price, maybe you charge them a bit more than the other guy. Yeah. But if they're happy about the way that you're pitching it to them and they feel like you're easy to access and that they understand what's going on to whatever degree, they're fine.
And everyone knows I am easy to access. Do you have a prediction? Do you think they're going to stick to their guns? Do you think they're going to completely 180? Do you think they're going to try to find a middle ground? What do you think?
I think they're going to try to push in this direction and double down because I don't know the company size, but in any kind of larger corporation, you get slowed down with like tech debt and all these kinds of stuff and like decision making. So you end up in a scenario with, I mean, I don't know what stage of growth they're in, if they're already well-established, large corporation, or if they're a smaller team or what. But a lot of people end up getting hired in these companies just to make decisions at this point. You get managers and managers and managers. And so you end up in this like huge pipeline where like when you're like a small team of like 20, 30, 50 people, you can make agile decisions. You can look at the internet response or whatever it might be and you go, oh, okay, this is not going well. We're going to lose a lot of customers. Like some really important clients are already saying we're out. We need to change this decision quickly. And you can make that decision even within a night, if not a few days. As you get larger as a corporation, you're shifting this down the pipeline to everybody. And you have like 10 people that need to be in on this decision. All of a sudden, like you might be an entire quarter out and then you're not going to. So I think is going to happen is they're probably going to monitor their revenues and they're going to see a loss in their revenues and they might change it when it's too late because they're going to be stuck in this like decision paralysis of like, when do we choose? No, whatever. And the executives at the top are not going to give a fuck, dude. Like they're not going to care until they see that this is directly impacting their bottom line. That's the truth of it.
I found something interesting because I was trying to find out the size of the company, and I didn't find that yet. It's probably easy to find, but I found something kind of more interesting to me. I'm on their Wikipedia page for Unity as a company, and everyone knows Wikipedia is the most reliable source on the internet.
Apparently, they have 7,700 employees.
Okay. Well,
so that's quite a large company.
Listen to this. So on Wikipedia for them, they have a corporate affairs section. I just want to read to you the last 3 bullet points under corporate affairs. So kind of what led us to this point, in my opinion. Number 1, which was in 2020, Unity announced that it had reached net zero carbon emissions in 2020 and simultaneously signed onto the Science-Based Targeted Initiatives. That's 1 of 3. You ready for number 2? Ready for number 2?
No, because this is all stupid. I know where this is going. Dude, are you fucking kidding me, man?
1 year after, January 2021, Unity hired former Liverpool CEO Peter Moore, we all know Peter Moore, as Senior Vice President and GM of Sports and Live Entertainment.
Peter Moore.
And number 3, which was this year in May.
I thought you were going to get in the carbon emissions conversation. It's like, yeah.
I just think this is a triad right here.
Okay.
In 2023, Unity announced it would lay off 600 jobs, about 8% of its global workforce. So you've got the net zero carbon emission promises just 3 years ago. Then you bring in Peter Moore.
Yeah.
And then this year you have a layoff of 600 jobs. And then now, just months later, we have this catastrophe.
So it's what we're saying, though. It's like
you're seeing this downward trend of this company just royally fucking up.
But a lot of companies are doing layoffs right now. Like it's not like the key indicator, but it all makes sense in its own cycle, right? Like you're gonna try to reduce labor costs, and then you're gonna try to increase your profits to hit your shareholders. What?
I don't even want to say this, but I'm just looking through their corporate affairs, and let's just say in 2017 they went full tilt crazy.
Right, okay.
Yeah, they went full tilt crazy and were sponsoring expensive programs that they had no right to do, including something called Unity Without Borders, and it was it's a sponsorship program for Middle Eastern developers.
Anyways, I don't know. I'm just saying that like a lot of these companies put themselves into a pigeonhole. They're trying to like market to all these audiences, whatever the fuck, do all this shit. And then all of a sudden you end up in like, where's our money? We're spending too much time.
I'm just saying,
shit.
like,
and
you
then...
can literally look at their corporate affairs section and you just see a complete mishandling of their money and their finances and lawsuits and like just all like blowing money on like moral crusades, hiring Peter Moore, and then all of a sudden it's just like, crap, we have no money. What do we do? Let's charge them per install. Yeah, we haven't tried that. So, you know what? No one saw it. Hindsight's 2020, but like just looking at a glance at this company, the writing's on the wall, and this is going to be happening to a lot of these companies. A lot of these companies are just going to be entering like total shit show hours. So look for, if you're a game developer, look for the cheap, quality, efficient engine that isn't fucking around with its money. Shop around, learn that code. I know it sucks to learn an entirely new game engine, but man, just looking at a little glimpse of what Unity has been doing the past 10 years, it's actually not that surprising. This didn't really come out of nowhere. They are dumb. They are dumb as bricks. And now my prediction...
I think a lot of companies play this game and then they realize after, but I think it's also like, it's not purely the decisions. Like, I do think the decisions are a huge part of it. Don't get me wrong. I do think it is. I think a lot of people play these games in a better economy and they're okay and they don't feel it. And then long term, because this happens, right? Like in any market, things are going to... So now when you're on the downturn... Oh shit, maybe we shouldn't have made all those decisions before. You have to plan in advance, right?
Yeah.
I think a lot of the things you listed are really fucking dumb of them, and I'm kind of skimming through it myself too. It's a disaster waiting to happen. A lot of companies have done this. I'm sure Disney and all those companies have fucking done dumb shit like this.
It's like 3 paragraphs of a disaster. It's kind of impressive.
And so when you look back at it, it's probably not surprising. But as a developer, you probably just go to like, what is the most reputable companies that I can work with, and these are the ones that are most well known. So it's just it's a live and learn situation. I think your advice is good of like, if you already have a game with it, you know,
what are you gonna do?
Dealt with it, but like anything going forward, let's start to learn other engines or figure it out. But for the prediction portion, I just say like, I think that they're gonna feel this downturn, and I think that if they do go back on it, they're gonna go back when it's too late and they're gonna bury themselves. But when that like financial statement hits their executives, that's when they're actually going to care. It's all money driven.
Yeah, my prediction, and after looking at this, my prediction is they can't go back. This is a desperate attempt to try to avoid bankruptcy. So they're probably going to stick to it.
Twitch did the same fucking thing, right?
They're going to stick to it to try to avoid bankruptcy. And so, but they're going to get bankrupt anyway because now everybody's going to fucking avoid them like the plague. So again, any developers out there, I am sorry if you've already developed or already began developing on Unity, but if you haven't, or you're not in the middle of a project right now, it seems like it's the fucking time to start learning other stuff. For sure, which is not an easy task, but good lord, Unity is fucked, dude. So anyway, that was.
Should we read chat and
let's catch up with chat? Let's catch up with chat.
I have a question for you, James. Yeah. Are we doing PlayStation or Nintendo first? Because I kind of vote Play.
Oh, why?
Interesting.
Should I make a poll?
PlayStation first.
I was gonna do it in the order it aired, and it started with Nintendo. So. Yeah. Okay. You want me to flip a coin? If you want to do PlayStation, I'll do it.
I just feel like you and I have way less to say on PlayStation versus Nintendo. That's all.
Let's start a poll on YouTube. How about that?
Cool.
Who do we start with? Nintendo? PlayStation?
PlayStation.
And I'll end that poll after we're done catching up with chat, if you even care. So let's see. We got Dude1286 saying, and oh yeah, so I don't know if I labeled that properly, but yeah, who do we start with? Who are we talking about first? But we're going to talk about both anyway, and we're going to be here forever.
Yeah, we're going to talk about all of them. It's just which one goes
Who do you want to hear first? Dude1286 says, proper developers can learn a new system language. I've learned new computer languages on the fly and become the best person in the room with them in a short time. Dude, do you have a superpower or something? Good lord, that's fucking crazy. Maybe now's the time, if you want to help out your fellow man, to start teaching people how to fucking use a different computer language. Maybe you can charge for that. Maybe that's a moneymaker for you. We've got Lofthouse Gent over on Rumble Chat saying, sounds like if someone made a drinking. I make a drinking every day. Dude1286 says, I would have rather have taken the fee off my gross income than just straight installs. 100%. This is a devil you know situation. The Unreal system it makes sense. It might be too expensive for some people, and Unity used to be cheaper, but that ain't the case anymore. It might be costly to you, but hey, at least it fucking is logical, right? It's like a standard business practice. Now let's go over to YouTube chat, la-da-dee, la-da-da. And we got Paula Doken over on Rumble saying, dude, if you need music for the game you're working on, let me know. Oh my god, there you go. Paul's shopping around his sweet tunes. Franchan says, I mean, if you don't update your game's engine, can they charge you? Don't you sign a contract to license an engine? That really depends if this is a retroactive change or not. So I know that there's been developers that have already released their games like Cult of the Lamb, and they're threatening to pull their games out. So to me, it's not really been clear, and developers are kind of scared that this is a retroactive change, meaning that if you have a game that's been on Steam for 10 years that was made in Unity, and suddenly I go install, uninstall, I'm charging you money, which is just crazy.
I thought that they were trying to get rid of the reinstall charge.
No, they just kind of doubled down and made the language more confusing. They didn't really change anything.
I kept hearing that, like, oh, never mind, it's not going to be on the reinstall. It's just on the initial install that you're going to be
I didn't hear
charging that.
Maybe I'm
like
wrong,
people would be like Unity would be or not Unity. The companies, I assume, would have to monitor to see if they get botted. Like if somebody just buys like 50 bots and like downloads it on so many different locations.
That's the thing, is they haven't thought it through, and it's a fucking mess.
No, 100%. It's all stupid. Just don't fucking deal with them anymore.
Paul says, oh no, I love Cult of the Lamb. I've been really meaning to try it. It looks super up my alley. I love Binding of Isaac and Animal Crossing, and it kind of seems like a combination between the two. Kenan says, a tech company thinking things through? That never happens. Can confirm. No. Never fucking happens. Nerdy Neo says, I've done work in Unreal Engine, and it didn't seem that bad. Yeah, hell yeah, we love Unreal here. Nerdy Neo says, Unreal is 5% after you make 1 million. So it's pretty much just like, hey, you're doing good. You can even afford to give us that 5%, which in comparison to what Unity is promising seems like a much better deal.
That's what Unity is trying to do. It's just they didn't word it properly, in my opinion.
But that's the thing. If they just tried to get up to Unreal standard, that'd be fine. But there's nothing in Unreal that says we're going to charge you per install. It's about profit.
But I'm saying, like, realistically, they're kind of doing the same thing. It's just that Unreal has they have a good PR person. They have buttered it way better. They have better lawyers writing their fucking contracts, because it's like, this doesn't.
Well, they have no money. They can't afford the best lawyers. Like.
Yeah, but like, this doesn't sound good to customers, but realistically, they're just trying to do the same thing. They're like, after a certain revenue, now we're going to charge you this amount per install. It's just, they did a bad sales pitch, in my opinion.
And Crazy T is in the chat saying, hey guys, what is going on? Well, Crazy T, don't make a game in Unity. That's what's going on.
Exactly.
And yeah, everyone's saying hi to everybody. And yes, Paul, I agree. It sounds like they kind of went broke first, though. I don't know, chicken and egg scenario. So should we get to the fun stuff?
Yeah, and it looks like chat voted for Nintendo. It was a very close vote, though. So
we're starting with the good.
We're going to talk about both. I just figured Nintendo would be a longer conversation, so if people are okay to wait.
Hey, that's fine with me. That's fine. All right. I am going to be like Two-Face today. I'm going to be Harvey Dent here because, spoiler alert, Nintendo good, PlayStation bad. But let us get into it.
I don't agree necessarily with that.
Oh, are we going to fight?
No.
So here's how we're going to do it. If you weren't aware, today, before I woke up, because it was 7 a.m. our time, Nintendo did their Nintendo Direct, something that's on Bing Bing Wahoo fanboys really obsess over. So they did their Nintendo Direct where they announced new games or updates on upcoming games and all that stuff. And PlayStation later on in the day, around 2 p.m. our time, did a state of play. So that is the main meat of this show, is let's pit these two against each other. We have Nintendo against PlayStation, both doing very similar shows today. We're going to look at both of them, look at the games, and kind of talk about them as the show goes on silently. We've already watched both of these, but we're going to give our thoughts on the games as they're announced. Good, bad. And if you know me, look, I'm going to have the wrong opinions on some games. So I'm just saying, probably going to make some people mad, but that's what I'm here to do. So let us start with Nintendo and the first game, which also, by the way, and this is a contender for it, if we don't have a lot to say about the game, we're not going to watch the whole frickin' video here. We're just going to move on. So the first game that Nintendo showed off was more content from the Splatoon 3 expansion pass. Now, I have played Splatoon. Splatoon, for me, was a game that I loved its concept, and I thought it had terrible execution. I've talked about it before. Oh, yeah. Did I not bring it up?
No.
There we go. So, great concept, terrible execution, because Nintendo, if they're bad at one thing, they're bad at multiplayer, and Splatoon is a multiplayer first game, and this DLC, though, is single player.
You should clarify, it's not they're bad at multiplayer, they're bad at online multiplayer.
Online multiplayer, yes. And Splatoon is very much, like, its main focus of its game is online multiplayer. However, this DLC is single player. It is 100% single player, but it doesn't really interest me personally, because the main game is a multiplayer game. And I've said it before, but the main issue I have with Splatoon is they don't have their matchmaking down right. I bought Splatoon 2. I haven't bought Splatoon 3 to play with a friend. And they can't even fucking make it that I am just on the same team as my friend every time. Like, you can enter the same game every time, but you pretty much have a coin flip on whether or not you're going to like be against that person or with that person, which is just fucking insane to me, man. So this did not do anything for me. I'm kind of happy that they started off with Splatoon and got it out of the fucking way, because I'm kind of sick of Splatoon personally. I loved a lot of Splatoon's aesthetic and its ideas, but I am just kind of done with it. Do you have any thoughts on Splatoon 3 DLC here?
This actually kind of sold me a bit on Splatoon, to be honest. Yeah. Because I was like, oh, a single-player Splatoon experience? That kind of sounds fun. So I'm probably not going to pick up the game unless I can find it cheap. But if I can for some reason, I would play this just to experience what the single player is like. I don't care for the multiplayer of this game at all. It's fun, but I don't like that you can't matchmake with people that you know.
And
That's the main thing that annoys me.
And they may have fixed it. They may have fixed that since, but last I checked,
not
no.
to my knowledge.
Yeah, last I
know,
checked,
but...
no. And it's always been a little bit of a mess. And there's just better multiplayer games that you can play for free, in my opinion, that aren't on the Switch.
Yeah, exactly. I still like Nintendo's environments, right?
Yeah.
So, like, Splatoon still appeals to me to some degree. I think I would have given it more love if the multiplayer online felt better. I really think I would have. But yeah, just on the simple basis of, like, they don't have basic functionalities that other systems have done for years.
Yeah.
I won't do it. But the single player does intrigue me. I think I would pick it up if it was cheap. It's not like a day one buy for me. It's not something that I would go out of my way for. But if I was like, I'm looking for something else, I would consider playing it. It's definitely sold me more than some other things. And I think it's interesting that they made it.
I did play the single player in Splatoon 1 back on the Wii U, and I felt it was a fucking slog to get through. And
well, they probably learned from that by now.
Yeah, it's just kind of like, for me, when I'm playing a competitive PvP game, and that's the primary focus of the game, the single player content feels tacked on, and it's kind of like I just want to get through it, just to get through it, and I want to get back to the multiplayer. And so even if I was playing Splatoon 3 personally, this wouldn't interest me, because I'd just be like, I'm playing this game not for the single player content. I'm playing it for that competitive enjoyment. So it's just, even as someone that previously enjoyed Splatoon, I just don't really care about this personally.
I think it's opening it up to new audiences, honestly. I think there's people that might, and I don't want to think just like adults. There's probably like parents who are like, oh, I don't want my kids playing online, but they might be fine with their kids playing this version of the game.
Right.
So I do think that that's interesting as well for families who might be a little worried about the online interaction. But
right.
I don't know. Like I said, it's not something I would go out of my way for, but it sold me more than anything else I've seen on Splatoon in the past little while. And I like I haven't played a lot of Splatoon, but there's like the lobby area where you see all the like, the Wii U type stuff where they draw stuff and whatever, and they got the music going, and like, I love that part of the game where you're just like in that area and they're like doing DJ sets.
I miss the Miiverse. I just miss the Miiverse, man.
Yeah, but they did a good job of making it feel like you're like at a club or some shit. Like it's fun.
They did recreate
so I like that part
the Miiverse in Splatoon exclusively. So if you miss the Miiverse, exactly. Splatoon 2 and 3 are the only places you can experience that still.
Yeah, and like, again, I can't justify paying like almost $100 Canadian for Splatoon. But if I got it cheap and it was on sale or secondhand or whatever, I would consider it to play that.
All right, moving on. We are going into, what the fuck is this called again? What is this called? Mario versus Donkey Kong? Is that what that is? Mario versus Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have never played any of the Mario versus Donkey Kong games, and I don't really know why. It might be because I'm not a big puzzle guy, but they've always slightly interested me, because I've always liked the idea of Donkey Kong being the villain. I always like that old school sense of Donkey Kong is the bad guy to Mario. I think, part of the reason I never played them is they're puzzle games, but I kind of want this. I want to try this. I also like that the all the games so far in this series have always had Pauline in it as the main girl, and Pauline is the best girl. Pauline #1, baby. Mario has a lot of girls. He has a lot of girls. Fuck Rosalina. She's a bitch. But Pauline is the best, the very best girl, so I really hope she is in this game. I believe this is actually a remake of the GBA one, but I haven't played them, so I'm not really sure. But I don't
actually know if it's a remake either, because
I was seeing a lot of people on Twitter say that, but like, they didn't outright say it in the fucking stream.
It could be a spiritual successor type situation. I have no clue, because I think this series looks kind of dumb. I don't care about all the puzzle shit. Like, I'm either going to play like classic Donkey Kong arcade, or I'm going to play Mario.
I don't know. This game just looks so beautiful to me, and it looks so charming. And as far as puzzle games go, like, Captain Toad is a puzzle game, and I fucking loved Captain Toad. I loved it. So if anyone can make me like a puzzle game, it's probably Nintendo. And the visuals of this game look so freaking nice. Everything about it looks nice and pretty. It looks like a nice, simple puzzle game. And it's co-op, so I thought we could play it together, but you're dashing away my hopes and dreams on that.
I'll play it with
What
you.
the
I'm not
hell
like
is?
opposed to playing it. It's just
I don't know. I think it looks good. I'm more into the
it's
Bing
just I
Bing.
hate this puzzle shit, man.
Well, I usually do too, but Nintendo does what everyone else don't, and they're the one company that can make me like puzzle games apparently. And I think this game looks charming as fuck. I'm not like super hyped for it, but I think it looks fucking great, honestly. Like it looks like a good time. Would I pay full fucking price for it? Nah, probably not. But it
They
would
haven't
be,
given a price for it yet, right? No
yeah,
MSRP?
if it's a little bit under a full price game, I think I'd buy it, and I think I'd have a good time with you.
I think it would have to under a full price. I think this would be
Like-
have to be like in half.
Yeah, I think $10-20 below full price, I think is good, and I would be into it.
I think you're giving them too much credit. I think this should be.
Remember
if,
that
like,
Miyamoto has a knife to
normal-
my back, by the way. Please help me.
I can't remember if Switch games have also gone up to 89. I know like some PS5 games have. I think there's maybe still 79. Let's just go on the assumption that Switch games are $80 Canadian. I think I would be comfortable with like a $30 to $40 price tag. 40 would be pushing it.
Yeah, I'd be good with 40 Canadian. But I mean, value is different to everybody. But I don't know. I think
It is.
we're
Don't
gonna
get me wrong,
disagree
but
more
it's-
than I thought we would. But because like there's games that come up, and I'm more excited for Mario versus Donkey Kong than those games that make people
Yeah, that's
excited.
valid.
But yeah, I think it
mean,
looks good. It's a lot of like, and we're gonna talk about
It
this
just
more.
seems like a
but
budget title to me. It doesn't seem like a full blown game. That's like my feeling on it.
it's not a full blown game, but I don't love full blown games. I don't like getting blown anymore by games. I like
I'm
half blown
not
games
criticizing you
now.
for wanting the game. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
like for me
it-
personally, I could not justify if I went to a shelf and that was like $90
No.
with tax. I'd be like, that's fucking dumb. I'm not paying $90 for
But
this.
to be
I would,
honest-
however, consider it at like a Katamari reroll price, which was around like the $30-$40 mark, I believe. And then also, I think Metroid Prime
Full price, yeah.
cheaper?
Metroid,
Was that full price?
I don't know. But you know, if
it was
you're gonna talk about what like dollar is valued to you,
No,
most
I get you.
games
I get
are
what
not
you're saying.
worth $90 to
I
me.
get what you're saying. I know where you're gonna go with this argument. Money is different to everybody. I completely agree. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, like, for me, I would not give a full price game. Like, this is not a full price game.
To
me.
compare
This is
for
like
my
a tack
brain,
on.
I am more interested in this game than Super Mario Wonder.
I just want to chime in with what Nerdy Neo said because he said Prime Remastered, I think, was 40. So yeah, I think
Okay.
it was. So for me, again, I know this is all subjective, and that's fine. Metroid Prime Remaster for $40. Mario versus Donkey Kong should even be cheaper than that. Prime Remastered's a steal at $40. It should actually could have even been a full
It
price
could
game.
have been a full price game. A lot of people
But,
think it's the
like,
best Switch game.
Mario versus Donkey Kong to me is like a $20-$30. Like
be happy
it's like
with
a
40.
Kirby Dream Buffet price to me.
No, Kirby Dream Buffet is way overpriced. That should be a fucking freemium game. in my
Right, but I'm
opinion.
saying Kirby Dream Buffet was in that like 20 to 40 range.
Yeah.
Like I think that's where this game fits. It does not look like a full title to me. It looks like it's a fun tack on for your Switch. That's all I'm saying.
I think it's more than a fun tack on for me. I think this looks very nice and very charming, and I think it's
Games
partially.
Captain Toad was not a full price game either.
And it was fucking great. I love it. That's probably my
so
top
I'm
10
saying
Switch
this
games.
fits in the Captain Toad sphere too. Like this is not a
Good.
full.
Well,
This
we're
is not a
arguing
Mario
about things we
Wonder.
don't know. We don't know the fucking price. We don't
I
know.
know.
I am
that's the point.
going
We're
solely
discussing.
on
We're
the game
discussing. I
and
don't.
the merits of the game, and the merits to me says that this is going to be a good, charming game. I think part of my hype and expectations for this game is just the fact that I've never played a game in this series, and it's partially because
Right.
it's always been a portable series, and so I tend to avoid portable games more or less. So this is like the first in a main Nintendo system game. So I love how
I
it
think,
looks,
like-
and I've always wanted to try this series. The series has always missed me by, so that's why I'm excited for it. And I'm going to tie this later
I've seen this,
to another game.
I've seen this series, and I've never been like, oh, I want to play it. I've had the opportunity to buy it. And
I've always
never
been like,
bothered.
I want to try it. And it's just been like, nah, it's a portable game, though. And so
I could, if this was like a little bit graphically uglier, I could see it being an eShop only game.
it might be an eShop.
Just on the gameplay itself. Like, there's not much meat to it. I really see it's comparable to Captain Toad.
And You're just selling me even harder because I get hard for Captain Toad. Captain Toad was a fucking
Toad
great
is a
game.
single game mode in a different game that became a full game.
I know, and it was a great fucking game. Yeah. And if they give me a similar situation like that, it could be. If this comes, when's it coming out? Did they say? Let me see here.
Next year, isn't it?
2024. Who knows?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck,
Most of these
man.
were like early 24, like Q1.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Moving on, I am more excited for Mario versus DK than Kay is, but that's fine. I'm going to shit on her games coming up very soon. Talking about games that I do not give a flying fuck about. It is Prince of Persia, whatever the fuck it is. It is the budget Ubisoft Prince of Persia game. It is not a new announcement. We have fucking seen this before. I have zero fucking interest in this game, and I don't want to say love, but I really like the Xbox PS2 era of Prince of Persia, and this is trying to be like that, but it does nothing for me. I look at this and I feel full-on Homelander stare. This looks like I am very much not a Ubisoft fan. I don't like anything Ubisoft does anymore. This isn't even the Prince, so this would have a little bit interest of me if it was the Prince from the Xbox PS2 era. And here's the thing, is they give you a Warrior Within skin, which is the coolest of the trilogy. I'm not saying it's the best, but Warrior Within is the coolest of that trilogy. And it actually has a fourth game that not a lot of people know about on the 360 and the PS3. But they give you a Warrior Within skin, and I hate this new trend of skins. And Jedi, Fallen Order, and Survivor did this as well. It is a quote-unquote skin, but it's not a skin. He's wearing the outfit, but it's the same fucking character model. If you're going to give me a skin, I want to look like that character. And so Jedi Survivor did this as well. I think I'm going to show it right here. Oh, no, they don't. They just talked about it on screen here, so I'll pause that for now. But they did this with Jedi Survivor as well, where it's like, you get the Han Solo and Luke skin, but it's just the fucking kid wearing like Han Solo's jacket or Luke's jacket. And I'm like, that doesn't fucking count. I don't care to wear their fucking jacket. Fucking put on, like, make me look like the guy. So I don't know. This game looks very
it's like making a me with the Doom guy helmet. So you don't have Doom in Smash.
So like, to me, yeah, exactly. So to me, the Warrior Within aspect is completely null. This game looks very mediocre, very budget to me, very Ubisoft to me, and it is Ubisoft. I have 0.0 interest in this game, but I will probably replay the Prince of Persia trilogy on stream one day because those games are nice, especially Warrior Within. Mwah. Every time you get into a fight, it plays Godsmack. Fucking great game. If they just made it like it was the Prince from that era, I would have a little bit of interest. But the fact that it's a brand new character, don't care. Do not care.
I think the main thing with this game is it would probably be more successful if it wasn't a Prince of Persia game. It looks like an okay game. Like, I mean, whatever. But if you've played the other Prince of Persias, this doesn't seem like it holds a candle to them. I've only played a little bit of Prince of Persia, so I'm not like as versed in it as you are, James. But to me, it just doesn't feel like a Prince of Persia game.
Sands of Time which is the first of that trilogy. It's not even a trilogy. They made a sleeper fourth game, so whatever. The first of that era of Prince of Persia, because Prince of Persia was originally a side-scroller that was very rough and janky, in my opinion, way back, very early, I think, PC game. But the 3D era, the slow-mo rewinding era, the first one in it is kind of a must-play. It's great. It's the best one. They go downhill from there. Warrior Within is not as good as the first one, but you got to play it because it's so dark. The Warrior Within is the early 2000s. We're dark and edgy. We have sexy goth women. We have Godsmack in our game. Ugh, we're oozing with this stuff. And so that's why Warrior Within's my favorite. But Sands of Time, which is the first one, great. That is a great game. That is a great game.
Yeah, like I said, this game, it doesn't look terrible. It kind of is, it seems like to me, like the immortal phoenix rising to the Breath of the Wilds, almost. It's like, you can tell they're like inspired, but like it doesn't feel like it should be a Prince of Persia game in this case.
I don't know. Ubisoft has just always been, I am just completely antithetical to Ubisoft's game design for the past 20 years. I don't like Assassin's Creed, and I never have, even when people were like loving Assassin's Creed during Assassin's Creed 2. I played Assassin's Creed 2 at launch, and I'm like, this is not a good game. I don't don't get it. I beat it, and everyone was saying it was so great, and I'm like, there's other games that are coming out that are similar that are just as good. I think I've always been bitter because Assassin's Creed was supposed to carry on as a Prince of Persia game, and then they rebranded it to this. So, yeah, I don't know. That's pretty much my thoughts. If they made it actually the original Prince, I would have a little bit of an interest, but it would still be a wait until it's 75% off or in a bundle or something.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks okay. Like, I can see why the game appeals to people. Personally, it seems like the combat could be fun.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anything about the story of this like Lost Crown game. That's what it's called, Lost Crown. But on a gameplay perspective, I can see people who are maybe a fan of like indie games getting into this, you know. But I don't know. It doesn't sell me. Like, I wouldn't necessarily pick this up. I just think that there's games that look way better to me.
Right. Moving on, we got what the fuck is this? It's some racing game. We've got Horizon Chase 2. It's all right. It's a racing game.
I don't give a shit about this game.
You want to move on? Let's move on.
What is there really here? It's like it's an Epic Games.
It doesn't look bad. You know,
game.
it kind of looks like it looks like the fucking racing game that you like. Like, what's that one that Let's Go Cruisin'? Cruisin' Blast.
Yeah, but Cruisin' Blast, like that company makes a bunch of games. Raw Thrills, I think they're called.
Yeah.
They already make a bunch of games and they feel good and they're very arcadey. This just seems like it's copying it.
Yeah, so
I'm sure it's fine, but it's like a game I would buy 75% off. I'd be like, oh, it's $5, sure, whatever. I already have games that fill that for me, so it doesn't interest me.
Yeah, okay. Moving on, we got Super Crazy Rhythm Castle, anime Guitar Hero. I don't fucking care, personally.
I think it's kind of cool that they have like Castlevania music and stuff in there.
Oh, did
I'm
they?
Sure
oh, yeah, yeah, there it is.
Bloody
yeah.
Tears is in it and stuff.
I don't know. The characters piss me off. I'd rather just play Guitar Hero drunk. I hate the fucking frame rate, how they're moving. They look weird. Everything about it it's just not appealing to me.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a game I'm going to pick up, but I think it's a cool little Easter egg for Castlevania fans.
All right, moving on. We have some weeb shit. I have a friend that loves anime, and I'm sure he's going to be fucking hyped for this because this is one of his favorite animes.
Oh, this game kind of creeped me out, to be quite honest with you.
Why is that?
So you play as a little girl, and then like you're creating like a photo book or some shit. I don't even know.
So I know a little bit about
like
this.
A diary during the day, and then at night you hang out with your family, and it's like pretty much you're simulating life as a little girl.
Yeah.
And it's very bizarre to me.
So this anime is pretty new, and I only know this because of my weeb friends, but it's really fucking popular. From what I understand, the plot of it is pretty much you are well, not you, because the anime isn't necessarily from her perspective. It's about this. What was that Angelina Jolie, Brad Pitt movie? Mr. and Mrs. Smith or something?
Sure, yeah.
The plot is about these two secret agents that are like living together, and they have to pretend to be a family just because they're secret agents. And they have a little girl that is like to make them look like they're a family, but she doesn't understand because she's a little girl, so she just wants mommy and daddy to love each other. So the whole anime is her actually trying to do things to make them a loving, happy family kind of thing. That's my understanding of it.
Nothing has made this sound less creepy to me. It seems very weird.
So that's the anime.
I hope it's only kids playing this shit.
That's the anime is this little girl trying to bring her parents together that aren't actually parents and try to actually make them a family unit. And
Sure,
I don't know. I don't fucking know anime. So now this is for those fans, and you get to be that little girl bringing your family together. That's my understanding of it.
How does that not sound creepy?
It's anime. You're a fucking anime fan.
Liking the game, whatever. You can like the game. I don't care who fucking plays this game. I'm just saying, like, for me, I'm like, why the fuck would I want to role play as a little girl like this in like a life sim, essentially?
Well, one of my favorite animes, one of my only animes that I like is Tanya and the Saga of Evil. And by God, if they made a Tanya and the Saga of Evil game, I would
totally
get that.
Different
and
than this.
And that would be you playing as a little girl, but that would be you playing as a little girl leading a fucking army in World War II.
Yeah.
So that would have been.
I'm saying,
that's fucking.
like,
oh my God.
This is just first impression from me. I didn't see anything that was like, oh, this is interesting gameplay. I was just like, am I just playing like Tamagotchi life as like an 8-year-old girl?
This
like,
is for the anime fans that like the slice of life shit.
Yeah, like,
yeah. Look. If you're
whatever,
watching
if you
me,
like it, cool.
Yeah. If you know me and my taste, look. You know that it's not going to be up my fucking alley, but well, maybe, hopefully the anime fans like it. All right, moving on. We got Super Mario RPG. More news on this. I'm fucking excited for this.
I have to say, just out of the gate, the thing I'm really excited for is the boss rush mode, where you can like go and play bosses after you've defeated them, and
I
they're
won't
more
touch.
challenging.
I won't touch that.
I'm really excited for that personally. The art style, I'm still very on the fence with, but
That's
I've
the
grown
main
to
selling
like
point to
it.
me. I think this game is
I
gorgeous. Gorgeous. Look at this game.
It's a matter of opinion on this one. It's like I like the old school like SNES art.
I think that one's
era,
gorgeous
and,
as
like,
well, but like I think this
it's
game looks
gorgeous in a
stunning.
different like this is like modern gorgeous. Like you can really see the detail. It's bright.
I will
pretty.
say I wish
It's
the
like,
game had the flipping mechanic. I wish you could flip back and forth between the graphics, and I don't think
yes.
that's been said.
If it had the Master Chief Collection type mechanic, I think I would be a little bit more okay with the art style. I don't hate this art style. I think they've made it look a little bit better since the last trailer I saw. But I really love the look and feel of the classic game, so it's
There's
hard for
something
me
how
to
they
be sold on this.
they cast the shadows in this game is just it's so fucking pretty to me, man. Like,
It's also very accurate. Like they made Mario a bit chubbier. He's a bit
I
chubbier.
love
in
how
the
Mario
Super
looks in
RPG.
it. I absolutely love how he looks in
that's
it.
the classic look for Mario for this game. So like I'm not knocking the game. I'm actually pretty excited to play it. I think I'm a little more sold on it than I was before because I was really turned off by the art before. They've definitely like fixed it up a bit in this trailer.
I'm legit excited for it. And it's not my kind of game, and I am really looking forward to playing it. And
it's gonna
as
be
you
a good
know, I don't love turn-based RPGs, but here's what I've said. To clarify my position on turn-based RPGs, I can still love them. I just will never say they have the best gameplay in the world. The gameplay is like secondary to everything else. So I'm excited to experience this game. I'm excited for how pretty it looks. I'm excited for the story as a Mario fan. Am I excited for the gameplay? No, but that's fine. One of my favorite games of all time. I actually don't like the gameplay in. So I'm actually pretty fucking excited just to experience this game, even though it is not a game that is normally in my wheelhouse. It's one that I avoid. So every time I see a little bit more of this game, I'm like, ooh, that looks good. And very similar to Mario versus Donkey Kong. I think that's part of why I'm excited is because I've never played the original. And it's one of those bucket list games, and this remake of it looks like it's faithful. It looks like I can play this and only this and have a great time. It doesn't look like I'm missing anything too much apart from the original visual style. So I'm really...
whole point is that you don't need to play the original to play this.
It looks so good.
I think you'll like it because you're a fan of like the Nintendo Mario type atmosphere. There's a lot of really cute, like cheeky jokes and stuff in it. It's fun. It's a fun game in that way, and I think that'll carry you through. And in the combat, yes, it's turn-based, but you feel a little more interactive because there's the whole like timing system. You know, you've seen Adam Cole jumping and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So like, there's a little more interactiveness to it. I think you'll like it for that. It'll still tide you over. I just think the art is the part that I don't feel good about. I get why you like it.
I really like it. I really love how Peach looks. I really love how Mario looks. I think this.
It's a case of I wish it wasn't a game that I saw in a different art style. If I had seen this game only like this ever, I would have no problem with it, and I get why you don't have a problem with it.
I've not
seen
played
what it
the
can look
original. Like. I have not seen the original, but I've watched a lot of the original. I know exactly what it looks like. And I do think the original is gorgeous.
Yeah, but you didn't like sit there and play through it as you know what I mean? There's a certain thing with some games where you like sit and experience them in a certain way. It's like reading a book before seeing a movie. It's like there's just a certain way you've come to imagine the world and the characters and everything and the art style. And to me, it's just very difficult to get into this modern look that Mario is going for already. Like, I'm not a fan of the Mario Wonder style too much either, but to see a game
I'm more excited for this than I am for Wonder.
Into, like, kind of fluffier style of art. I'm not very good at describing art, but to me it's just like it's not as detailed or as gritty as games used to look.
I don't.
And I struggle with it.
There's something. There's Mario games that don't look good, and there's Mario games that do look good. And this game looks phenomenal to me on a visual standpoint.
It does look good. It just doesn't look fantastic.
There's just something about how the characters are animated, but it's weird. Like the way that the characters like are rounded and how the shadows are presented in the game. It just looks like a beautiful, like rich 3D. Mario game. It reminds me of everything that I love visually from 3D World and 3D Land, where it's just like, I love how those characters look in that game. And I would almost say I like how these characters look even more. There's something about the small Mario and the small Peach and how they look in this game that it's like, that's how they're supposed to look. Like, I look at them there and I'm like, they're supposed to look more like this. I prefer this look over like the new Super Mario Brothers look, where they kind of almost look like prepubescent teens or something. And it's like they're big but not too big. I kind of like the more chibi style, if you will. They look like cute chibi versions of themselves, and I usually don't like that.
Yeah, and that's all. This is all intended from the original. Like, the things that you're describing are in the original game too. The way that the coloring is in this game,
I love it.
I can see why people like it. I see why people like it. It definitely pops, but it's a personal preference. I'm not even saying that I'm right. It's just a personal preference. I think the old ones look a bit better to me. I think I would feel this way if like Earthbound was also given the same treatment, or like a bunch of like SNES games that I played back in the day. The only one that I've been really, really satisfied with is like the Final Fantasy VII remake. Like, I think that looks really good, but
we're gonna get to that.
Like these, I don't know. Anyways.
All right. Well, the disagreements continue. This is why we're different gamers, and this is why it's good that we're both on this channel, because like we've pretty much been split on every fucking game shown, and the game coming up we're also gonna be fucking split on.
Before we get to that, let's just go through some of the comments, because
I'm gonna go to the washroom and you read while Nerdy Neo is screaming at me over how good Prince of Persia looks, because I can't take the pain. I can't take the pain. I'm sorry. I'll even play the Prince of Persia that's cell shaded over that one where you can't lose. I've actually always want to play. Do you know about that one? Their one relaunch of trying to do Prince of Persia, and it's like a weird game, and I'm always been curious about it. It's a cell shaded game. It's a completely new design. It's not the same prince, but you can't die. Like, it's impossible to lose. I've never played it. I've always been curious about it, but I'll take that even over this one. This one just, no thank you. Goodbye. All right, I will be right back, chat. Goodbye.
Well, any of the comments that pertain to James specifically, I'll come back to when he's back, so don't worry if I read your comment now and it has to do with him. Nerdy Neo says, getting into the meat of the stream after 2 hours, just like the FNT intros. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about, where they're like, how are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? And then like 2 hours later, it's like, so what are we talking about today? I always find it funny that we start with like what we're playing, because a lot of you watch our streams and you kind of know like what we're doing, and the intent was to get that like quick out of the way and then make the center part and the end the meat of the conversation. But I find James and I always get into random debates, or we just get into tangents at the beginning of just talking about what we're playing. And to date, I don't think we've had a like what we're playing segment that's shorter than an hour and a half. I've even trimmed down some of our pre-recorded ones that have been like 2.5 hours, where it's just like we're on a random thing that makes no sense. So yeah, I know it's funny that we sometimes take a little extra time on the front there. Paul says, if you don't talk trombone champ, we riot. We'll get to it. Nerdy Neo was saying, yeah, Prime Remastered I think was $40. DJ says, Horizon Chase 2 looks great. The devs who made that have been making racing games since, like, the SNES days. I think it looks fine. It's just, for me, like, on a surface level, it's just... I have the Raw Thrills game, so I have, like, Cruise and Blast. I can go back to Burnout. I have so many games that I can play that are racing, and
To quickly interrupt you, Nerdy Neo's heading out to do his own show. Good luck with your show, buddy, and I hope it goes well. Thank you for hanging out for so freaking long while we do this thing. And he also says that the only Prince of Persia he's played is the one where you can't die. Dude, you owe it to yourself to play that 3D era of Prince of Persia games on the Xbox PS2. They are fucking glorious. Or just watch me play them, because I am absolutely gonna... oh my god. Got like a fucking frog in my throat here. I'm absolutely gonna stream that trilogy of games. They are fucking good. All right. Good luck, Nerdy.
Yeah, have fun, and if we finish before midnight, we might be there to watch your stream.
We'll finish before 6 a.m.
Yeah. And yeah, so on the Horizon Chase 2 thing, like, I think it looks fine. I don't... It's not like I want to skip over and be like, oh, this game looks like shit. It's just more like, I don't know, there's so many racing games, and then it's like you kind of just find your few that you like and you go with it. And so I'm not always as open to newer racers unless they're like mind-blowing.
I thought the game looked fine. I thought it looked
It looks fine. It's just not a game that I'm like, oh my god.
If I get that game on like deep discount, 75% 25%
I'll
off.
play it.
I think that's a good time.
Yeah, exactly. And then DJ says, I think the new SMRPG looks better than the original. I'm sorry, but pre-rendered just doesn't look that good. I also love the original, so no disrespect. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Like I said, my opinion on this is subjective. I just personally, like, I'm the type of person that, like, I'll read a book and then I'll watch a movie and I'll be like, oh, but they didn't do this or whatever. So I have a hard time sometimes, and visually, just... I'm not always a fan of the modern look. I don't like how Mario Wonder looks either, though. And
I think this looks better than Wonder.
It's not quite there, but the colors pop in a similar way, and I just think some of it, I'm just like...
I really like the character design in Wonder.
I'm becoming a snob when it comes to modern stuff. I don't know.
I'm a snob. I will say I love how the original looks. Yes, I haven't played it. Beat me all you want. I love how the original looks, but I think this looks fucking gorgeous, and I actually like how the character models look in Wonder, and I think this looks better than Wonder. So I like the new designs for Wonder, and I like this even more. This might go down. We got to see when I play it come November, but this might go down as my favorite visual designed Mario game. I highly doubt it'll beat 3D World.
It's not like ugly. It's just
It's like
I wasn't huge on
you're like trying to let down a girl
to
like really nicely that you're calling ugly, but you don't want to say it. You're like, you know what, you're very nice. I just, maybe I've already been asked out to prom. I'm getting PTSD here.
I think Odyssey looks better.
Odyssey I think is the best Mario game, period, ever.
I think Odyssey is the right marriage of color palette.
I kind of...
Again, it's just all personal preference.
Yeah.
And then let's see what else. Kendon says, starting to really sell me on that Switch, and we haven't even gotten to the meat of everything yet.
I knew we would. Yeah, that's why I was like, stay tuned, Kendon, because like if you didn't watch the fucking direct today, I knew you would be sold after we dissect every game here.
Paul says, Kendon, just wait until they talk about Trombone Champ. I'm just kidding. Kendon says, I'll buy that and only ever stream that game just for you, Paul. Jonathan Davis is in the chat. Howdy, Jonathan Davis. How is it going today, good sir? He says, okay, thank God James is gone. The real conversation can begin.
What? Oh, come on. Come on now. DJ's agreeing with me.
I'm going to loop back around because there were some comments I skipped that were specifically addressed to you, so I'll loop back to those. But before I get to that, I'm just going to say, Jonathan Davis says, I'm excited for Tomb Raider Remaster. Never played them, so here is my chance. And we haven't gone to that yet in this, but
I have a lot
I agree
to
with
say.
you, and I will elaborate soon on that one because, I agree with you.
Yeah.
And everyone's saying goodbye to Nerdy Neo. Nerdy Neo, good luck with your stream today. I hope I get to see it. If not, I will watch the VOD because I'm very excited for what you're doing today. All right, going back in time. DJ Axis says, James, Mario vs. Donkey Kong stream. It's going to be those salad days of Captain Toad streams all over again.
You know it, baby. You know it, baby. Hell yes. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't like puzzle games that aren't point-and-click games, but the way Nintendo does their puzzle games, it's just, mwah. I'm such a bing wahoo fanboy lately. But man, I don't know what to say. People don't love Captain Toad. That game fucking is golden, man. I want Captain Toad 2, and I didn't give that game a proper stream because that's when we were starting out and we were still learning stuff and everything was absolute trash. Not saying I'm not absolute trash now, but it's got a little better. But yeah, I 100%ed Captain Toad actually, and I was upset. I used to hate Captain Toad because that fucker would always fuck on me in Mario Kart. You know how you always have that one guy that's on your ass in Mario Kart? It's always Toad. It's always Toad for me. Toad Redemption Arc was Captain Toad. That game is question real quick. Is Captain Toad a Mario game?
It's a Toad game.
Oh, that kind of ties into my logic too. I agree. It is a Toad game. Even though it's totally in my favorite Mario engine, the 3D World engine. That's part of why I loved it so much is Bowser's Fury, 3D Land, 3D World, and Captain Toad. They're all in that same engine, and I love all of those games. All of those games, even 3D Land.
Standalone.
Yeah, so I want them to make...
technically it's a fucking expansion because it's just like attack on mode from a Mario game.
It's to me it's a
Captain Toad
mode
game. The Captain Toad mode in that Mario game it
3D
came
World.
from it makes it a Mario game there, but when it became its own thing, it was a spin-off, and now it's a Captain Toad
It is a
game.
Captain Toad game. So there's something about that engine, that specific engine, 3D Land, 3D World, Bowser's Fury, and Captain Toad. Those are all built in the same engine, and they're so fucking good. I love each and every one of those games. So, yes, anyway, DJ, we are going to stream Mario vs. Donkey Kong. I am freaking excited for that game, and the more I think about it, the more I am excited, so I really hope it doesn't disappoint me. Bing, bing, wahoo for life, baby. Let's fucking go. Bing, bing,
Let's
wahoo.
go, baby.
All right.
Nerdy Neo's comments just finished those off. He thinks that Lost Crown looks great. It's a Metroidvania and looks awesome.
I love Metroidvanias, but it does not look awesome.
I think it looks okay. It looks like a small indie title to me that could be okay, it could be good, but it doesn't excite me. DJ says, James, there was no little girl in Mr. and Mrs. Smith. You call yourself a film snob.
No, okay, so I was trying to compare it to Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I've not seen that movie. And hey, Potato the Ace over in Rumble Chat, how's it going, buddy?
I'll get to Rumble Chat
because
afterwards,
Mr. and Mrs. Smith is about a couple, like a married couple that are like secret agents or something. That's what this anime is, from my
You're just trying to say
understanding.
this is a spy movie where you try to blend in during the day. That's all it is.
It's
right?
a spy anime about a fake family, and Mr. and Mrs. Smith was a spy movie about a fake couple that are spies and they eventually fuck or whatever. So this is that's what I'm trying to say, is it's the anime equivalent of that movie, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've mostly caught up on YouTube, so I'm gonna swap over.
I was gonna say we got some stuff on Rumble.
Rumble, yeah.
Rumble.
So, dude says, when Craig asked who Peachette was, I laughed at his innocence at the moment in time that created a Nintendo waifu that Nintendo doesn't acknowledge. Yes, so that was from World Tour, I believe. We haven't gotten to Mario Kart yet, but I will elaborate on all of those characters later.
Who do you choose, chat? Bowsette or Bouette? Which one's the better waifu?
I love Bowsette, man.
I love Boo, though. I'm a.
Oh yeah.
I love.
We'll get into that when we get to Mario Kart.
Yeah.
Dude says the original Mario vs. Donkey Kong is a sequel to the GB Donkey Kong, which is a sequel to the arcade Donkey Kong.
That's what I'm saying. I like Donkey Kong being a villain.
But is this game a remaster of that game, or is it like a new game in that series? I have no idea. It looks the fucking same to me.
Here's the thing: is people were saying on Twitter that it's a remake of the GBA one, but I didn't actually see any evidence for it. I never played any in these series, which is partially why I'm excited for it. It's fucking gorgeous, though. Whether it's a remake or a new entry in the series, I'm excited. In the direct, they never outright said this is a remake of the GBA game, so I don't know. But
yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. But
either way, I'm hyped. I don't care. And the GBA is one of my favorite Nintendo systems ever. So if it is, great. I'm hyped either way.
Dude says, I love Warrior Within because the temple makes it feel like a Metroidvania, and the combat was better than Sands of Time.
Combat was
that
better.
Part of the original trilogy?
Yeah, so it's Sands of Time, Warrior Within, and then Two Thrones, and then Forgotten Sands. That's the 4 games in that Prince arc. They are all fucking worth playing. They're all very unique. I personally have a problem with Warrior Within, and I hope to rectify that. Here's my issue. Very quick. Loved Warrior Within. Loved it. Here's what happened to me. I got 98% done the game. The whole fucking game is like it's like, here's the big boss door, and then there's a long ramp to that boss, and then you can't enter that. So at the start of the fucking game, you have to turn this big wheel that turns the fucking long walkway into platforming, and you platform up, and then you proceed to play the rest of the game in that area. I did everything. Original Xbox. I go back and the platforms reset on their own. So by the time I was supposed to get to the final boss of the game, something in the game bugged and triggered that fucking platforming to go back to ramp. I might even still have the save file. And it just got fucked. And I was like, and I looked it up. I looked it up on fucking like GameFAQs back in the day. You're supposed to platform back down, reset it to a fucking ramp, go fight the final boss. The game just fucked. So I beat, and I was livid. I beat 98% of the game, and then I had to stop. So Hopefully, when I stream it, that doesn't happen again, because I've always wanted to beat this game. The thing about Sands of Time is I love how it tells the story. It's kind of a perfect story. It's very self-contained. I love the storytelling. I love the magic of it. It's a much more simple, light, nice game. Highly recommend everyone dips their feet in the water with Sands of Time. Mwah. Two Thrones, it's all right. Forgotten Sands, surprisingly good. But Warrior Within would be my favorite if it didn't fuck me in the ass.
I think a lot of people like Warrior Within. That's usually the one that I'm told to play.
It's the dark, edgy boy one. If you fucking grew up with nu metal in the early 2000s, if you listen to Papa Roach and Limp Bizkit, fuck yes, Warrior Within is so good. So fucking good. I can't wait to play that again with you guys.
James, you want to make a poll on YouTube for Bowsette versus Boozette or whatever you call it?
Yeah, can I? I'm going to confirm her name, and I can't even bring it up on stream because...
Potato says, hello, I'd pick Bowsette, not gonna lie. And Dude says, Bowsette all the way. I prefer assertive women. There you go.
Me too.
Would Boozette be shy? I guess she would like look away.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, I love Boo. Yeah. I love Boo because I love horror, but I kind of agree. I think I'm team Bowsette. So start a poll. Best waifu. I'm sorry if I spell these wrong, but who fucking cares? Bowsette or Boozette? I like Boozette though because she sounds like
the name.
She sounds like a crippling alcoholic, and the best waifus are crippling alcoholics. Okay, so Bowsette.
Okay, we're almost caught up on chat here. Dude says Mr. and Mrs. Smith was about two spies that fell in love that didn't know the other was a spy.
Yeah, it's
fallout of the discovery.
That's kind of like this fucking anime, but I don't watch anime, so I'm getting this all secondhand. But that's pretty fucking similar.
I don't know, like. Yeah, sure, this context adds to it. I'm not even saying anyone's, like, creepy for playing the game. I'm just saying I personally feel weird playing, like, what do I do with my life?
Chat, do you want me to stream this game? And I'll go, like, I'll be like, yes, I am little girl.
Like,
I am little girl. I bring family together. Little girl hard stream. And I'll have a pink ribbon in my hair.
I'm not even knocking games that are like that because I really like the Prettiest Princess game or whatever.
I'm
where it's
pretty
like
princess.
You're the daughter and you're like becoming the princess, and so like you have to go through all this military shit. I love that game. That game's cool.
Daddy had tea time for me.
Weird. There's something that came across weird from just like this trailer. It's like you get to simulate your life as a little girl living through the day. You go to school, and at night you get to spend time with your family. And it's more the way they advertise it.
I don't think you're a weeb anymore. You've lived too long with me. Next, I'm gonna catch you being up at 3 a.m. doing your own little like Scream marathon or something. You've lived too much with me because I think old weeb you would have been like kawaii desune. Oh, but so good.
I don't enjoy life simulator games at all.
You don't like the slice of life bullshit? I
don't fucking care about Animal Crossing. I don't give a fuck about, like...
Animes that go hard.
I'm not a life anime person.
Death Note,
correct.
Tanya, Attack on Titan. I like my anime to go fucking hard.
I love violence in my anime. I'm the type of person I want fucking violence. Like, you know, you talk about
But why wouldn't you watch
movies?
Attack on Titan with me, then? Attack on Titan's so good.
Attack on Titan's so fucking...
So good. I need to finish Attack on Titan. It goes so fucking hard. It's so, like, horrific and nightmare-inducing.
Attack on Titan is just, like, one of those shows that just seems so overrated, and I don't care.
It's
like,
so good. I only watched season 1.
I'm coming at it at a different time. Like, I
came at it at the right time.
I'm coming to it at, like, a wrong time in my life, I think. Like, I used to, like... I love, like, Rurouni Kenshin, Yu Yu Hakusho. I'm butchering all these names because I'm not Japanese.
Kawaii Desune.
I love, like, you know, a lot of the, like, Shonen Jump stuff. I love, like, Yu-Gi-Oh!
My anime has to be
Bleach, Dragon Ball Z, like, all this shit. I love all this stuff. I'm into it. My slice of life would be, I don't even know if this counts, Skip Beat. I love Skip Beat a lot.
My slice of life is Tanya and the Saga of Evil.
If I'm going into like the mechas, like the Evangelion type ones, I'm really into Escaflowne. I love that. So like there's animes that I love. It's just like
I'm gonna force you to watch Attack on Titan.
Like, there's like all these newer animes that just seem so like I'm so happy, and I'm just like, whatever, this is annoying. I don't like the slice of life shit. Yeah.
I'm gonna force you to watch Attack on Titan. Done.
Attack on Titan just doesn't appeal to me because it's like, oh, I don't know how to phrase it.
It's nightmare inducing. It's so good. It's like
There's
Godzilla
there's like anime
mixed with
that
Germany.
but there's anime that feels like it's for Western audiences, and then there's anime that feels like just more core Japanese. And anytime I've seen anything with Attack on Titan, it just feels like it's built for Western audiences, and it doesn't attract me.
It's
and
fucked, dude.
Death Note is also built for Western audiences, but I liked Death Note. It's like,
do you know what Attack on Titan's about?
That you watch and you're like, this is like not like fully catered to, and I'm speaking on my own opinion, but it's like there's animes that you watch that you're like, okay, this is very much like a Japanese anime, and then there's some that you're like, this is built for like, well, you got me started on this shit. You're claiming all this shit about me.
Do you know what Attack on Titan's about? Do you know what it's about?
I've seen like one episode and I don't give a fuck about Attack on
Titan.
It's about completely honest.
It's so fucking
It seems
cool.
too Americanized to me.
It's so fucking cool. It takes place.
There's big motherfuckers. They attack walls.
No. Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. Oh
my god, I don't even care about this fucking anime. I'm sure it's fine. It's just like, who cares?
Imagine if zombies were like fucking 60 feet tall and they were like naked and fucked up, and they just go and they just eat people and they just don't blink, and they're just like blah. So it's like this one fucking town in Germany. They build these huge walls and to protect from the Titans, but the Titan, like, then suddenly there's this super Titan that actually has like cognitive abilities. Day of the Dead check. Any Day of the Dead fans? It's very Day of the Dead. And then he breaks it down, and then everyone's like, oh fuck. And so the first episode is them just getting fucking annihilated, and it's so brutal. So they develop these people that can like kill the Titans, and they fucking just dual wield blades and shit and grapple around them and go snick it. And it's like horror Godzilla fucking in anime, and it's so cool. Anyway, I really need to keep going.
Fine. I'm sure it's fine, but I'm just saying that.
And the intro goes so hard.
That appeals to me. It feels very westernized to me personally, just from a glance. I don't fucking know. I haven't watched it. I'm judging it from afar. It's like judging a book by its cover, and I'm fully aware of it. I'm just saying there's certain animes that seem like they really appeal to Western audiences, and that is one of them.
Me.
And a lot of people that I know that aren't big anime fans tend to love Attack on Titan.
Yeah.
So
it goes hard.
I'm being judgmental, but it's like there's just certain animes to me that I'm more interested in that like are deeply rooted in like more Japanese culture. This doesn't feel like to me as much of like a Japanese anime. But I don't know.
Gore
I don't know.
and fucked up shit in my anime. I want to see people get devoured.
Yeah,
and
watch
all that.
School Days. You want to talk about a fucking fucked up anime? Watch School Days.
Okay.
Very fucked up anime.
All right.
My anime range goes everywhere. You know, the first anime I ever
Are you mad?
Yes.
Why are you mad?
The first
I just want to watch Attack on Titan with you.
Isman gives me credit for getting him into anime, and the first anime I ever showed him was Deers. That got him into anime, and that's like literally slave cat girls. So I watch weird shit with anime.
Sold.
So it's pretty. I can't remember the full anime. I think it's like some cat girl comes down from space and she's like an alien. She becomes a slave or some shit. So I like all sorts of random shit with my anime. Attack on Titan just seems very basic bitch to me.
It's
just a personal opinion.
No, it's so
just
Godzilla.
A personal opinion. Okay, that's fine. You can like it. I'm just saying it's a personal fucking opinion. I'm not really into it.
You're literally
like
seeing people like get torn apart like a banana peel and like devoured.
I like Rurouni Kenshin. I like Samurai Champloo, whatever the fuck his name is.
I like shampoo.
I like
I use conditioner as well.
Names right now because you're so distracting. Shut the fuck up.
Are you mad? We're supposed to talk about Nintendo, and here you are naming animes.
Don't started on anime. I love Yu Yu Hakusho. I've said that a million times.
So you're gonna say I love you, and then you said I love you, Yu Hakusho.
Of course I love you. Hello.
Good lord.
Love. To answer Kendon's question.
Jesus.
Deers. Yes, Deers. Like Dears. Anyways, there's a bunch of anime. Anyone want to talk to me about anime later? Talk to me about anime later. I can't have this conversation with James.
You've doomed us to fucking another hour. That was like an hour of anime
because
talk.
You got me started. You're like, oh, you're not an anime fan anymore, blah, blah.
I never said that.
I don't like this, like, some of this weird shit. I'm, like, not into that.
I like the weird shit. I have
very specific taste.
If I'm going to watch anime, it's got to be weird.
Full Metal Alchemist, Cowboy Bebop. There's so many,
I prefer Cowboy Rocksteady.
Better animes. What?
I prefer Cowboy Rocksteady.
Okay.
Get it? Get it? Because he's Cowboy Bebop.
I know. Okay, please, let's just move on.
Are we done catching up with chat? You were the chat reader.
Well, we're gonna. Okay, well now we've got the anime conversation going, so let's catch up with that, and then we'll go
It's
on.
an
to
anime
more
stream.
games.
Anime stream. All right, yeah. Keep reading your anime things.
Jonathan Davis says we need to do a Contra 4-player co-op next year. Yeah, and we'll get to Contra. I don't think we've seen that footage yet in the stream, at least here. DJ Axis says Bowsette gang. K knows what's up. Thank you, thank you. Kendon says, I mean, we def need this stream. I don't know which stream. Maybe anime, maybe Switch, maybe James yelling and trolling me. I don't know which.
It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
All of it. All of it. Jonathan Davis says James is into hentai.
True.
And Kendon says I only watch MHA. Just kidding.
I don't know what that is. Moi.
I'm actually not sure what MHA is.
Should I look it up and get
Maybe
hit by
I probably
the
know what
feds?
it is if I know what the abbreviation is.
MHA anime. Good lord! Oh, My Hero Academia. I've heard the name.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I haven't seen My Hero Academia, so I don't know. Paul says you have to watch Attack on Titan. Kendon says I need to watch it. I need some new animes. Jonathan says if the characters aren't hard, James doesn't care.
Yeah. You need to be hard for me to get hard.
Paul says my slice of life is High School of the Dead. DJ Axis says Kay has some very vintage taste when it comes to anime. Thank you. Yeah. And by vintage, I mean immaculate. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, look, everyone has their own personal preference. I had an era of anime that I watched up until I was about like maybe 19 years old, and then I stopped watching anime entirely. So there's probably stuff in between that's good, but in my 20s, I didn't really touch anime much. Now I'm actually like going back into it. Like I haven't touched anime in 10 years.
Paul, just Google image searching with safe search off High School of the Dead. I too am a fan.
I still need to show you School Days, James.
Okay.
Paul says, no, Attack on Titan is very Japanese. Government hiding stuff from people. I don't know. I'm just saying from from afar, it doesn't look that great to me, personally. Kendon says, dear, because I too am sold. I answered that question, dears. Paul says, can't say it's basic anime without watching it. True. I'm just saying from what I've seen, not for me.
I'm not an anime fan. I'm an anime normie. I'm just saying, like, as a horror fan, it's really fucking good.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. It's just it doesn't appeal to me. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Paul says you and my girlfriend have the same taste in anime, and Attack on Titan is one of her favorites. DJ says your thoughts on Outlaw Star and Excel Saga. I haven't. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to answer that. And then Kendon says My Hero Academia. So, yeah, I mean, if you guys want an anime stream with me sometime, we can. I'm not like a huge anime person, but there's ones that I've watched, and
don't sell yourself short. You're a huge old school weeb. You just haven't been caught up with it lately.
Yeah, I mean, there's some, but I don't know.
I don't pretend to be an anime fan. I am a film nerd, and I watch old movies with old men in them from the 30s. But anime, I can count the amount of animes I've seen on like one hand, probably.
It's like, for me, it's one of those things where it's like been in a vault for 10 years, so I can't confidently be like, oh yeah, this and this and this and this. But if I like sit back and I'm like, okay, yeah, what if I watched in the past and go, oh yeah, I liked this one or whatever. That's kind of the stage I'm at with anime. There's some that like stick in my head that I'm like, I fucking love this,
think about wrestling. Like I haven't liked wrestling in 20
like,
years, but it's because it's been shit for 20 years. So it's like, what are you gonna do? Yeah.
Dude's gonna have to drop off. He said we'll watch the rest later. Sent you a DM about anime for a moment. Perfect. I'm gonna take a look at that later. Texas Rock Guy is here and saying Plup People led to.
Yes.
That's what I'm reading.
Yes. Yes.
And I agree. Yes.
Yes.
All right. We are caught up on comments. Let's continue the show for now. DJ, can you send me those animes to see if I recognize them or not? Because I don't recognize the names. And then, yeah, James, let's keep going.
All right, anime stream is done. Good fucking lord. End poll. Bowsette is best girl. Bowsette wins. Let's fucking continue. What are we doing? Oh, yeah.
Nintendo.
Fucking Nintendo. Here, and well, hey, remember how we were disagreeing on every game?
Is this the one we're going to disagree on?
Yeah, we're going to keep disagreeing on every game. This is a collection of a game series I've never heard of called Another Code Recollection. And
Okay.
I think you said this game looks like shit. I actually think this kind of looks good. I don't know if I would actually...
What looks good about this game?
Oh my god, because I'm such a huge anime fan.
Garbage.
I'm such a huge anime fan. It looks so good to me. No, so this game, I've never heard of it before now. It was like a fucking like DS game or something, but it kind of gave me like serious point and click vibes. It kind of gave me... I wouldn't play it, but if I had it for free...
An ugly game.
It looks like a fucking anime. I wouldn't play it, I don't think, unless I got it like somehow for free or something. Like I wouldn't spend money on it because my backlog's crazy. But I'm like, oh, this doesn't look bad. It gave me like serious point and click, old school point and click vibes, but in like a modern era, and like it was kind of neat. And I'm like, this could actually be.
You like it because there's a spooky mansion.
Yeah.
See.
I like spooky mansions. I like ghosts. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. We just have very opposite tastes.
Look, there's geese. There's geese. I like geese. I thought this game looked a little cute. I like her plaid outfit.
What I find hilarious is right after you started shouting "I like geese," like 3 people left Rumble. Like live time, I just watched it like plummet.
So Rumble is known for hating geese. All the geese haters are over in Rumble. Geese haters rise up.
Fucking die. It's so funny.
My god.
Everyone is like, fuck this guy. He likes geese.
He likes geese. Who likes geese? I'm Canadian. I'm allowed to like geese. They're silly little fuckers. Anyway, so yeah, you thought that game looked like shit. I think it looks kind of cute.
It's not okay. Yeah, I'm kind of like I'm kind of being aggressive for no reason. It's fine. Like it doesn't appeal to me.
Paul says stupid geese. This stream's fucked, man. This stream's fucked. All right. Yeah, fucking geese. Geese. Paul's like, geese chased me when I was a kid in Poland. Fucking geese.
Fuck you, geese.
0 out of 10. Game has geese in it. Anyway, let's continue. I thought that game looked kind of good, and now I want to play it. Now I want to stream it for the geese. For the geese. Does anybody want to see me play that for a geese stream?
Yes, I want to see you play for the geese.
And I'm not gonna speak. I'm just gonna honk. If anyone like fucking talks to me in chat, I'm either gonna honk or hiss, because that's all geese do. They either go or they go. Geese are fucking assholes, man. All right, let's continue.
Yeah, anyways, it looks it's not up my alley. It doesn't look interesting. It doesn't look that great.
It looked playable. It looked kind of charming, kind of nice. If I had nothing else to play and I was kind of in a slog, which is never going to happen again because my backlog is in 3,000, I'd give it a go. It looked intriguing to me is the best way I can put it.
Because Kendon's comment is relevant to the geese. He says exclusive Rumble stream.
Yes.
Geese Rumble stream.
Only geese, only Rumble stream, only geese are invited. No, geese haters get out.
He also says, I wouldn't pay a lot, but looks good to me.
Yeah, that's kind of my feelings on it. It kind of looked like a good time. It could actually, it's like, you know those games that kind of surprise you and you're like, oh, that story was actually pretty good. I think I'll remember that in the coming years. It feels like it could, keyword being could be that sort of game. So I'm like, it kind of intrigued me.
I've had that once in a blue moon. Of all series, people might be a bit surprised by this, but Professor Layton caught me off guard. I didn't expect to like those games. And then I played Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, and I fucking love that game. It's so fucking good.
Well, Phoenix Wright's
It's just a marriage of both. Yeah, and it does a really good job of marrying both series together, and that's what sold me on Professor Layton. I started playing the other one. So, yeah, I get what you mean. There's some games that you're like, yeah, it looks fine, and for me, Professor Layton was always like, yeah, whatever. And then I played that crossover, and I was like, okay, yeah, I gotta play the other one.
Some of my favorite games have been out of left field. I would never play this game in a million years. It somehow came across me, and then I played it, and I'm like, oh, this game turned out to be wonderful. And this feels like it kind of could fall in that category. But I'm an old man now, and it's 5:40. I don't know if I'm going to make the time to play that. if I was a teenager with unlimited free time and no friends still, I would probably actually play that game.
We have 12 watching on Rumble. Welcome, everyone. Hello.
Geese
We're not
gang.
yelling about geese anymore, so
Geese gang.
happy to see you.
Geese gang. How's it going, Rumber? All right, let's keep it fucking going because we're going to be here forever.
Oh, DJ sent me the Outlaw Star opening intro. Just from the image itself, the art looks familiar, but I don't remember watching this show. And he's saying it's not as good as Cowboy Bebop, but okay. I'm going to take a look at that later because it looks good.
All right, and here we go. A game I am fucking really excited for is the new Princess Peach game. My girl, this is probably going to be a day one buy for me. I love games in the Mario universe that aren't straight line standard Mario games where they take a little bit of a risk and take a little bit of chance and they're a little off kilter, off topic. And this game is so lovely. I was a lame theater kid in high school, and this game, the plot is literally Princess Peach goes to the theater to go watch a play, but of course shit goes south, and now the whole game takes place in a play, and she plays different characters. Oh my god, this is just so lovely and so charming and beautiful. I fucking love everything about this. This is literally probably going to be a day one for me. The more I see about this game, I just fucking love it. I just keep begging Nintendo to give me a port of the DS Peach game, because that game is fucking awesome as well. I love that original Peach game. So if that was a pre-order bonus, which I don't know why people don't follow the Doom Eternal method of like, hey, you want this game? We're going to port over another game as a pre-order bonus. Sold. So that is the only way I can be more sold, and I would legit pre-order this game if they did that. I can't really tell from the trailer. Is it 2D or 3D controls? Like, I can't really tell, because that matters to me.
I got the vibe of 2D.
It's like 2.5 maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird. But I prefer 3D to 2D personally. But it's still just the atmosphere and the charm.
But I haven't seen her like walk towards the screen at any point. But then you
she
look
was
at
walking,
the scene where she's in the play.
She was in a third-person perspective at one point. I don't know, but I'm in either way.
No, it must be 3D. It must be 3D.
It's hard to say.
I can't imagine this being 2D.
See, look at that. She's fighting towards the camera there. But then maybe it's a mix. Like maybe every play is different, but man, this looks so good to me. This looks so wonderful. This is what I love about modern gaming, is this kind of shit. And it's all from Nintendo. You have any other thoughts on this one?
I think you and I really agree on this one. I'm super excited. This is a day one for me. I love these kinds of games. I think Nintendo has a bit of an obsession with theatric stuff.
Yes, and that's why I love
them. A lot of their games. But this is the first one I've seen in a while that really plays on it more. There is a segment in Paper Mario that had like a stage as well. And they played a little bit on that, but with this game, it's like very much just purely the theater, and I'm excited for that. I think the combat's really cool. I like that you can like switch into different like kinds of Peach. I like that there's a detective mode. But there's also the sword fighter. You're also making a cake. Like there's so many different variables to this. Like that you've got like a cute little stupid companion like usual, because they always have to give you somebody going.
This companion beats the crap out of the Wonder Companion, though. 110%, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. But I think this is a gorgeous game. It looks fun. I like that Nintendo's experimenting in this direction. Like sometimes I think they go a little bit too out of control, like with Mario Wonder. This seems like a good balance of experimentation, and I hope that turns into like its own branch of series. I think it'd be good.
All right, moving on. I don't know what the fuck is next. Let's take a looky-loo. We like games too much here, but it's a good thing we fucking have a channel to talk about it. Okay, yeah, coming on. A new saga begins. I don't even remember what the. Okay, I don't really care. I appreciate the cleavage there, but apart from that, I really don't really have an opinion on this game. Do you have anything? Do you have anything on this game? Because this is just so not up my alley.
It seems like an anime game that probably missed me. I think there's probably people out there that like this. I don't care about it.
Yeah, I don't care. Okay, moving on. You know what? If it's for you, great. But it's just like, this is just so not my sort of game. So let's move on ahead to
It
something.
kind of looks basic bitch to me. I don't know. It's like a lot of these.
Let's talk about something good.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought I cut out for a second. But yeah, it kind of looks like an Atlas title that's like low budget.
Right. But looking at something good here, surprise announcement, and it's not a Switch exclusive, so you can get this anywhere. It is a remake, but it's more of a remaster with a new fresh coat of paint of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3, and I am legit fucking excited for this. I love the original Tomb Raider games. I don't think I've ever beaten any of the original trilogy. My favorite Tomb Raider is Tomb Raider Legend, which was on the 360. I fucking love that game. That was my favorite Tomb Raider.
Oh, Kendon says, all right, gonna watch tomorrow. I gotta go. See you later. See you later, Kendon. Have a good night.
Thank you for hanging out, buddy.
Is this like the same as that PS3 collection? Because there was an era of PS3 where they would put a bunch of games together.
No. So the PS3 era collection was that they would just kind of upscale things to 1080p, so it wouldn't have any visual changes. This one is actually, it's the original engine of the game, but not only is it 1080p, but it's actually got a fresh coat of paint on it. So it's the Master Chief Collection or the Monkey Island Collection. You can, in this one, toggle back and forth between the old graphics.
Which I love.
Yes.
Any games that include that, I'm already sold.
I feel like
perfect. I can choose my way of playing.
That's one of the few things missing from the new Mario game, Super Mario RPG, is that aspect. Yeah. So I love this, and I also want to say that this is being handled by Asper Media, which immediately seals the deal and has absolute faith from my end. Asper Media has been doing a bunch of porting over of my favorite Star Wars games, all the classic Star Wars games, from Jedi Outcast to Republic Commando to Episode 1 Racer, and they've done a fantastic job handling those with care. For me, old games I love, it's really important that they're authentic and faithful, and they don't fuck with shit like so many games do, and Asper has not fucked a single thing up. A lot of people gave him shit for the KOTOR 2 disaster on the Switch, where they couldn't put in fan-made mods into the game, but I was like, who really expected that to go through anyway? You should be playing KOTOR 2 on Steam. If you don't have it on PC, then sure, play it on console for the convenience, but you're missing out. So yeah, this looks great, and the fact that it's got a fresh coat of paint, I'm fucking in. I am 100% in, and I'm excited to play these games.
Well, I remember when I mentioned to you earlier in the day, I was like, oh, it's Asper Media, I feel good. Yes. I think you and I are on the same page. Like, when I first watched it, I didn't realize it was, and then I saw on Twitter that they were talking about it. I was like, oh, it's Asper Media, perfect. I'm okay. So there's certain companies where I'm like, if you're porting it, I don't care, I'm happy. This one, I'm like, it's going to be totally fine. I'm definitely going to buy this one day one, because I want to re-experience these games, so...
All right, and then moving on. We're not even fucking halfway through Nintendo yet, but let's take a look at Detective...
Yeah, but PlayStation's like 20 minutes.
Oh, and I don't care about anything in PlayStation, spoiler alert. But here we have Detective Pikachu Returns, and I would be excited for this, and I still kind of am, but I mentioned this before on stream. This is like a direct sequel to Detective Pikachu 1, and Detective Pikachu 1 is on the 3DS only. And so once again, I'm like, make it a fucking pre-order bonus and port the first one over, because I don't know when I'm going to get around to playing this, because I kind of want to play the first one. This looks good. This is kind of like, look at him dance! This is kind of like, fucking Phoenix Wright. This is kind of like Phoenix Wright.
I don't think it's fair to compare this to Phoenix Wright.
Why is that?
I personally am not super into this game. I think it's like okay, but I remember with the original Detective Pikachu coming out in 3DS and me being like, I don't need that game. It's just like it's for like, it feels a little bit more for kids to me. Like, it doesn't really appeal to me personally. I'm sure it's fine, but like, there's nothing about... I like the movie, but the games don't look that interesting. They look kind of basic to me.
It looks good to me. Like, it looks good.
Where is my dad? Let's talk to everyone.
I want to find my dad.
Store.
Yeah.
He's at the store. He's buying milk and cigarettes. Leave him alone.
Well, he's never going to come back unless we get him with Pikachu.
Well, Pikachu's getting your hopes up because your dad's not coming back.
Well, Pikachu is there for me when my dad wasn't, so I'm trusting him. I think this game looks pretty damn good. In fact, I'm going to say that this game looks better than any mainline Pokemon game. So I might end up playing this and say that this is the best Pokemon game ever.
Any mainline Pokemon game.
Yeah, so like, you know, the ones where you fucking press A, take your turn, get hit, next guy presses A, take your turn, get hit, blah, blah, blah. I'd rather be a Detective Pikachu than do that fucking trash all day. So I am more excited for this than any hypothetical. You refunded the last mainline Pokemon game because it was such hot garbage. Don't give me that.
Like the last one, it doesn't mean all of them are shit.
What's the last one you
something.
played? What's the last one you played? They've been shit for
the last
years.
Modern one I've like actually enjoyed and played. I didn't hate X and Y.
I hated Y.
I mean,
I pressed X and Y and I didn't get sucked.
I'm more into like the console ones. Like I really like the mainline, like Pokemon Coliseum.
That's not a mainline one. That's a side.
No, but I'm saying I like more those kinds of games. I like Pokemon Coliseum, Pokemon Stadium, all that kind of shit. I love Fire Red. I think Fire Red looks better than this game. It's more fun. If we're not talking about graphics, we're talking about actual game.
If this game gives me a Batman skin for Pikachu, I am all in, and I can go World's Greatest Detective Pikachu. This looks good. I don't
understand why you think that this game is better than normal Pokemon. Like,
I don't.
Yeah, the new Pokemon games fucking suck.
Yeah.
But everyone agrees on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that all mainline Pokemon games are bad.
Compared to this,
you're criticizing it for the turn-based shit. You're not criticizing it for anything else.
Yeah, because the gameplay is not good. It's boring and dull. And instead, this game's going to have me having a big think and being like, where's my dad? Where's my dad? I'm excited. And I'm depressed because I don't have my dad. Yeah, this game does intrigue me more and interest me more than any mainline.
I feel like comparing it to Phoenix Wright is an insult because it's such a stripped down version compared to Phoenix Wright. It doesn't even hold a candle.
You haven't played that. You haven't played it.
It doesn't hold a candle to fucking Phoenix Wright.
I don't know. Here's the thing. I love Phoenix Wright mostly. But you know what I don't love of Phoenix Wright and who ruins it? That little bitch. That little bitch in that pink dress kills the game for me, and I think she's in all of them, and it's such a takeaway. She's like the Jar Jar Binks of Phoenix Wright. You know who I'm talking about? Your little fucking sidekick. Insufferable. If Phoenix Wright would be so good if it just didn't have her. But of course, Capcom can never make a good game, so they have to put in something that sucks, and it's her. So this might be a better Phoenix Wright. I'm gonna play it.
You're fucking off your rocker. There's no fucking way. There's no way this is better than Phoenix Wright.
We're gonna find out together. I think I will
play. I will go pay for an overpriced copy of Detective Pikachu on the 3DS.
Do it.
And I will play this one with you just to prove that this game is not better than Phoenix Wright. There is no fucking way.
If it doesn't have that pink bitch. This game is built for
children. This is not a game that should be taken seriously. I'm sure there are fans behind it. That's fine.
We don't know
that. The movie was fine.
The movie was made for children.
I think that this game is better than the Phoenix Wright trilogy. There's no fucking way.
Look, I played and beat the first Phoenix Wright game, and I want to play the rest of them. But that bitch in the pink dress is really making it hard. Phoenix Wright and Miles Edgeworth, I'll Miles Edgeworth over you all night. But that one lady, that one annoying lady who does all the anime faces, that's the thing, is I hate anime tropes. And so I hate the little girls in anime. I can't fucking stand it. And I'd rather see Pikachu do the anime tropes than some little fucking character in a pink dress. I don't like her. I don't even remember her name, but she's fucking throughout the whole game. Phoenix Wright episode 1 is great because you have a baddie, you have a bad bitch at your side in episode 1, and it hooks you in, and then she immediately gets replaced by this little girl, and then it's like so anyway, I'm excited for Detective Pikachu. Am I super excited? No. Will I buy it? Probably not. But you know what? If I end up playing it, I think I'm gonna have a good time with it. I think I'm gonna have a good time with it more than I would any mainline Pokemon game. That's my thoughts on it.
I'm gonna read comments because it's very relevant to this game, and might as well.
Sure, we're only halfway through Nintendo, but yeah, fine. Fuck it, go for it.
Jonathan Davis says classic James wants to play every game that's not the original series.
Yeah, because that's where the creativity flows, and that's where you get the juice. That's where the juice starts flowing.
I get it. I'm a GameCube fan. I love the fucking GameCube. Almost every GameCube game is a black sheep game. It's not the same as the others in the series.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, but for you to say that Detective Pikachu is better than the mainline Pokemon games,
it might be. I haven't played it. I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my word. When I say something is better than something, it is because I have played it and I've guaranteed it, and it's got the James stamp of approval. You know the Nintendo seal of approval? There's a James seal of approval. This one is a contender.
I don't know what offends me more, that you think that Detective Pikachu is better than mainline Pokemon games, or that you think it's better than Phoenix Wright.
I don't know that it is.
More offensive to me. They're both awful opinions.
I am theorizing that it could be. It looks good to me. It doesn't look great. Phoenix Wright has great music. It's got great characters and it's got great gameplay, but it's a little repetitive. It's a little trial and error. It's a little annoying, and it's got anime tropes in it, and it's got obnoxious characters in it. Phoenix Wright isn't a perfect game. It's an enjoyable game. It's probably the best Capcom has ever offered me. But get rid of that little girl and we'll talk. Give me Miles Edgeworth all day.
Sure, whatever. Okay, DJ says James has also never played any of the Mystery Dungeon games, and those are so good.
Those are probably going to be my favorites.
Jonathan Davis says plays Mario, which the gameplay loop is collect stars, but calls Pokemon repetitive.
Plays what? Sorry, I was looking up something.
You play Mario games, which the gameplay loop is to collect stars, but you think that Pokemon is repetitive. That's what Jonathan said.
Yeah, but I don't collect all the stars in any of the Mario games because I do find that repetitive. But if you just play the game for like the core experience, it's a fucking great time, and it's not repetitive at all.
All right. Jonathan says, I don't think James likes Japanese games.
I do not. I thought I made that clear.
Spoiler alert, they pretty much stay the same.
Yeah. True.
And DJ says, wait, what was that about Capcom, James? Are you high?
Name a better Capcom game than Phoenix Wright.
Why do you have fanfics? Phoenix Wright on I just don't even want to. There's so many good Capcom games. I just don't even want to have this conversation.
I'm saying that the best Capcom game I've played is probably Phoenix Wright.
No, he made this comment before you even said that. He's just asking why you're shitting on Capcom.
I don't like how they design their games. I don't like their game mechanics. I don't like how their games control. I don't like their stories. I don't like... There's nothing. Capcom games are like antithetical to what I like about games in any era. In any era. I like some of the theming in them and some of the atmosphere, but to play them...
Bro, like, literally, Devil May Cry is a fucking Capcom.
Oh, you're right. I haven't played... Okay, fair. Like,
I'm having such a hard time with this conversation.
When I think of
like,
Capcom...
There's fucking games. There's Mega Man games. Like,
yeah, I've never been a Mega Man guy. I never liked Mega Man.
So much.
I've never liked Mega Man. Yeah, you're right. Devil May Cry might sway me. I never associate Devil May Cry with Capcom because it's good.
I think Resident Evil is better than Phoenix Wright. And I love Phoenix Wright more, but just objectively speaking, Resident Evil's a better series than Phoenix Wright.
Resident Evil has great story only because I love the emotional turmoil over trying to get Leon to fuck Chris Redfield's sister. That's the best part of...
what's that? There's like a zombie game that's also
Dead
Capcom.
Rising. Dead Rising.
Yeah, Dead Rising.
Okay, I didn't like it initially, but I think I would like it now, actually. I've always wanted to replay Dead Rising. I didn't like it because the whole game's on a fucking timer, and it has the same shitty Resident Evil saving mechanics. But
I'm just gonna say, like...
But it is a total ripoff of, like, one of my favorite movies, so I might like it one day.
Yeah. I mean, look, I love... Phoenix Wright. I'm not saying that it's not up there as one of the best Capcom IPs, but I don't think it's the best one. I also love Marvel vs. Capcom 2. That's one of my favorite arcade games of all time.
I like the first one. I don't like the second one.
I love Resident Evil 2. I love Mega Man. I love the Battle Network games. I love all the classic Mega Man games. Everything Mega Man is great, except for like the very, very, very new shit. I mean, like, do you think that Phoenix Wright is better than Street Fighter? That's kind of hard to compare, but...
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let that one stand on its own, because I'm not a huge Street Fighter fan, but you're gonna piss somebody off out there.
So Street Fighter will always be near to my heart, solely because it's one of the first games that blew me as a kid. I've told this story before, but I walked into my cousin's in the dark playing Street Fighter together, and it blew my mind because of the visuals of it, because it was so shockingly incredible compared to what I was playing at home, which was like Atari 2600. So I love that. But I have always thought that Street Fighter is inferior to Mortal Kombat in terms of its story and its characters and its gameplay until this year.
Yeah, this year's Street Fighter won.
Street Fighter wins this year. I've always hated how Street Fighter plays and controls. I like a block button. I don't like back to block. I don't like quarter circle. I like down forward. I don't like hold back for 5 seconds to go forward and do a move. I like back forward. I've always liked the punchiness more of Mortal Kombat. So Street Fighter, I get it. Look. I have unique opinion. I got some unique takes here, but yeah, I've never been a Street Fighter guy. I've always been Team Mortal Kombat. Just like some people are Team Sega over Team Nintendo. I've always been like, eh.
I am Team Sega, yes.
So yeah, probably my most hated opinion is the fact that Capcom has never sold me on a game. That will probably change. I do like Phoenix
Devil
Wright,
May Cry, man.
I'm saying that. I probably will like Devil.
I'm gonna stand on you. Devil May Cry is the best game ever. You need to buy this game.
I literally forgot Devil May Cry was a fucking Capcom property because it's so not Capcom to me. There's nothing about...
It feels a little Sega, doesn't it?
It feels... I don't know. It feels like almost Namco to me. It feels Namco.
Okay, yeah, I can see. Yeah, I can see
it's
the
like
Namco.
Bandai Namco.
But that's. I mean, that's. I enjoy that circle. I'm like a Sega, Namco, and some extension Capcom person, so I get it. I get what you're saying. Should we keep going?
Yeah, exactly. No, now that we lost all of our viewers, let's keep going. So where were we? Oh yeah, that we were right here.
And you lost half of Rumble. They're like, fuck this guy. Capcom is the best.
Well,
what an asshole. Fuck you.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I have the unique takes. Here's the thing, is I like that though. I like the fact that look, everybody loves Capcom. Everybody loves Capcom. I've said this before, but do you really just want another person to come on here and be like, Capcom's so good? Resident Evil's so good? The fucking opinion that everyone in the world has? No. You want the heel, baby. No, you want the unique takes. I am 100% authentic. I'm 100% true.
You don't have to like everything that other people like.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I also have games that people are like obsessed with and I don't give a fuck about. That's what the beauty of this channel is that we all have different things we're into. But I'm still going to argue it to death because like it's not a personal thing. It's not like I fucking hate you for not liking this game. For me, it's like how can you not like this game? Like I just argue on the merit of the game itself. I don't, That's why I yell at people. I would love to enjoy...
I want to just debate on the actual stuff. It's not like an issue with you liking this or hating this or whatever. It's
if
like, what the fuck are you saying?
If somebody can mod Resident Evil to play more like Fear or Doom, I will like it. But as it stands, I fundamentally hate how Capcom makes games. I hate the games they make them. All right, let's continue here. Now that we have nobody watching.
Perfect.
Exactly. If you want, I'll just be like yes, I love Resident Evil. This is the best game ever. This is the best. I love it. But I don't think anyone wants that because everyone has that opinion. So going on, this is the game of the year according to Paul. This game's a real fucking toot. This was like shocking to me. This was like...
Wait, is this the trombone game?
Yeah.
You have to remember the stream's a bit behind for me.
Yeah, so...
Tell me what the game is. Trombone?
Yeah,
This game looks so stupid.
This was like Nintendo doing their usual Nintendo thing of them being totally out of touch. And it's so weird that Nintendo makes so many incredible games, and then they do shit like this where it's just like, did you not learn from Wii Music? I don't get it. What have you not learned from Wii Music? This is terrible. But they keep doing it. Nintendo employs some wacky motherfuckers. So they make shit like this. And yeah, that's kind of why we love Nintendo. So I'm not even mad about this. I don't have much to say about it other than, look, it's people playing a trombone over spaghetti.
I'd rather just play Taiko.
That's, yeah, I don't know. It's Nintendo
like
being...
Taiko no Tatsujin.
It's Nintendo being Nintendo and just making weird shit that nobody's gonna...
You've enraged chat because DJ says James Trombone Champ isn't a first-party Nintendo game. Oh my god.
Is it not? Who made it? Who made it?
I couldn't tell you. I have no idea. Who made... What is it called? Trombone?
Trombone Champ.
I mean, I have no idea who the fuck made the game.
Right? It's Switch exclusive.
Trombone Champ is also on Steam, apparently.
What?
Yeah,
I've never heard
just
of it
found it
before.
on Steam. I've never heard of this game in my life. Holy Wow Studios, LLC.
I did not. This looks straight up like fucking Wii Music 2 to me. I am shocked that this is not a Nintendo-only game. If you had a gun to my head, and
This is considered a overwhelmingly positive game. Very positive recently.
And
as
this...
a Steam comment, as a trombone, I would say this is pretty accurate.
I don't know what to say anymore. I'm so out of touch with video games.
Somebody says this is the love child of Guitar Hero and Knees.
Yeah. I don't think you can blame me for thinking this is a fucking Nintendo.
No, I don't blame you for... I had no idea. I assume maybe it was like second party or something.
That's
no
fucking
idea.
crazy. I don't know. That's okay.
Yeah.
My point still stands. If you were the guy from No Country for Old Men and you put a fucking air blowing gun to my head and said first party or third party, call it, I would have been fucking killed, because I absolutely would have called that's a first party title.
Yeah, no, I get where you're coming from. I had no idea. Like, I would have probably said the same.
So, I don't know. Miyamoto made this in fucking secret in some underground secret lair. All right, moving on. Unless you have anything else to say about trombones.
No, but Paul thinks it's going to be the game of the year.
It's already out, apparently, on Steam.
He's trolling. And DJ says, just so you know, Trombone Champ is a meme game, though.
I did.
Jonathan thinks that you might stream it. Stupid James will stream day one. Let's go.
Stupid James, come on now.
I didn't say it. All I said to you today is shut the fuck up. After you distracted me.
Everyone, hold on. You know what? I have a clip for this. Oh wait, am I streaming everything? I am. Hey, okay, hold on. I have a clip for this. This is literally me right now. This is literally me.
Everybody betrayed me. I fed up with this world.
That's how I feel. I feel the same way, Tommy. I get you, Tommy. That's literally me right now. All right, so moving on.
I think Jonathan missed a comma. That's what's going on. He was saying stupid, comma. Like the game is stupid.
It's stupid James now.
Stupid, comma. James will stream one day. Let's go.
No. There was a comma issue recently in like the wrestling war. Or no, it was in football. Like, it was very similar. It was like Mahomes talking about Aaron Rodgers. He like missed a comma, and then it looked like he was laughing at him for getting his ankle broken or something. Yeah. It was funny. No, I fully believe that it was stupid James, and I'll take that honor. Look, Devil May Cry and Dead Rising, those are the two contenders to swap my opinion around on Capcom. If any game can do it.
You're definitely gonna like Devil May Cry more than Phoenix Wright, in my opinion.
I really liked Phoenix Wright. I just really hated that little character. I bought the entire fucking Phoenix Wright series because I really liked it. I just really don't like, and I think I asked you, I'm like, is that little character in all of them? And you said yes, and I'm like, fuck me. It's like everything else I like about the game. It's just I find her insufferable, and it's a narrative-driven game, so I have to just grin and bear it. All right, moving on. What the fuck is this?
What, the Battle Crush or whatever?
Battle Crush. You have anything to say about this? It's a fucking MOBA.
I will not play this game. It looks stupid.
It's some MOBA light ass game on the ass Switch.
I have no desire to touch this game.
All right, moving on. We got War Tales. Woo! War Tales. I don't know. This doesn't look good to me. This is effectively a top-down Fallout style feudal game. To me, they're very dime a dozen. This is not going to hold my interest.
I just feel like there's way better PC games. Like,
there are so many games that are like this on the PC, and
if this was like $2 on the Switch, sure, I'd buy it.
Awful.
You know, it kind of actually looks up my alley, to be honest.
This is a fucking time sink, man. And even if I had this for free, I should probably pause before we get to this.
Yeah.
But even if I got that game for free, I probably wouldn't play it.
I think I would play it, but I don't think it's like a game of the year. I think I would have some fun with it. Yeah. But again, I've seen a lot of games that look similar to that on PC that would be more enjoyable to me. All
right. Let's move to a big one. This one blew people's minds. Contra. New Contra. It looks like Contra. I don't know what to say. I'm not like the biggest Contra fan in the world. I think Contra is like respectable classic game. It didn't do anything hype-wise for me, but it's kind of like a scenario of I'm happy for Contra fans. This looks exactly, if I was a Contra fan, this looks like exactly what I'd want. It looks good. I don't know if I'll personally get it, but it looks, I have no fucking complaints. It's just like,
I'm hyped for this game, and I really want to play co-op in this game.
All right, well, you can force me to play co-op with you. It looks good. It looks like what Contra people would want. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think, I don't, like what DJ said, it's not exclusive to Switch. It's going to come to Steam as well.
Yeah, because it's going to be Namco, right?
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be better on Steam, but I'll play it regardless where we get it. I'm excited.
It does look like a game that's going to drop frame rates on the Switch, if I'm being honest. Yeah. It does. It just
the way that they showed the trailer, it just didn't feel like completely smooth.
This seems like, if it's going to be multi-platform, probably PS5 Series X is going to be your best bet, because it did some of those, you can just you play games too much, and if you become a FPS like frames per second snob like me, you can kind of tell what games are going to be like, that's not going to run well on the Switch, especially playing Switch a lot. So yeah, I don't think you should buy this on the Switch personally. It was cool that they showed it during the fucking Nintendo Direct though. All right.
But it is out of the Direct. It was one of the ones I'm like, yes, let's fucking go. I was happy about it.
You ready for the next game? What's the next?
I don't know, am I?
I don't know. Unicorn Overlord. I saw some people excited over this. This is very much a U game.
Yeah, I'm interested in this game.
Yeah, I don't have much to say. It's fucking like it looked like Fire Emblem to me. Very turn-based, tactical, medieval anime.
Kind of reminded me a bit more of Advance Wars, I want to say.
Yeah, you do all the comment. This game is not me, so yeah, you tell me what you think about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it. It's hard to know from this trailer everything, but it looks very tactical. Yeah, I don't know. It is like a Fire Emblem-ish game, but because you have multiple units, I kind of
the art's very pretty.
Yeah, I kind of felt it was more Advance Wars personally, but I don't know. I don't have a lot to comment on besides like I'm probably gonna buy this right away because it looks up my alley. It's that style of game that I usually play. I don't know if I'm gonna be into the story. It seems like it's probably gonna be a convoluted, who cares story. But the combat itself looks super fun. I love the way you move around the map. Yeah, nothing but good things to say about it.
I love how you're like, I have nothing to say except take my money. All right, move.
No, it's like it's one of those games where what's another one like Wargroove, which I think there's Wargroove 2 now. But Wargroove, same thing. I'm like, I don't really know a lot about this game, but it looks like it's in the same style of those kinds of like chess tactics type games that I play, so I'll play it too.
Do those two rings make you fangirl out because it's doing like Lord of the Rings like kind of little subliminal messaging? Like I saw those two rings and I'm like, That's a little bit of a like subliminal, you know what I mean? It's a little, it's trying to get in your brain there just a little bit. It's going for
No, it doesn't. I don't get that at all. But it's like one of those Atlas, like, yeah, it'll be good.
Yeah. All right.
It's like my, there's certain games that I'm just like, yeah, I'll add that to the library. I can't say a lot from that trailer. It only gives me like a few seconds of like, oh yeah, this looks like something I play.
That's fair.
But again, the story looks like probably I don't give a fuck about the story at all.
All right. Finally, here is a game that I can talk about. Here's a game in my wheelhouse, and you might be surprised in my opinion. Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. Here's the thing. I would be so fucking excited for this if I didn't just beat this a few months ago. So this is a straight up HD port of Luigi's Mansion 2. Luigi's Mansion is one of my all-time favorite Nintendo series. Luigi's Mansion 3 on the Switch is probably top 3 Switch games for me. I fucking love Luigi's Mansion 3. And I just beat 2 a few months ago, and I wish I didn't because I would be beaming over this game. I'd be so hyped if I didn't play it, but guess what? I just did. And here's the thing. Nothing has changed. So this is effectively a straight port, but it's called very specific terminology here, Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. What does that mean? Well, it was originally on the 3DS, and I literally, since I just played it, looking at this footage, it is shot for shot the same fucking game. If you have played this game recently like I have on the 3DS, which was just bad luck on my part, I don't see any reason to get this game at all. I literally remember doing all this. It just looks like up-res. It just looks like it's in 1080p instead of on the little 3DS screen. So let me talk about the game since I know it pretty well for those people that haven't played it. Because this is a reverse scenario for Super Mario RPG and Mario vs. Donkey Kong for me. Those games I'm excited for because I haven't played them. This game I just played, so I'm like, I love it, but I don't care to buy it. This game is great. I fucking love Luigi's Mansion. But there is a little weird caveat with this. All 3 Luigi's Mansion games are great. However, this specific game, the second one, and you don't have to play these games for the narrative. You play these games because they're fucking awesome games. The second game is the worst one. If you're not going to play any of them, you skip the second one.
Didn't they build this one a bit more around the 3DS mechanics? And I feel like they rushed it and they added like extra stuff to it.
So they didn't
really integrate well.
Yeah, they didn't rush the game. I'm surprised it's taking that long to release the game, summer 2024. If they just give me a bonus campaign, they've taken my money. But here's the main difference between the Luigi Mansion's games. So Luigi's Mansion 2, it is a smaller scale game. Luigi's Mansion 3 is amazing. It's like an open world game in this big, huge fucking mansion. You can go anywhere, you can do anything. And I think that it saves like per door, if I remember correctly. It was the very first game I played on the Switch. It's been a long time. But Luigi's Mansion 2, because it's a portable game on the 3DS, it's more like levels. And you go in and you have a mission and you're still in the big, huge mansion, but it's like you have an objective to do per level. And so you're kind of confined within like a sector of rooms. And here's why people don't like 2 that much. It's hard as balls at times. It's sometimes really fucking hard because in the third game, it saves each door. It flows so nicely. The progression is so good. It's honestly a contender for my favorite Metroidvania. If you make it a broad thing, then you're going into Arkham. But it's an amazing Metroidvania. The atmosphere cannot be beat. The game feels so fucking fun to play. The second game is like a challenge mode almost for it because it's like you have to do this and you have limited health. And you have limited health power-ups, and you have to do everything in a single run. There is 0, unless they fix this, which this would be a quality of life change for that game. I beat it, hard as balls. Each mission, 0 checkpoints. And when you get to like more than halfway, once you get to more than halfway through the game, almost every mission ends in a boss fight. You don't checkpoint at those bosses either. Meaning, you do all this shit that can take anywhere from 10 minutes to like 40 minutes in a level, you die at the very last boss all the way to the start of the mission. And that is what makes this game not a great game. Out of the whole trilogy, Luigi's Mansion 2 is not... I still loved it because it's Luigi's Mansion, but it's the hardest one to recommend. I really only recommend this game to people if they've played 3 on the Switch, which I can't recommend enough, and they want more. That's why I played it on the 3DS, is I just wanted more Luigi's Mansion. I'd be way more hyped if this was a port of the first game. The first game has maybe the best atmosphere of all 3, but the third game is really the best. So I really hope for newcomers, and even if I ever want to replay this one day, that they add checkpoints, because I'm getting PTSD thinking about some of those missions in Luigi's Mansion 2, and I just never want to play them again. There's a mission that's on a timer, and it's super fucking stressful near the end of the game, and it's just, it's a panic. I don't regret playing the game, but it's also a game that I'm like, I never want to replay it. So, yeah, it's weird. It's a weird...
Were you not buying this?
The only reason I would buy this, if they add no new story-based content, is literally just to tell Nintendo, I love Luigi's Mansion, keep it coming.
Right.
That is the only reason I would be even slightly tempted to buy this, in my position. Do I recommend it to people that have never played it? Yes, with the caveat of only if you've played the third game. The story doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you play the third game before the second game. I did. Trust me. The story is bare bones. Play the third game, masterpiece. If you want more, then you can get this. But 2 is the hardest recommend. Literally and figuratively, it's the hardest game in the series. And it's
also a tough
sell.
sell. It's a tough sell because Luigi's Mansion 3 is so easy in comparison. So a lot of people are really going to come in from
And it's not
Luigi's
like
Mansion
a super
3.
easy game. It's not like you can breeze through it and it's not even challenging. It's just in comparison to the difficulty of 2.
No, but the first game is more difficult than the third game. Like out of the 3, Luigi's Mansion 3 is the easiest one. So a lot of people are going to work backwards. I don't like Luigi's Mansion was popular, but not like on the scale of a lot of other series. So I think there's a lot of people that got introduced to it through the Switch as well. And they're going to struggle to go backwards with these games. There's going to be people that are super fans now, and they will anyways, but I think they're going to get a lot more frustrated because Luigi's Mansion 3 is built with the Switch audience in mind, and the other 2 are not built with the Switch audience in mind.
Yeah, they have not given me any semblance of an idea that they're doing any quality of life changes. It looks like a straight up... It's a straight up port, up-res to 1080p. So... Yeah, unless I literally just want to fucking get shaken down by Miyamoto even more, just to tell him that I love Luigi's Mansion, there's no point for me personally to buy this, which is so weird because if I didn't play it just a few months ago, I would be so hyped. But I literally just beat it, so I'm good. Do you have any other thoughts on Luigi's Mansion?
I'll probably grab it. I just want to have the games on the Switch. I'm hoping for the first one, too.
All right. So this isn't even a game announcement, but Nintendo announced that they are building a Nintendo museum. I just thought it was funny.
I don't give a shit.
I just wanted to say that now anytime you complain about Nintendo killing IPs, they can literally just say it belongs in a museum. So yeah, there's going to be a Nintendo museum.
That's true, that's good.
Do you know where this is being built?
No, it's
probably
Japan.
I'd love to visit it, but yeah, it's probably Japan. I'm kind of excited for it. That's
honestly, though, for me, I would rather go to the theme park than the museum.
Both is good. I'm excited for both, honestly.
It's just personal preference.
It's the mock-up they do is so like bland, and they just say it's coming, and it's probably like 7 years away.
It's the equivalent of like, we're building a mall in your area.
It says 2024, but I fucking doubt that. March 2024, get out of here. But I'm honestly kind of excited if it's something I can actually go visit. I would love that. So that's my thoughts on the fucking museum. Amiibos, do you care? Can we skip past Amiibos?
I especially don't care about the Amiibos they're making. But also, Amiibos used to matter. Now they don't, really.
They never really mattered. They fucked up Amiibos from the start. But here is one that we can all talk about. And I'm going to piss people off with my take on this, but nothing new here. F-Zero 99, probably the most shocking announcement from the stream. People have been begging for F-Zero for literally 2 decades. I think this is the first F-Zero title in 19 years, somebody said, which is nuts.
19, 20 years, yeah.
Because this is one of the most beloved Metroid. I'm fucking losing it. It's one of the most beloved Nintendo franchises that has been ignored, similar to how Metroid was. And now there's a new title. And this is drop today, surprise hit. I love how Nintendo does this, where they'll be like, we announced this game and you can get it right now. And not only that, but if you subscribe to our Nintendo service, then you just get the game. So I downloaded the game today and I actually did a round. I did the tutorial and I did a round. And I don't like it. But that's fine.
Oh, you don't like it?
I do not like it, but I don't like it because I really don't like Battle Royale games. I really, really, really have never liked any single Battle Royale game. And so it's just not for me. I don't like it just as a fundamental mechanic. I don't like me versus 99 other people. It's not fucking appealing to me. So yeah, I fought 99 other people. I came in 48th place and I'm like, woo, great. The fucking chance that I'm ever gonna get number 1 is like slim to none, especially in a game that I'm not really great at. So I would have actually been more hyped if they ported over the GameCube one. And I know Medicare was saying that over on post, that he's like, we need to fucking support this, so they do that. And then if we all support that, then we're gonna get a proper new F-Zero. Yeah, if this was an announcement of literally just a port of the GameCube F-Zero, then I'd be more excited. But look, I'm not going to shit on it too much. I'm happy F-Zero fans are getting something. It's just, I really don't like Battle Royale games. I've never fucking liked them at all. I get it. They're trendy and all that shit. But the whole 1 versus 100 thing, again, I do the Homelander stare. I'm just like, there's nothing exciting about it to me. You can put any game that I love in a Battle Royale mechanic, and I'm like, I don't fucking care. I don't have any interest. You like them, though. You like Tetris 99. So, and you like F-Zero.
I don't hate Battle Royale games to the same passion that you do. I think some are okay. I don't even mind like PUBG and stuff. Like, it's okay to me. These kinds of like ones that they've been doing on the Switch is my kind of Battle Royale. So like the Mario one that they did along.
Oh, who did we lose? Me or who disconnected? Hello? Uh-oh. One of us disconnected. How's it going, chat? One of us disconnected. Well, this is awkward. Should I put up the fucking Phoenix Wright thing again? All I did was do this. One of us disconnected. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Let's put this back up on screen. Let's put this back up on screen. And I'm going to try reconnecting here. There we go. Discord? My Discord's just... I think it's me. I think it's me, chat. It's me. Okay, hold on. My Discord's just fucked. Why has my Discord been fucking lately? Okay, I'm restarting Discord. It's checking for updates. Is that what fucked me? Did Discord try to update? Bear with us. Discord specific. Yeah, true. Oh my god. And now it's checking for updates permanently. Good lord. Let's put on some music. Put on some music. It's like perpetually... Okay. Ugh. Ugh. Shameful. I'm gonna force close you, Discord. And then I'm gonna force reopen you. And now it's perpetually looking for updates. This is great. This is great. Let's catch up with chat. While it checks for updates literally forever. This is really fucking weird. Geese haters right up. Geese gang. That is right. Stupid James will stream day 1. Let's go. 100%. Stupid James will stream. DJ says, James, Trombone Champ isn't a first-party Nintendo game. Oh my god. It fucking looked like one. And DJ says it's a fucking indie game. Jeebus. How does that not look like a first-party Nintendo game? And then Paul says Trombone Champ is game of the year. This is really fucking weird. My Discord is just broken. DJ says, just so you know, Trombone Champ is a meme game, though. Well, it does look like one. How's it? What the fuck is this?
I had the exact same.
Is Discord just down?
So we can either do a stream cards or we can.
You know what I'm gonna do? This is so. Look at us. Look at us. Look at us being so fucking wacky. I'm going on Twitter. And I'm gonna search up Discord.
Well, a bunch of people had updates, so we can.
We could just sit here and talk
Yeah,
together.
so we can just change the mic
That would be
setting.
that would be fine. I'm not seeing anything about Discord being down, but yeah,
But
on
I had the
two.
exact same thing happen at the exact same time.
Yeah, that's so weird.
So let's
Who
just set this
weird?
up so we can...
Yeah. Okay. Oh, careful. Let me try one more time, and then I will give up. We'll
But
go be
we're
right.
both having the same issue. Phone's not working.
I don't like giving up.
This Discord's on my phone is not even working.
Oh, are you
Like,
serious?
nothing's working,
Are you
yeah.
serious? Anyone else having Discord
I
problems?
can't even go on Discord.
Okay,
So-
chat. Here's what we're gonna do. Fuck it. We're doing it live. And Paul said, bring up Phoenix. We did. I am gonna go on a be right back screen. We'll be back in 5 minutes for the stream that never ends. And we're gonna do this so off the cuff, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it. Oh my god. And we're gonna have Kay sit right next to me. We're gonna get nice and cozy together on one screen. Oh! Hold on. Discord might be back. You wanna go check? Go check. Paul says Canada banned Discord just now. I would fucking believe it. I'm in. I didn't know that. There we are. Oh my god. Well, that was fun. Discord just really... oh, I didn't mean to mute that. Discord just really didn't like me shitting on F-099. I wasn't even shitting on it. I just was saying it's not for me. It's not for me. Good lord. Okay. I think we're back. Okay, let me know if you're back. We're back. Hello?
Should be fine now. Chill out 1 second. Bruh, chill. I'm trying to set it up. Wait, why can I hear myself?
What?
Oh, 1 sec.
Oh my god.
Never mind. Okay, we're good.
Okay. We good?
I think so. Is my microphone fine? Because that's the only thing that might have...
Yeah, I think so. Chat can let us know. Thank you, everyone that stayed tuned for a total shit show there. That was fun.
Yeah, I think all my settings are still the same.
Yeah.
It looks like it just needed a quick update.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Yeti microphone. Yeah, we're good. Okay.
We're
cool.
good.
Keep going.
Yeti, that hairy old microphone. Jonathan said ASMR photo James to bring in a new audience. Perfect. And Paul says that sounds good. Yes, everyone is going to come and flood our Discord now that they think that we're posting Miles X Phoenix fan art. Hey!
DJ Todd Howard tipped $1. You know what this stream needs more of? Radiant AI,
Yes.
infinite quests,
Yes.
and pronouns.
Yes, true.
Gee, I wonder what game has all those wonderful features. Who's laughing now?
Who's laughing now? Thank you, DJ, for that tip. I 100% agree. We do need more of that wonderful, sweet game. Game of the frickin' year, everybody. All right. So, Kay, I want to hear... Thank you, DJ. We have to play Starfield one day and hate life. But we got to do it for you, DJ Todd Howard. Kay, you're an F-Zero fan. And you like...
Oh, right. I forgot what we were talking about.
And
even.
you like the 99 games.
Oh, I was ranting about Battle Royales. Yeah. So I
Yes.
like the Nintendo Battle Royales. So I like the Tetris one. I like the Pac-Man one a lot.
I remember you loving that one.
Yes, and I enjoy this one too in a different way. Um, I it's not my favorite one out of all of them, but I'm having fun with it. I think I'll end up grinding it for sure, like getting all the like badges and stuff. So I'm gonna keep playing it. It's definitely more difficult than some of the other ones, because you're pretty much like on a cooldown. So you're like your power meter also determines like how much your like ship is good too. So the more that you boost,
Yes.
if you drain that too much and you get tapped even once, you die
Which
if you're like at the point of crashing.
I don't know if you experienced this, but once you actually get into the real games against 99 other people, you can never boost because you're just constantly banging into everybody.
You end up bumping into other people a lot, and that also trims down on your power
Yeah,
meter.
so I didn't
it's
even
really
bother
like
boosting because it's just like
it's
bing,
a
ding, 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 and it was gone.
it's a balance of endurance and speed, and then also trying to collect those like gold little orbs until you like shoot up into the sky and you just go above everyone. Yeah, I think there's a slight balancing issue with it. I think the levels maybe feel a little bit too tight for what they're trying to do. I don't hate it though. I do like it. I think I'm gonna play more of it. I just need to get better at it. Like I'm at a stage right now because I've only been playing a few matches where it's like, oh, this is mildly frustrating. But I feel like it's gonna be like one of those games you get better at slowly because there's the bumpers where you're like trying to swerve around people,
Are we gonna do another?
and that's how you avoid.
Are we gonna do another drunk over under stream like for Pac-Man?
We can, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm not good at this game yet. So let me practice more, and then I will do it.
What was your top score?
So it goes 25, 50, and then 99's the actual thing,
It's
right?
like
So
it's 99 players, and then you're
yeah, but there's the 25 match that you do first, and the 50th, and the
oh yeah,
99 is
those
the
are all
real
against
match.
bots.
That's what I'm saying.
Tutorial. That
Yes.
doesn't count. Yeah.
Yeah, so
I only
got
did
fifth
199.
I got 5th on the 25, second on the 50, or that might have been reversed. And then on the 99 match, I got into like the early 40s, I think. And then I kept playing, and I would vary in the 40 to 60 range.
Okay.
So
I only
really
played
depended.
one legit match, and I got 48. But yeah, so that was my thing. But yeah, I see people liking it. It's just this has kind of been why I've been so checked out about modern games is like it's trends. It's all trends, and Battle Royale is a very trendy genre, and it's really not a genre I like at all, but it makes money. So
I don't know. For me, it's kind of my multiplayer that I enjoy.
no,
Because it's still like
yeah.
enough of a single player experience, but you are versing other people, and it's really a challenge of how good you can get. And I feel like playing against people versus playing bots is more interesting to me. So I like it. I think it's a fun trend. I don't know. People will hate it for whatever reason. I think
No,
'cause
people like.
Fortnite,
I think
but-
people like. I mean, there's a reason that it's a trend.
No, but there's a lot of old school gamers that kind of like don't look at it as like a serious thing, right? Like there's a lot of people that don't like it because Fortnite does that model. But I'm saying
but
that
I just don't like. It's not that I don't like it in Fortnite. Yeah, I just don't like.
I'm
it in
saying
any
the
game.
Nintendo blend is good. The way that Nintendo views battle royales, I enjoy personally.
Mm-hmm. Well, keep me posted. I think I'm good, but I'm happy for all you F-Zero fans out there. If I was a die-hard F-Zero fan, despite not liking Battle Royale, I would force myself to grin and bear it, and I would play this game regardless.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of mixed responses on this, actually. I've heard a lot of F-Zero fans are pissed off about this being it, and then I've heard a lot of people saying it's fucking awesome. So it's definitely a mixed bag, but if you are an F-Zero fan, I think you should probably support its existence because fucking 19 years it took to get to this.
I think like again the style of the game is more challenging than some of the other 99s, right? Like Pac-Man 99, you're in your own environment, and then if people are doing well, they can shoot things towards you to make it harder on you, but they're not directly invasive in your own environment. And then
this is literally
with,
99 other Captain Falcons,
yes,
and they're just going banging into each other.
But what I'm trying to say is like there's Tetris as well, same thing. Yeah, and then what you're saying with this, but you look at like PUBG, Fortnite, all this kind of stuff, you're in such a huge universe. And it's the idea of the circle gets smaller. So by the time you're at like 10 people or whatever, that's when you're really like, I don't even know the number. I'm just saying like you get to the last few people, and then that it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. This because it's F-Zero, you just start on your lane right away. And like when you get into the real matches, there's this like giant space at the very start where you can't even use boost. You just have to hit the arrows at the right time.
Yeah.
And then whoever does the best in that gets their place into the actual race. But when you get to the actual race, you're going through a funnel pretty much. And the problem is, yeah, you have too many players. I don't think they eliminate enough people in each lap. And then you're all just squeezed in. And part of the mechanic, I think if they either compromise on the mechanic of like you being able to explode very easily based on how much like damage you take, or if they made the lanes wider. It's just one of them.
Did you find it hard to tell when you were getting to the finish line? And I don't know if this is an F-Zero problem or maybe it's a me problem, but like when I did the 199 race, I was saving my boost for like the fucking end, and then I'm like, oh fuck. There's the finish line, but there's so much shit going on. There's so many racers that I didn't even know I was crossing the finish line because the track kind of all looks the same. But I never played F-Zero on the SNES, and this is effectively what it is. You're playing F-Zero on the Super Nintendo, but
you're playing with way less players on the SNES.
Yeah. Instead of bots, you're playing against 99 other people. So, but yeah. So anyway,
I just think they're trying to cram way too much in such a small space. That's really it. You either compromise on the explosiveness, so you give the ships more durability, or you make the lanes larger.
Do you think this game's gonna last? Do you think Nintendo's gonna keep supporting it, or do you think within a year they're just gonna delist it?
No, they're gonna treat it the same as all the other ones. Yeah. Like Pac-Man's, and now, by the way, Pac-Man phasing out makes so much more sense to me.
Yeah.
Because this is the one, and then this is going to be it, and then they're going to go into another one. And they'll probably do like, I don't know, Zelda 99 or some shit.
Tetris 99 is done by whoever fucking owns Tetris. I don't remember. Tetris owns Tetris, so it's not a Nintendo property. So but neither is Pac-Man actually.
But they could take that offline at any point too.
Pac-Man's
it's
Namco,
it's a Nintendo specific product, right? Like it's a Nintendo online product.
It's like a second party, effectively.
Yeah.
Nintendo does mismanage things. If you're an F-Zero fan, I say get it while the getting's good, because Nintendo tends to totally mismanage online games. Enjoy it while it lasts, you guys. I am still bitter that if I was ever gonna enjoy a Battle Royale game, it was gonna be fucking Kirby's Dream Buffet, and they stopped supporting that day fucking one. First of all, that is a half-priced game. That's like a $30 game. It should be a freemium game. They should have made it a freemium game and loaded it with seasonal microtransactions for cosmetics, and I probably would have spent like couple $100 on that fucking game. All I wanted was a cute little Kirby and a witch hat for Halloween, but instead they dumped this game. It's never been on sale. It was dead in the fucking water, and they haven't added any cosmetic DLC since. If I was ever gonna like a Battle Royale game, it would have been Kirby's Dream Buffet, and Nintendo fucked me in the asshole like they always do. Anyway. Yeah.
So yeah, my consensus is I'm happy with F-Zero existing. I'm glad that they're still thinking of the IP. That's the biggest thing. It means that they understand that people want it.
It's a nice. It was just nice that they acknowledged its existence.
Yeah, exactly. And I just think that they might need to do some balancing, and it'll be fine. So I don't know if they'll actually bother with that. As it stands right now, the game doesn't fit as well as the other battle royales.
That's fair. Okay, moving on to something I think we can just skip past. It is this new trend we have from Riot, where they are making offshoot games in their League of Legends universe.
Oh, the League of Legends?
I don't care. It's this game actually doesn't look bad, and I have a friend that played one of he's not a League fan, but he played one of their other offshoot games in the universe, and he said it was actually good. Personally, I'm just so done with League of Legends. I played that, like, even something that isn't a completely different style like this game is, I'm just like, I don't want to think of League of Legends at all. I don't want anything to do with the IP. So this looks like it's for the Harvest Moon, Strawberry Fields Are Forever fans or whatever. This ain't for me. Anyway, I will play Animal Crossing forever. Are you good to move on from that?
Yeah.
And then this is literally another League of Legends game. This one looked more appealing to me, but there's so many games, I don't care to play it. I don't care to play any game in the League of Legends story. Sorry. But this game actually does look decent, I will say. It looks kind of nice. It looks kind of whimsical. I've just got so many fucking games that I won't play it. Look at that dancing fuck. So, yeah, I don't know. This game kind of looks nice, but no, I don't want to be reminded of League of Legends. Do you have anything to say about it?
No, I don't care about League of Legends.
All right, here's something I do have a little something to say about. This is the new WarioWare game. I have talked about this before. I kind of want a return to the platformer Wario's. I want to return to like Wario Land and Wario World and all that stuff. In fact, I would love a port of the GameCube Wario game. And I actually really liked. I don't love the WarioWare games. I don't love them, even though they're silly and weird, and you think I would love them. I really don't like motion controls. So I actually really loved the last WarioWare game because guess what? It didn't have any motion controls. It had 0. All the mechanics were based off co-op, and I loved that one. That was the first WarioWare I actually was like, this is a good WarioWare. I was hoping they would follow that trend and make all the WarioWares co-op-y. This one, unfortunately, is right back to its motion control roots, and I've said it before, but I don't like motion controls almost ever, if ever. No, I don't think I've ever liked motion controls. So immediately I'm like, I don't care about this game at all. It's you're not going to see me shoving a Joy-Con up my asshole on stream, at least not while I'm playing WarioWare Move It. Maybe you will, you know, if someone tips me maybe $3, I'll shove up a Joy-Con up my ass. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
Perfect.
I will do it for free for all of you people. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on that. Oh, I'm lagging a bit there. Hopefully we don't disconnect or anything. I think we're still good. But yeah, so I don't know what your thoughts on it are, but that's my thoughts is I liked the last WarioWare game. I don't like motion controls. I want the other Wario games, so I'm like, eh.
It's just another WarioWare game to me. I'll play it.
Okay.
These games have always been like this. Like, it's not like shocking to me. It's just another one in the series. So it's like,
but don't you agree that the last one was a departure? We played that one together, and it was like all the puzzles were built around you and me working together, and it was no motion controls. It was all within a controller, and that's what I loved about it.
Yeah, it's a fun WarioWare game. Like, I agree with you. For me, this is just like what the series is mainly about, so I'm not bothered by it. But WarioWare has always been a series that like I'll play it if I encounter it, but I'm never like I have to play it now. Right. Wario Land, on the other hand.
Yeah. Oh my God, you've got the hat.
Wow.
Wow. All right, moving on. We've got a heroic tale will unfold. I'll fucking unfold you. What the hell is this? Look. This is all you. Look. I would never. If I didn't watch this live, I would skip past this game. It's not for me. What do you have to say about this game?
What is this game? Eiyuden Chronicle? Sure.
It looks really cheap Chronicle.
And ugly.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. It doesn't look that great to me.
I don't know. This is this is your field of expertise. I'll talk about shitty obscure games no one cares about, but this is the turn-based weird shit. So, yeah, nothing.
I'm sure it's fine, but I'm not really into it.
All right, moving on. We've got what the fuck is this? I don't know what this is. Ducks. We have ducks. We have
not geese, but ducks.
We have men. Oh, this is a fucking Harvest Moon. Okay, look. A lot of people are like, Animal Crossing.
DJ said, bruh, that game is the spiritual successor to Suikoden. Okay. I don't know. I feel like maybe I fell asleep the first time I watched it. It didn't look that interesting to me.
I don't even know what Suikoden is, so...
No, Suikoden's a great series. I didn't know that was the case. I mean... Maybe I'll give it a chance. The problem I have with Nintendo Direct is sometimes they'll just be like, hey, here's a game. Okay, bye, next game. And so I watch it. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, maybe. And then...
Jonathan Davis tipped $3. Motion control?
Motion control? As in, are you controlling me, Jonathan Davis? Well, thank you for the tip, buddy. You can motion control me any day. I appreciate the tip, my friend. And just... Oh, right! I said for $3! No!
That's what you get for setting yourself up with this shit, man.
This ain't gonna be teal the next time you see it. Anyway, Kay, talk about Suikoden.
What the fuck are you doing?
That's not bad. That's for you, Jonathan. That's for you.
Suikoden is a great series, but what I'm trying to say with the Direct is that sometimes they just kind of like flash things at you, and you're like, this. Okay, cool. So there's sometimes games in there where I'm like, oh, it looks fine, whatever, and then I'm not into it ultimately because I didn't see enough of it, but maybe when I see it, like when it's coming out, I'll be like, oh, that game looks awesome.
I'm in pain.
Oh no.
So this looks very Harvest Moony, and I've heard some people say that Animal Crossing is good, but Harvest Moon is better. I gotta disagree. I think they're two separate games. This looks very Harvest Moony, not Animal Crossing to me. What I like about Animal Crossing is the social dynamic, and that's what that game does well. Whereas Harvest Moon and other games are more the game's already fucking over. But other games in that genre are more about the farming and tending to your crops, and that's non-existent in Animal Crossing, and that's actually what I like about Animal Crossing. So I see this game and I don't care. I'm an Animal Crossing fan. I'm not a Harvest Moon or Strawberry Fields of Forever or whatever the fuck those other games are called. I don't care to tend to my crops. I just want to fuck on my villagers. I just want to remind them that they're pricks and I don't like them. So anyway, meh. There was a Harvest Moon game that was made for me. It was Harvest Moon for edgy goth boys called Graveyard Keeper. I bought that,
yeah.
and if I was ever gonna like a Harvest Moon game, it was gonna be Graveyard Keeper. I couldn't get into it just because I don't care about tending to my crops and stuff. That one you tended to like a little zombie garden and would grow zombies and stuff, and it was like I like the style, but I don't. I wish it was more Animal Crossing, actually. I wish I just had, like, a mummy villager and a skeleton villager, and they'd say, hi, you have a nice house. And I'd be like, who invited you? So that's what I like from Animal Crossing. There's a Joy-Con in my ass. Anyway, Wargroove 2. I think this is another K game. Because this is very Advanced Wars.
Wargroove 1 is really good. This is a very Fire Emblem-centric game. Wargroove 2, I'm super excited for. They do good stories. They do really awesome graphics. The gameplay feels great. This is one of those games that's like a budget title to me. Like, you buy it for like 20, 25 bucks, and you're happy and you have a good time with it. Yeah, I think this team does a really good job with these games. It doesn't hold a candle to Fire Emblem or any of that for me, but it's fun.
If I ever play any of these games, I think it's going to be Advanced Wars because anime girls with guns.
I think you should play either Advanced Wars or what's that Viking one or whatever.
Banner Saga. Yeah, Banner Saga,
yeah.
Yes, Banner Saga. Yeah, actually, you're right. I'm going to play Banner Saga. If you want to move on really quick here, we have a game called Dave the Diver. This is not exclusive to the Switch.
Oh, dude, this game where it's like you fish for the fish and then you make sushi.
This game is also on Steam. This game looks so fucking up my alley. I love underwater games. I love Abzu. And, yeah, I actually want this game. I don't know if I'd get it on the Switch.
When I saw this, I was like, oh, James will like this.
Yeah, I don't even love all the quirky shit. I just love... There's something about deep diving games. If you deep dive in a game and it's got the little underwater sounds and nice and big and blue, you go up points in my book. And so I do want this game. You have anything else to say about Dave the Diver before we go on? All right, because it's a me game, and you know what? I might stream it one day. It looks up my alley. It's a budget title. I don't know when I'm gonna get around to it, but I do like what I see of it. Abzu does look better though. I recommend everyone checks out Abzu. Okay, big time, and I'm gonna make Kay mad with this one, but this is the final DLC for Mario Kart 8. It is now fucking loaded with things, and it's showing off all of these new maps. However, I don't care about the maps. This is what I care about. We got Diddy motherfucking Kong and the GOAT, Funky Kong, my #1 wanted character, and that is not all. It is not just Funky Kong. The best girl ever in Mario, Pauline. You have my #1 requested character, and Peachette, but who cares? You have my #1 character, Funky Kong. I literally went as Funky Kong for Halloween one year. I want to do it again this year. And then you have Pauline. Who's the best girl. And here's what I'm going to say to you right now. With all the DLC that Mario Kart 8 has had, with all the characters it has, all those maps, and the fact that it's effectively a flawless experience, I'm going to call it Mario Kart 8 is the best Mario Kart, period. If you include all the fucking DLC, is Double Dash great because of its uniqueness? Yes. But the amount of fucking high-quality content you are now getting in Mario Kart 8, I'm not saying it's the best kart racer. There's ones I like more. but bang for your buck, quality content you get in Mario Kart 8. With this, it's now like, imagine never playing Mario Kart 8, because we've put hundreds of hours in Mario Kart, and getting it with this final DLC, you're getting like, what, 30 characters? How many tracks are you getting? Like 50? And they're all quality. None of them play bad. All the characters play great. This is a perfect game. This is effectively a perfect game. I like the charm better in Sonic All-Star Racing Transformed and Crash Team Racing. I like the uniqueness, and I have nostalgia for them, especially Crash. Crash will always be my favorite kart racer, but this is kind of fucking incredible. The amount of fucking content you're getting in this game. And if you subscribe to the Switch platform, you're not having to pay extra for the DLC. You get the with it. It's fucking nuts to me. So this game, with the addition of Funky Kong and Pauline, it's the perfect fucking it's the perfect Mario Kart, in my opinion. That's my hot take. My hot take is the best-selling game ever is the best.
I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's a normal, like, opinion. I think this is the best pack that they've come out with out of all of them for Mario Kart.
I think tracks and the other kart and the other ones were better, but the character pack is the best.
This is the best pack. This is the best character pack.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the Nintendo Direct before you. I woke up a little bit earlier, and when I was sitting through it, I was like, okay, whatever. And then I saw this announcement, and that's actually when I woke you up. Sorry, my throat.
Babe, get up. Funky Kong's here. And I was like...
No. I didn't tell you, but I like at that point, I was like, don't go on Twitter when you wake up this morning. Just go straight and watch it. Don't let anyone spoil it for you.
Yeah.
To me, I thought that was going to be like the thing of the Direct that made your day. I think I'm right on that.
Yes.
And Pauline as well. So it was like, literally, I was like, ooh, I love Diddy Kong. And then I saw Funky, and I was like, oh, that's a James character. And I was like, Pauline too? He's going to have a field day with this. So that's actually why I woke you up when I did.
My top two characters I would want in the game.
Here's my thing with Mario Kart. Look, I understand what you're saying. I understand why you might feel like this is the best Mario Kart after all of that. I think a lot of people are going to feel that way overall with everything that's been added, the value of Mario Kart 8 at this point. Mm-hmm. It doesn't change that it's still a ported game. It's not a game that was originated for the Switch. And also, to me, it's like a different flavor of cake. Why would I just constantly eat plain vanilla cake when there's tiramisu,
vanilla's
red velvet?
Better than vanilla's the best.
No,
vanilla's the best.
Let me finish my analogy.
Vanilla's
the point
the best.
is that there's cakes that are stable and good. Okay, if I'm going to a birthday party and I don't know the person well, I'll buy a vanilla cake because most likely that person will like.
I need some stable cake in my life. Look at me. Go on.
Okay, thank you. If I'm going to someone's house and I don't know what kind of food they like and I want to bring a dessert, I'll bring them something basic, like a vanilla cake or something. And it's like, okay, they're going to like it. It'd be fine. To me, Mario Kart is like you can give it to anyone and it's like, sure, it's acceptable. But there's so many better things that you can bring to that party that people will be like, this is outstanding. This is fucking amazing. Mario Kart 8 is not that to me. Mario Kart 8 is reliable. Reliable is good. Reliable is very good. But there's no charm to it. Nothing. So it's fine if you think Mario Kart 8 is your favorite Mario Kart. To me, it's a basic bitch Mario Kart. That's all there is to it. There's way better kart racers. I know you were saying it's your favorite Mario Kart and not your favorite kart racer. I still think Double Dash makes the series way more interesting.
Look, guys.
I think that game is the best Mario Kart just for the mechanic of having the co-op switching around.
Double Dash is the crazy wild girl that you date in college where you don't know where she's been. You don't take her home to your mama, but she's a lot of fun. She's a lot of fun. You're worried about getting stabbed in the middle of the night. You don't know what she's going to accuse you of, but it's a great time. You may wake up with none of your clothes, and that might be the idea. But ultimately, Double Dash is not the girl that you want to be with forever, take home to mama, and marry. Mario Kart 8 is the girl you want to marry. She's sweet. She's nice. She has Pauline inside of her. She features Funky Kong. That is the girl that you want to spend the rest of your life with. Will you always look back at the wet and wild crazy times you had with Double Dash where you almost fucking died? Yes, you may have died. But ultimately, Mario Kart 8, that's who you want to marry. That's who you want to have kids with. You want to impregnate Mario Kart 8, especially with how filled she is with so many tracks and quality characters.
I just think that everyone fucking praises Mario Kart 8 because it's like, oh, it works. Okay.
Don't insult her.
I can race the game.
Don't insult her.
Race in the game. The game lets me race cars. Woohoo! I love this game. It's like, okay, sure, you can like this game. What is exciting about this game? I remember it coming out on the Wii U. Look, I remember it being released on the Wii U and being like,
yeah, I agree.
Even on the Wii U, I was like, this game is not interesting. It was like the most boring release out of all of the fucking Mario Karts.
But now, after all the content, updates, it is just such a quality bang for your buck game. There is so much good about this game, and it's a.
I just don't.
You know what it's missing?
Sure.
You know what it's not.
I can't give it like a, oh, this is a terrible game. It doesn't play well. Like, I don't feel that way. It's just like, it's so boring. Like, it's so fucking boring.
Don't insult her like that. Come on. Now.
It's a fucking boring game.
Don't insult my vanilla cake wife.
It's a boring game. I can play this game for like an hour max, maybe 2, and then I'm like, I've played this game enough for like 6 months.
Yeah, but then you keep coming back to it because, oh, hey, Funky Kong. Oh, hey, Pauline. Oh, hey, this and that. Oh, hey, this track. Oh, hey, this track. I will play it every Christmas because it's got that lovely Christmas pack.
I'm going to be completely honest. Like, I like playing it with you guys in the community. It's fun because it's hanging out with people and playing. But if we weren't playing Mario Kart for community events, I would not touch this game. I don't care about it. It's boring to me. There's way better kart racers, and if there were other kart racers that allowed me to have the same connectivity that Mario Kart does, I would rather play those. I would rather play those with you guys. But the truth of the matter is Mario Kart is most accessible to people. It's the easiest. It works. It's reliable. Except for when you want to play Mario Kart on a stream, but that's okay.
You're right. It's
an idle issue. Whatever. It's fine.
You know what? And that goes back to my wife analogy. Again, Double Dash, not only will it allow Mario Kart, but the game itself will probably get drunk with you. But Mario Kart 8, the girl you're marrying is like, you need to put that beer down. You've had enough. And then it disconnects. And you're like, you know what? Mario Kart 8, you're right, but I'm not happy about it. That's Mario Kart 8.
It's just like, I get why, like, I like more exciting things in my life. That's all it really is. Like, I don't know how else to put it to you.
The thick vanilla girl is all I need.
This game is like, whatever to me. Okay, yeah, sure, I'll play it. I'm not like, I'm so excited to play Mario Kart 8 today. It's the best fucking game ever. I can't wait to play this character.
They announced Funky Kong.
Yes. And when we launch the game, I will probably play as Pauline or Funky Kong or whoever. But it's not enough for me to be like, this is the best fucking Mario Kart ever. It's just a fucking character.
You know what it's missing? It's missing the hub world. If it had a hub world and a little story segment, I think that is the one glue, the cheese that's holding this vanilla cream cheesecake together. If it just had that, I think it would be like so fucking good. But because it's just a go in, race your tracks, get the fuck out, that's what I'm missing. It needs a little bit of charm. It needs just a little sprinkle of charm, and Crash Team Racing has that hub world. Sonic All-Star Racing doesn't have that hub world, but I really like its menu overlay and how you bounce around. It's really fun in the story mode. That's what I think the game is missing. I want a hub world mode. And if they released a hub world mode,
boring game.
If they released a hub world mode, I would actually pay money for it. I'd probably pay like $30 or something for a hub world mode where it ties all the tracks together and puts them into some Mario story. I would be down for that 100%. 100%.
I don't know. I just think it's a boring game. I don't knock people for playing it. I don't knock people for liking it. I think the only thing that makes that game slightly more exciting is having a community to play with. And I'm being completely honest with that. If I didn't play this game with other people, there would be no fucking reason for me to play this game. I would never play this game on my own. There's no reason to play this game by myself.
So what game have we agreed on today? Peach. Peach. We love Peach, folks. Peach is best girl. No, she's second best to Pauline. And you know who has Pauline? Mario Kart! I think
Again, It's fine. It's fine. I don't care if people like this game. To say it's the best Mario Kart game is just like I don't agree. That's it. It can be your favorite Mario Kart game. It can be the rest of the world's Mario Kart game.
I don't actually know if it's my favorite.
I expect fun out of my games. It's not that fun to me. I remember again on the Wii U thinking this is a boring title on the Wii U when it came out. Like what, fucking 8 years ago at this point? I don't even fucking know.
Mm-hmm.
Probably less than that. But like it's just like who cares? This game is boring.
It's
so uninspired.
It's got so much gold in it and it's perfected and it's got Funky Kong now. If you put Funky Kong in anything, I will buy it. You could put Funky Kong in the next Wolfenstein on the side of the bad guys and you get to play as him, and I would fucking pre-order that in a heart. In fact, that would probably be my game of the year, if I'm being honest. Put Funky Kong in everything. Put Funky Kong in Wolfenstein. Put Funky Kong in Doom.
Yeah, that'd be funny, though.
Put Funky Kong in fucking Deep Space Waifu. Put Funky Kong in Super Seducer 4. Jonathan, I think, dropped a meme. Did he drop a meme? Okay, well.
Yes, he did.
Okay, let's take a looky-loo here. Let's take a looky-loo. I do. Oh, no! Should I pull this up? Give me a second here.
Yes, you definitely should.
That's a fucking classic. That's a fucking classic. Yes, I am old enough to remember that. Oh, no. Wasn't he spurging out about World of Warcraft as well? Wasn't that guy?
I think so.
I think it was a wow. Yeah. So literally me on the screen. That is, yeah. That's what I get. That's what I fucking get. I talk shit about Capcom and I shove Joy-Cons up my ass. Only the best content here.
The best channel.
If anyone asks why do you watch Melee games, I don't know. They don't like Capcom games and they shove Joy-Cons up their ass. What do you want?
I tipped this dude $3 and he put a Joy-Con up his ass.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's got a cool rumble feature. Oh my god. All right, moving on.
Sure.
Moving on. I don't fucking care to talk about this. Do you? Among Us? Among Us has new DLC.
I hate Among Us. I don't care.
Among Us is such a fucking Zoomer game. It's such a game for fucking 11-year-old boys. I don't fucking care.
Oh, you sus though.
I don't care. I don't care.
It's fine. I don't hate Among Us. It's just like kind of.
It is what it is. It's made. If I played, I can't play it because people will think I'm fucking 8. They probably already do. All right, Among Us gets new.
I also don't I get how to play the game, but then like I play it poorly. So like I played Among Us once, and
I played it for a few hours.
There was somebody in the camera. There was somebody in the camera room, and like I just murdered someone pretty much in front of them. And then they called a meeting, and they were like, "She murdered someone." And I was like, no, I didn't. What do you mean? He's like, I literally saw you on the camera do it. I was like, no, I didn't. And they didn't kick me out. That's how I play the game, where it's like I do such blatantly stupid shit that like you see it right in front of you, and then I just deadpan go like, no, I didn't do that.
You know how I played the game? I played it for like 3 hours, and all I did was like called a meeting and try to. You saw McPixel, right? Literally, how McPixel. I'm not joking. I love McPixel. How McPixel played the Among Us parody is how I played Among Us. I just call a meeting and I accuse someone of murder, and it worked. I would always be like the second person left alive. It was fucking amazing. All right, moving on, because good lord, there's still no wait. That's it. Sizzle reel. No, that ain't it. That ain't it. Because there was a sizzle reel.
That's not it. Because there's my favorite thing.
Are you ready? What we already said. We already talked about Mario Kart 8.
I don't care about fucking Mario Kart 8, dude. Fuck Mario Kart 8, man.
Last
Double Dash is where it's at.
But not least, I'm excited for this as well, because I have never played this game. Just like Super Mario RPG, I am so excited. Out of fucking nowhere, the big surprise was...
I'm trying to see if I can find our copy.
Go find it. The 1000-Year Door, which... Look, this isn't even the original Paper Mario. But I have heard so universally that this is the Paper Mario to play. And once again, it is a turn-based... 1 second here. Let me pull it up. This is a turn-based RPG. And I'm excited. So even though it's not in my repertoire, if you will, this is a game I am fucking excited for, and I'll be playing day one because this is a game that has been recommended. Like, everyone that's played this game fucking loves this game. And this looks like a prop. This isn't as much of a leap graphically as Super Mario RPG. I will say I am way more excited for Super Mario RPG, but I am excited for this as well. Nintendo fans are fucking. They're having a fucking fit because, like, man, the Switch is just freaking awesome.
Look, I'm excited for both. I think that Super Mario RPG is going to be awesome to have on the Switch. But this announcement is one of, like, I've had a few games that I really want on the Switch, Wind Waker and Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door, the two. This, to me, was probably the best news for the entire year, if not for the past few years for Nintendo. Like, this is, like, the best fucking news ever for the Switch. This is a perfect game. This is another game. I was talking in a stream earlier today, I think it was Static Stream, and I was saying Mass Effect 2 is a 10 out of 10 game, and I don't give that to a lot of games. Paper Mario Thousand Year Door is a 10 out of 10 game. Absolutely 10 out of 10 game.
Is it your favorite Mario game?
I like a lot of Mario games. It's one of my favorite RPGs.
Interesting.
Super Mario World would probably be my favorite Mario game.
Super Mario World.
If I were to say to somebody, I have a favorite Mario game, it'd be Super Mario World, probably.
Okay, interesting.
But Paper Mario Thousand Year Door is just fantastic. It's got the best companions for a Mario game. The dialogue is great. The combat feels great. The art looks fantastic. The story is hilarious. Everything. The dialogue is written so well. This game just feels good start to finish. If you are ever going to play a Paper Mario game, this is the only one you have to play. You can play the other ones. Some of them are really good, but this is the fucking game. This is for anyone who likes role-playing games. You should play this fucking game. 10 out of 10 game. I cannot, like, praise this game enough. It's so good. And I actually like this game more than Super Mario RPG personally.
Interesting. Yeah, there's just something about Super Mario RPG's, like, visual style that appeals to me more personally, and kind of the icon level of Super Mario RPG. But this is also on my list, and I'm excited to play this. Literally, the two games that Nintendo showed off that I'm most excited for today are not in, like, I don't like the game mechanics, but yet I'm excited to fucking play both of them. This
is genuinely my favorite announcement for the Switch.
Ever.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, it's not as much of a difference visually. It's closer to a port than Super Mario RPG is, because I was looking at a side-by-side, and it looks kind of like it's just touched up in some areas. You know what? In some areas I thought, because this was originally a Wii game, in some areas I thought...
GameCube.
Was it GameCube? Oh yeah, whoops. Well, I was seeing a side-by-side, and I actually thought some of the models looked better on the GameCube one. Like, the colors popped a little better. But...
I won't know until I see it on the actual Switch.
Yeah, I just saw a side by, like, that boat that they took. I thought it looked better on the GameCube, but I was like, nitpicking.
It looks one-to-one enough for me. I mean, Super Mario RPG is such a contrast difference. This is very, very close. I'm happy with it. Mm-hmm. Happy with how they made it look. Happy that it's on the Switch. Fucking buying it day one. Recommending it to everyone I know. This game, I love this fucking game. If I was stuck with, like, one RPG, I would highly consider making this the one.
More than KOTOR.
It might not be at the end of the day, but it would be... I would have a hard time letting go of this one. Like, it would be like...
I'm excited. So...
And a lot of people that are Thousand Year Door fans, like... There's a huge following behind it, and people know. Like, they're like, this is the fucking game. Anyone you talk to about Paper Mario, you'll hardly ever hear them say any other one is better. There might be some people that are like, oh, it's 64 one because it's original or whatever. You might hear that. Some people like the Wii one a lot. There's one there, and I think... Well, I don't want to say too much in case it spoils, but there's, like, other characters and stuff you can play as, so, like, it makes it more fun. But this is the game. Like, this is the fucking game. If you have never played a Paper Mario game, play this fucking game. You don't need to play the first one.
Did you develop it or something? You're really selling it.
This is the fucking game. This is like when you're talking about Halo. Like, this is like the fucking game.
Well, I made Halo.
Or KOTOR. Or Mass Effect.
I'm John Halo.
Mass Effect 2 and Paper Mario. Thousand Year Door.
So,
And KOTOR.
If you had top 10 games, where would Thousand Year Door fall? Is it top 10?
It is definitely top 10.
It's a top 5.
And KOTOR, Symphonia, Fire Emblem 7, Wind Waker. No, you know what? I think it even like with
Peggle 2.
Look, I could definitely say Symphonia is there. I can definitely say KOTOR is there.
It's a contender for top 5.
I can definitely say Fire Emblem 7. I could say for sure. See, where it's messy for me is between Mass Effect 2, Wind Waker, and this game.
Interesting.
It would like this one would either be 6th or 5th.
Wow.
And I would argue that I would rather people play Thousand Year Door than play Wind Waker.
Wow.
Honestly.
Oh my god.
It's a really good game. I would recommend this game probably over Wind Waker. And I'm obsessed with Wind Waker. But if I had to go if I had to suggest one GameCube game to somebody, I think Paper Mario even over Melee.
All right, guys, we are rebranding. We are now Paper Games. Paper Games. Full listen to a little paper bag.
Paper Games.
Don't get us wet because we will be destroyed once we get wet. This is Paper Games.
But obviously, I love Smash Bros. I love Wind Waker. I love tons of games on the GameCube. Tales of Symphonia is also a GameCube game. I fucking love that game. Mm-hmm. But Paper Mario Thousand Year Door is just a game I can universally recommend.
DJ is heading out. He lasted almost 5 hours. It is always great hanging out with you too, my friend. Thank you as always for tolerating me, buddy, and I hope you have a good night.
Have a good night, DJ.
We are about to wrap up just the fucking Nintendo segment. Do you have anything else to gush over Thousand Year Door?
No, I'm just saying, play this fucking game. When it comes out on the Switch, play this fucking game.
Okay.
I'm happier about this announcement than if they gave me Wind Waker.
Wow, that's crazy. I would never guess that because, I thought that was your number one. You wanted Wind Waker more than anything. So that's crazy to me.
No, this is my number one game.
Oh my god.
For the Switch.
Oh my god.
Wind Waker is tied. You know what I mean? Wind Waker is so closely tied to it. It's just that this game still beats it out. I think it's objectively better.
Oh
I just subjectively enjoy Wind Waker a lot.
Okay. Before we move on to the state of play, the absolute state of play, what out of a letter grade rating would you give the Nintendo Direct from an F all the way up to an A+? What would you give this?
They gave me a bunch of games that I've wanted on the Switch for a long time. I would give it an A.
Wow.
I mean, I guess an A+ for Paper Mario. But if Paper Mario wasn't in there, I'd probably give it a B.
Yeah, I personally am at a B. I'm just looking at it. It's pretty good. For me to give it an A, it would have to have something that is shockingly, mind-blowingly, just making my face melt like Indiana Jones and Raiders of the Lost Ark. And it didn't give me that, but it gave me a lot of quality content. It gives me a lot of good stuff, even if it's stuff that I recommend to others, but I don't recommend to myself, like Luigi's Mansion. I'm excited for Mario vs. Donkey Kong. I think it looks really good. I am very excited for Princess Peach's Showtime. That wasn't a shock announcement, though. That was just more details on the game I was already excited for. Tomb Raider looks good. Detective Pikachu looks good. Luigi's Mansion, of course, Contra fans and F-Zero fans, even though if that's not really for me, I'm happy for them. That's a really good announcement. Mario Kart 8 gave me exactly what I wanted for the final DLC, and Thousand Years Door, I'm excited to play that game finally. So for me, this is a solid good B. It's a lot. It just reconfirms that out of the 3 systems between Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo, the one to fucking have is Nintendo, because they're just killing it with their library. While Xbox and PlayStation are struggling to have any exclusives whatsoever, the Switch just keeps reminding people that Nintendo is killing it in the exclusive library, which is the most important thing, in my opinion, when you have a console. It's what do you offer me that a PC doesn't? And Nintendo has given people like an infinite amount of reasons to own a Switch. And this generation, it's incredible because the Wii U, I love the Wii U. The Wii U was a huge failure, but I still love it. I still love the Wii U, but man, is the Switch just a fucking 10 out of 10 success. It is freaking wild. All right, I am, because I am so terrified of the absolute state of play, I'm going to take another washroom break. Do you want to catch up with chat? And you can all hate on me for saying Mario Kart 8 is good or something? Go do that.
Sure.
Go do that. All right, I'll be back. I'll be back!
Where are we in chat here? Okay, yeah, I think we're about here. Yeah, DJ was mentioning that's a Suikoden successor. Did I miss anything before that, though? No, I don't think so. Okay. Paul says Stardew Valley is the GOAT. I was never big into Stardew Valley. I think a lot of people like that game, but not really for me. But I understand why people like that one. Paul says, you might not like Cult of Lamb. You do need to feed your followers, and that requires crop tending. So does it kind of fit into the Harvest Moon thing? That'd be interesting. There's another game that kind of adopted that model a bit. It was, I think, called Moonlighter. And it's like Zelda, like old school Link to the Past type Zelda. And then it's a bit of Minecraft elements and a bit of Harvest Moon elements. You like own a store at the same time as you go and raid dungeons. So I've always been interested in those games that like kind of combine concepts. So I think I would be okay with Cult of the Lamb. I think James could play it too. I could see him playing that. DJ says, I'm not a fan of Wargroove, by the way. I really wanted to like it, but I don't know. It's just not as good as Advance Wars or even the FE games. Yeah, I mean, to me, Wargroove is really a budget title. It's not something that I would go out of my way to play, but I still would want it in my library. Probably be like an in-between game. Like if I'm in between two like massive games or something, and I'm like, oh, you know, I need like a little game to tide me over or something, I probably would play Wargroove. I did like it. But yeah, it's not made by like a big studio or anything to my knowledge, so I don't think it's got like the same love as like Fire Emblem, for example. But it wasn't bad. I think like Wargroove beats some of the like newer Fire Emblems that are not as good. Not talking about the newest one, which I can't remember the name of right now. But it's definitely better than Three Houses, I would say. So yeah, Wargroove is a budget title for me. It's okay. It's those kinds of games that you're like, sure, I'll play it. Why not? And that one's a comment for James, so I'll get back to that later. What is it? You just said you can deep dive in Deep Rock Galactic. Does that still count? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, he says it counts as a diving game. DJ says, when Funky gets close to you in a race, he had better whisper some ASMR into your ear. Paul says, no, DJ, because that's deep dickin'. And then Paul says, F-099 is better than Mario Kart. Very clear troll. That's okay. That's okay. We do a little trolling over here. It's all good. DJ says 30 plus tracks, but it's still not better than Double Dash. Or sorry, it's still not Double Dash. Get that shit out of here. And then DJ says,
Double Dash port on the Switch. Just I would pay money for it. That would be fucking great, man.
Exactly. DJ says, K, see, that's how I know you genuinely love James, because you'd have to have that kind of devotion to put up with these kinds of trash takes and not smother him with a pillow.
Come on now. You love me for my cute uniqueness, right? It just adds to it. You love to hate me.
Of course, you're my soulmate. Doesn't matter if we disagree on most things.
On most things.
No, I don't know. I rip into you because I know I can. Like we just like scream at each other because I know I can. But, obviously we do agree on some things. DJ says Diddy Kong Racing has a hub world 10 out of 10 best kart racer. I agree.
Another game I would love a Switch port for.
I don't think it's a 10 out of 10 game, but if I were just classifying it as a kart racer, I would say it's 10 out of 10 kart racer, if that makes sense. But it, like compared to other games, I'd probably put it in the 8 out of 10 category. Yeah, and then Jonathan dropped the meme earlier, and DJ headed out. Everyone's saying goodbye to DJ. Have a good night, DJ. And I think that is it for our chats at the moment. Yeah.
Just want to say huge we knew this was going to be a such a fucking long stream, and like, look, we're going into something, and we're giving you our reactions and our impressions on games. One thing is, like, I don't like faceless communities. I don't like people just reporting on games. They don't give their colorful, salty takes on things. What I always loved growing up and watching people talking about games, even if I disagreed with them, I loved wrestling, and so that's why I loved Tommy Tellerico over on Electric Playground, and that's why I loved Craig on Screw Attack, and still do. I love the color commentary, and I love the unique takes, even if I disagree with them. So I didn't want to just be like, this game announced, this game looked good, this game announced. So I wanted to give you my fire, my spit, my everything, and thank you guys so much for hanging out for almost 5 fucking hours while we just silently react and give shitty opinions, mostly on my end of Nintendo games. That's fucking wild. So thank you guys. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to we knew this was gonna be a long one, and we're fucking,
that's why we're doing it live.
We're fucking in for it. But the fact that you guys are like hanging out and watching us just fucking talk shit about gaming, like, honestly, thank you guys. You guys are freaking awesome. And all the tips we've gotten tonight, seriously, thank you. And we're not fucking done, because if you thought I had bad opinions then, wait till we get to the absolute state of play, because I gave that a B. Get ready for the state of play. Kay, do you have anything to add for the lovely people watching at home?
No, I just want to thank you guys as well. I love that you guys tune into the streams. You're very active in the chat. I always think it's a good problem to have when it's hard to keep up with the chat and what everyone's saying.
Oh,
so I didn't have any, I wasn't upset at all reading all those comments. I know Nerdy Neil was like, oh, it's good that you're even reading all of them. Like, I love reading your guys' comments.
Mm-hmm.
I love when you're interactive. And yeah, we were going to originally film this offline, but I just felt like it was such a good day for gaming with the state of play, with Nintendo's reveals as well. Like, I just felt like it would be more fun with the chat to hear what you guys were thinking about the games too.
It's a big day. Let's get those reactions in now. Let's do it.
I mean it. I don't mean it in that way. I mean it like I thought it would be a day that people would have a lot that they're excited for. I wanted to hear that live rather than people having to sit and listen to us for like 8 hours and then after being like, oh yeah, I liked this or whatever. So it just felt like it was a better stream to do live than to do pre-recorded. And I'm grateful to everyone that's tuned in and stuck with us, and for those that have come and gone and those tipped and everything and all the opinions. It's been fun. So I'm worried about state of play. But
if you guys hated me,
and then we have an anything goes too.
That will be quick, I promise you. And that's a lie. Okay. If you guys hated me before, we're gonna get to the state of play. There's no bookmarks on this one, so we're gonna skim through it. Let's bring it up on the stream. So this was much later on. Sony did their own version of a Nintendo Direct called the Absolute State of Play. Strap the fuck in. We're gonna just skim through it. It starts off with a lady talk. Oh no, it starts off with this game. I think this game was called Baby Steps. Okay, this honestly might be my favorite game of the entire fucking show. I'm not even joking. This might be my
This is your favorite
her face,
game
her
from
face,
the show?
her
Are
face.
You fucking kidding me?
It's Slim Pickens. It was such simple. It was Slim Pickens. Slim Pickens. Okay, look, I love Octodad. I love silly games sometimes, and so the point of this game, I don't fucking know. But like this guy wakes up like hungover or something, and you can tell like it's kind of quappy. It's very Octodaddy. You control his legs very like perfectly. And look, I'm saying best game of the show. Spoiler alert, I didn't really like the show. I don't even think I'm going to play this fucking game. But if I play any game, I'm like, this game kind of seemed cute. This kind of game seemed up my fucking alley. So you just have to walk perfectly and you fall. I immediately was like, oh my God, I fucking imagine taking a drink every time I fall or something, and then I get drunk along with him. Like, I can see myself having fun with this game. This is my kind of game. I think the humor was a little bit cringy, but it was also a little bit funny.
No, you know what? I will give this game this much. It is kind of funny because it's just some dude who's like, I don't know why the fuck I'm here. I don't really give a fuck.
Literally,
there's one point where he's like talking to someone, and the guy is like,
a random Australian man comes and is like, "Oi, mate, just use your grappling hook." And he's like, "Oh yeah, sure, yeah." And he's like, "Yeah, just fucking use the grappling hook." And then he leaves, but the guy doesn't have a grappling hook. Yeah, like right there, and it's like,
Yeah.
What? Like, that's my fucking comedy right there. Like, just what? What? What the fuck? What the fuck is happening in reality? I love it. So this literally might be my game of the whole fucking absolute
and he's
state
like,
of
God,
play.
just all fucking zip up there type thing, and you're just like, okay.
Yeah.
And like,
I will
I just
say,
love the comedy. It's like almost making fun of video games to me. It's
yeah.
like making fun of people just like be like, I just do this and blah blah blah, and he's like, okay, whatever.
And look, you can sidestep as well. So, like, I don't know, there's some weird fucking controls in this one in baby steps. You can sidestep. This honestly seems like a fun playthrough. And then the sizzle trailer at the end. This looks like what Death Stranding should be, for the record. And yeah, oh my god. So I think this is going to be fucking good. I will say, though, I compared it to Octodad. I would rather have Octodad 2. Whatever... I don't know what those devs are doing, but I really liked Octodad. I really liked it. And I would much rather have Octodad 2. Do you know what those devs are doing?
No clue. I have no idea what they're up to. I think this game's okay. My reaction to you was you saying it's the best of the whole thing, because I don't agree with that. But
I'm going to keep that in
play.
mind. I'm going to see if there's something that I would rather play over baby steps, but I don't think so. We're going to find out. Okay, are you ready for game number 2?
Sure.
Roblox. We got Super Mario RPG and Thousand Years Door. What do they got over there? They got Roblox. Talk about the games for fucking 11-year-olds. You got fucking Roblox in here. I didn't even know Roblox looked like this. The last thing I heard about Roblox was like Tommy Tallarico threatening to sue it because of the oof sound or something. I don't fucking know. But
what?
You didn't hear about Tommy Tallarico claimed that he get his out of here. Tommy Tallarico claimed that he fucking made the oof sound. And so he was trying to, like, sue Roblox or something. But yeah, I don't give a flying fuck about Roblox. And I don't care that it's going to be on the PS4, not even the PS5. Do you have anything to say about that?
No, I don't care about Roblox at all.
All right. Moving on. We got Ghostbusters VR. I think this is literally, like, this isn't tied to the other ones, but this is, like, the fucking third VR Ghostbusters game. I don't know what it is, but they're really trying hard to get Ghostbusters into a fucking VR game.
The stupid fucking hats that you wear in this game. It's so cringe.
So I'm a huge Ghostbusters fan. Ghostbusters, the first movie, is a rare 10 out of 10 film for me. Absolutely love it. And the Ghostbusters game from Atari, the third-person shooter, is a masterpiece, and I consider it to be the third film, and it's better than the last film. Yeah, this kind of looks like garbage to me. I've had 2 really bad experiences in VR, and one of them was one of the Ghostbusters VR games. It was absolute fucking dog shit. I just bought it because I wanted, like, a little museum of Ghostbusters. Like, I just wanted to feel like I'm in the movie, and it was absolute fucking dog shit.
I think my issue with these is, like, they keep trying to do the same thing. I think you were trying to say that too. It's like, I've seen so many of these, like, Ghostbuster VR games, and me, like, I like Ghostbusters a lot, but I'm not, like, a giant fan or anything. So to me, it all looks the same. It's just, like, the same fucking thing over and over again.
Yeah,
it's uninspired.
And it's not good. Like, so my favorite VR game that I've played, and I'm not a huge VR guy. If Fran Chan's still in the chat, I know Half-Life Alyx is considered the best VR game ever. Maybe I'll try that one day. But my favorite VR game was Arkham VR, and it was made by Rocksteady. It was made by the Arkham guys, and it's actually canon it takes place between Arkham City and Night, but it has spoilers for Night, so you have to play it after Night. Yeah. That is my all-time favorite VR experience, and the reason for that is all I want from VR. This is all I want, is to fucking be the little kid that I used to be, and when I used to pretend I was in the backyard being Batman, or I was Darth Vader killing children. I just want to have that feeling as close to reality as possible. And the best experience I've had for that in VR is Arkham VR. That game, like, I can't tell you how many times I had chills playing Arkham VR, like putting the cowl on, clipping the utility belt. Like, it feels like you're Batman playing that game. It's incredible experience, and it was worth the price of PSVR alone.
Yeah.
So I went after that experience and I bought Ghostbusters VR and I bought Justice League VR and I bought a bunch of half-assed VR games where I wanted to just LARP as my favorite characters. That's all I want from VR is I just want to be able to perfectly LARP as these fucking characters. And Arkham VR, mwah, amazing. Ghostbusters VR was absolute fucking dog shit to the point where it almost made me feel like nauseous because it's like if a game is shit, a game is shit. But if a VR game is shit, it can actually make you sick.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
And like, yeah, if it wasn't for Justice League VR, Ghostbusters would have been the worst VR experience, and this looks more of the same.
In terms of VR, I would say my favorite one is Super Hot. It feels super good in VR.
Yeah,
so it's like every time you move, then they move as well, and so it's actually really good with the headset.
Mm-hmm.
It gets really intense.
I don't know. For me in VR, like I said, it's like I don't care to play like original games in VR. I want Batman VR. I want Oh yeah, that was another one. Star Wars. There is a Star Wars VR game. I bought it. It's called Vader or whatever. But it's so fucking cheesy and lame because they give you a droid companion that's constantly obnoxious in your face, and I'm like, just let me be what I want to be. But they can't. They have to Disneyify it, and so I actually didn't finish it because it was so fucking like Disney lame, Disneyified. So yeah, I just want to fucking like make a Power Rangers VR where I'm actually getting into the Megazord.
Oh, that would be
my god!
sweet.
Like that's all I want from VR. Okay. So moving on, speaking about VR, because Sony is heavily pushing VR in this, we're going to, I believe this is Resident Evil 4 VR. I am interested if Leon gets to fuck Claire in VR. But apart from that, dear God, no. I have a hard time playing some horror games already. VR horror games, get the fuck out of here. There's no way.
Every time I see these VR horror games, I think of that one time that JonTron did a promotional video.
Oh, yeah.
For Resident Evil, it always cracks me up.
Yeah, so dear God, fuck this shit. If you guys have ever played VR, like if you actually get immersed in it, it can fuck with your brain. That's the weird thing about VR if you guys haven't experienced it.
And this looks gorgeous. Like this looks really good.
Oh yeah. But like watching a video of it doesn't do it justice. Like VR is a very like be careful experience. It comes with a lot of caveats, but like you will get vertigo if you like in Batman and Arkham VR, you can look over buildings and stuff and you actually like your body induces vertigo. It's crazy. And like you will get sick and like sometimes it stimulates your brain so hard that like it tricks your brain into thinking shit's real. So you actually have like I only recommend VR to like people that are careful. Because like a horror game in VR in my opinion, can really fuck you up. It can really fuck you up. I'm not saying like you are not allowed to make them or anything. I don't care if you fucking make them. Make them all you want. I'm just saying like viewer discretion is advised. Be careful. Know what you're fucking getting into. Because yeah, even just Arkham VR, there's a scary part. Okay, so Kay, you played Arkham Asylum with me.
Yeah.
You know the Killer Croc part?
Yeah.
They redo that in the VR game.
Oh god.
I didn't know that, and so I'm playing it, and like you're hearing him in the water and all this stuff, and he's like around you, and you're looking like you're physically looking in the water. Like watching a video doesn't do it justice. You're in that world. You have full head control. You see everything around you, so you're sneaking, and you hear Killer Croc, and he can just fucking go and eat you at any second. And I was like, dear fucking God, this is terrifying. Because I thought that level was terrifying back in like 2008. Now I'm in that level. I'm living that. It was like was so hard to get through. It was nuts, but it was also so cool. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you have any thoughts on Resident Evil VR, but that's my fucking thought.
There was I don't know if it showed it in that clip, but there's also like extra DLC that's coming as well. I don't think that's VR.
No, that's next.
Like...
That's
okay.
So this is Resident Evil VR, but the next thing we can go to the next thing if you want.
Resident Evil VR, I think, yeah, there's some VR games where I can play them and things don't look as realistic, so it's easy to like fixate on something that's like bugged out almost and not like it'll unimmerse you so it doesn't affect your brain as much. This game looks like buttery smooth, so I feel like it's one of those ones that like it's not for the faint of heart. But I think that's a really cool experience for people that can handle that.
Resident Evil 4
to
is
me,
a
it's
lot
like-
of people's favorite game of all time.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
for me, like, I think of my favorite games of all time, like Halo 3 or something, and it's like, or KOTOR. Oh, I would love to play that in VR. To live in that world. I don't know if I'd ever want to live in Resident Evil, but hey.
Yeah, but it depends on the game. I think, like, yeah, there's a difference between a game that would jump scare you versus not jump scare you. I would love to go in a Lord of the Rings VR game. Holy shit. You want to talk about
Right.
games that need to happen? You fucking give me Lord of the Rings VR, I would play that all fucking day. I wouldn't do anything anymore.
Yeah.
I'd be in Lord of the Rings VR. So, yeah, I think it's cool for Resident Evil fans. If I can ever get the balls for it, I will fucking do it. But it stresses me out, man. Like, I don't know, those scary games. I couldn't even do the one where, like, oh my god, what is it called? Until Dawn. There was like a carnival one, and then you would like
There was
go
a Doom
on
one
like
too.
yeah, but the Until Dawn one, you literally go in a train car, and then you're like going through like a minecart level, like Donkey Kong, and there's jump scares. I couldn't fucking handle that, so I can't imagine handling this. But it's super cool for Resident Evil fans. I'm happy for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And more Resident Evil, I believe, is coming up here. Yeah, this is the next thing. I don't fucking know. What is this? This game came out, didn't? I thought Resident Evil 4 Remake came out.
Yeah, well, there's DLC to it. This is a big deal for fans. I was never a Resident Evil 4 person. I was more Resident Evil 2. But this is a big deal for fans. I know a lot of people were going crazy over this. So again, super happy for them. Like for us with Nintendo, how there was
That's
super
Elvis.
like someone. What?
That's Elvis in the trailer.
Oh yeah. Exactly. There were some like Nintendo announcements that made our day. This is like the Funky Kong announcement for you on Mario Kart.
Yeah.
But for people with Resident Evil, this is a big deal.
I will take Funky Kong over a really attractive woman in a tight red dress. Yes, you're correct.
Oh god.
I'm
yeah,
just saying. Yeah. Separate ways.
What is it called? Yeah, separate ways. Yeah. So people were going insane over this. Again, super happy for people. This is the kind of stuff you want to see is fan service. So I'm very, very happy that fans got that.
Yeah, it's just absolutely. It's not for me. We already lost half our viewership when I shat on Capcom in the last time. I'm not gonna do it again.
No, it was the geese that did it.
Was it the geese? It was the geese. It was like, look, you can install Resident Evil all you like. But you like geese? All right.
Fuck the geese, bros.
All right, next game is coming. Look, we're just speeding through this because we don't fucking care about Sony. And I want to fucking yell about this. Oh my god. Nobody likes Avatar. Stop trying to make Avatar happen.
Like, fucking skip this. I hate
No,
Avatar.
because like I hate the fact that they keep trying to make Avatar a thing. Look, tell me a plot point from Avatar 1. Nobody can because it's the most fucking forgettable, shitty movie ever. And they're always... James Cameron is just constantly trying to make Avatar this thing. Nobody likes it. It's so boring. And second of all, so this is another VR game where you play as the Na'vi. Oh, the Na'vi. If there's one thing I can say about Avatar, is that the humans were the fucking good guys and they did nothing wrong. The humans did nothing wrong in Avatar. I would get this game if I could play a VR game where I had a fucking gun and I could shoot every Na'vi in the head and wipe them out. That's what I want. That's what I want. Give me the fucking option. Give me the option. Yeah, I can have the tentacle sex that you're seeing on screen right here. All this shit. I can leap around and be a weird Lanky Kong looking motherfucker that looks like he's going to be drafted to the fucking Raptors or something. But no, what I fucking want is I want to be with those Marines, dropping in with my boys, fucking shotguns and assault rifles on hand and mowing these fuckers down, baby. I would be so fucking down for that. So yeah, that's my thoughts. Do you have any other thoughts on this game?
No, I fucking hate this game. I don't care. Avatar sucks. I don't know why it's popular. Just like Jerry Crow says, I never got why Avatar was so successful. I don't fucking get
because
it.
a bunch of little old ladies went and saw the original one. And they're like, it's so pretty. It's so pretty. And it's like, bitch, video games that are B tier are prettier than this. Do you remember people fucking like literally getting reported that people were like killing themselves over Avatar? And I remember back then. You don't remember that? That was the original one. There was literal reports of people killing themselves because they thought Avatar was so pretty and they were sad that it wasn't the real world. And you know what I did? I laughed. That was just the funniest fucking thing to me. I was like, I don't know if that's real or not, but dear God, get a fucking grip, man. Get a fucking grip.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid, dude.
Like, I literally... When I saw Avatar, I don't know if it's because I'm a gamer or something, but when I saw Avatar back in the day, I'm like, this isn't even like that. Like, there was games that were already out that looked nicer.
Yeah.
Like, what? Am I gonna get depressed because I don't get to live in the fucking Plants vs. Zombies world? Oh my God, the walnuts are so beautiful. Anyway, I should probably stop while I'm ahead. But, dear God. It's just Avatar makes me fucking go off. I'm sorry. And I've always hated it. I've always fucking hated it.
Like, I remember being a super long movie and just being so bored out of my fucking mind and just being like, why the fuck am I still here?
Kay always has this opinion that she hates movies, and I have the opinion of her that it's because before me, she was only exposed to the absolute dog shit worst movies.
James, I watched Lord of the Rings before we dated.
Yeah, but you still say you don't like movies. And so anyway, you get, for the most part, you've been exposed to like the most dog shit tier movies, and Avatar is no freaking exception. And then so I show you amazing stuff, and you're like, yeah, that's good. And I'm like, well, this is movie. You don't have to watch bad things. You don't have to watch bad things.
I've clarified this opinion to you. We're gonna be on another. This should be our anything goes topic at this point.
I have another.
My clarification on this point is that my preferred medium is video games. Some people like watching TV shows. Some people like movies. I like video games. I like having the interactive aspect. It's better storytelling to me than just sitting there watching a movie where I can't change the consequence of anything.
Clearly, we
or
need
I can't
to
have any impact on the story.
Clearly, we need to watch Avatar again because it's the best movie ever. All right, moving on. We got whatever the fuck this is. I'm trying to remember what this is. I actually don't remember. And I watched this whole thing. Oh. Ghost Runner 2. You remember how we played Ghost Runner 1 and it was like the hardest fucking game ever?
I do remember Ghost Runner 2.
Well, this is 2. We played Ghost Runner 1.
Here, give me 1 second. Your audio's choppy. Give me 1 second.
Is it me? Chat, am I broken? Am I broken, chat? Hello?
Okay, yeah, Ghost Runner 2, I liked it until, like, I think 5 minutes into the game. There was, like, this point in the game where I was like, what the fuck am I playing? It like, stopped at some point. I don't remember exactly what it was, but there was, like, a point in the game where I was like, I fucking hate this game, but I liked it before that.
The game is almost like false advertising. It's really weird. Like, you think it's one thing, and you literally get past the tutorial, and then it's like, oh, it's completely fucking different. It's a game where it's like, if you pretty much get shot once, boom, start of the level. It's like you have to play flawlessly, and it's... If you like Mirror's Edge, you might like it. It's like Mirror's Edge kind of on crack, but it's not as good as Mirror's Edge. So I immediately write off Ghost Runner 2 because Ghost Runner 1 is just it's a rough game. Very pretty game.
The second one might be better though. Who knows? I like how it looks. It's very, very pretty. I think you were saying the same thing. It's a really nice looking game. It felt good for what I started to play, and then yeah, as soon as I realized, oh, I get tapped lightly once and I have to fucking restart, I was like, I'm good. It
feels really good in that tutorial, and then you do mission 1 and it's like, what the fuck is this? So it definitely has an audience out there. I am not that audience. It is a weird thing. It's a weird thing. All right, next game is, what is this? Oh, it's controllers. So this is the we have one game segment from PlayStation. So they literally spend most of their time in this fucking state of play, which is half the length of Nintendo's, to literally just show off controllers, because if there's one thing that's next-gen gaming, it's just saying we don't have any games, but we sure have a lot of controllers you can hold. Look at that. You got a red controller, you got blue controller, you got white controller. Give us another $100 and you can get a new controller to play nothing with. Welcome to gaming. Any other thoughts on that?
No.
All right.
They're fucking controllers. Who cares? Yeah. I mean, I like the PS5 is my favorite controller, but I don't care about you making tons of colors of it. I just like the feel of it.
Here we go. Here we go, baby. The sleeper hit. This is unironically the best. You're right. I take it back. Not baby steps. This is the game. This is the game for me. I completely forgot about this game.
And this is a valid answer.
And so many people are sleeping on this game. This is a PS5 PC only game. This is a sequel to Helldivers, a game that I've always meant to deep dive more into. Helldivers is the same developers of Magicka. If you guys know Magicka, it was a top-down wizardy game that was co-op, and it was most well known for fucking around with your friends. Helldivers was, let's take that and make it a top-down twin-stick shooter, but with Starship Troopers and put it in space and everything. Helldivers 2, this is what this is. It looks so fucking good to me. It is another co-op experience, but instead of being a twin-stick top-down, it is a third-person shooter. It fucking looks awesome to me. This is my gaming. These kind of games will get me every single freaking time. And I hope this gets a Steam drop. I am very, very, very excited for this. To me, this looks better than this new Starship Troopers game. It looks like it has much more quality to it. And these devs are freaking awesome. And the weird thing is, I constantly see these battles online of who's better, Sony or Xbox, and it's usually a contest of Game Pass versus Spider-Man, and no one is talking about this game. And it's on PC as well, but it's not on Xbox. It's not going to be on Xbox, so if you're a console person, the only way you can play this game is on the PS5. Sony boys, you should be talking about this game. It looks fucking great, and for some reason, this is why I'm out of touch with gaming right here. This looks amazing to me. No one's talking about it. Nobody fucking cares about it. And I'm like, what is going on? This looks so fucking good. This looks so fucking good. And This
looks really good, but I imagine there's a lot of people who also view it as like it's a dime a dozen type game. They might even compare it to like a Destiny or something. So they might not realize like how good this game is.
Yeah, this is more along the lines of a Deep Rock Galactic. Or a Starship Troopers, or a Left 4 Dead. But
at a surface, it doesn't, like, it looks like Destiny to me as somebody who doesn't play shooters.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Like, I'm talking from the perspective of a regular consumer. I get that it's completely different. But if I'm just like some normal person walking along, ooh, what games are this? Oh, it's just like a Destiny game, whatever.
Yeah, this is more like you suit up, you drop in
or like The Division or one of the Ghost Recon
no, it's not like those at all.
I mean?
That's not like those at all. You set you're
but
in your
from a glance, it does look like it.
Sure, yeah, but no. So this game is very much like you're all in a starship together. You choose a mission. The mission's a little bit RNG, just like Deep Rock Galactic. You pick a mission, you go in, you work together as a team, and you get out. And one of the charm of these devs is that friendly fire is always on, and that's always been a thing in all of their games. And it's part of the fun. It's part of the fun that you can either intentionally or unintentionally kill your teammates and really fuck with them. And it's a fucking blast because like shit gets so crazy and so hectic that even if you don't want to kill your teammates, there's no reason to. You will accidentally kill them, and it will be really fucking funny. So that's actually my game of the absolute state of play. That is the best looking game. I got into a fight on Twitter with somebody because they were like, this game looks like shit, and I'm like, this is the best.
I don't think it looks like shit at all. I think it looks quite great.
This looks better to me than Spider-Man 2 easily. This should be the fucking PlayStation killer app. This is the game that PlayStation should be pushing ahead and forward. It's fucking awesome.
That's tough. Let's take it because we're about halfway through that state of play. Let's look at comments. We'll do the second half of state of play. So we left off at DJ leaving. Have a good night, DJ. I know we already said bye to you earlier. Jerry Crow says, I'm in bed, but it's been a great madness so far. Thank you so much for hanging out
happy
with
you're
us.
having fun, buddy.
This is the longest Melee Madness podcast we've probably filmed because we haven't even gotten to our last segment yet.
5 hours,
so thank you
20
for
minutes.
hanging out with us, guys. And Paul says hi to Jerry. Paul says, what is your favorite Roblox mod? I think that's become the new question for chat.
Sonic
we're going to
RP.
just always say Sonic RP. That's our new answer.
Twerking Big the Cat.
Paul says, is the Ghostbusters based on the female movie, like the all-female movie?
You would think that looking at it, but it's more like they're just taking the fucking the rights to it and doing their own fucking thing. I don't know if you were fucking around or if you actually were asking that question, but
because it's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell, but yeah, no. It's they're taking the IP and they're running with it. There's actually an asymmetrical horror PvP game based in Ghostbusters that I was very curious about. But unlike Texas Chainsaw, it's a full-priced game. But it was so cool. It's like 4 Ghostbusters, and they enter a haunted area, and then one player is the ghost, and he's pretty much like possessing items, and he's a poltergeist, and he has to raise up the haunted level. And I'm like, this looks good. But the thing is, I didn't pull the trigger on it because it's a fucking full-priced, multiplayer-only asymmetrical horror game. That's going to be dead in a month, just like Evil Dead. And it's not and it's not on Steam, so I can't even check the player base. So if it drops on Steam, I'll check the player base and maybe I'll get it, but I guarantee you it's going to be fucking dead. But the reason I'm saying that is because that game came out very recently. It came out this year, and that was also like Ghostbusters, but it was in its own kind of style. It actually reminds me of the real Ghostbusters. Any huge Ghostbusters fans in chat? I fucking love Ghostbusters a lot. But the real Ghostbusters was the cartoon that came after the movie, and it's kind of got its own style as well. It's very colorful. It pops a lot. It's very nice to look at. And so these are all kind of a descendant of that, but not as nice as the real Ghostbusters.
Jerry Crow says HL2. I want to assume Half-Life 2 VR. Half-Life 2 VR airboat clipped a rock and went on a 360 haywire spin. Was messy.
Oh my god. So yeah, that's
shit.
Alex, I think he's talking about, or a VR mod.
Fuck with you.
Yeah, good lord. Yeah, I'd imagine you can totally vomit from just VR. Like it's an experience. You almost need like a watcher. You need someone to like watch you to make sure that shit doesn't get sour, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. Jerry's saying, Paul, my man. And Jerry was agreeing with us, saying, I never got why Avatar was so successful. I think I read that comment earlier
Merchandising. Merchandising. That's why. Advertising. They sold it to all the little old ladies. They made all the little old ladies want to go see it in the theaters. Because my grandmother, who never goes to the theater. Never. The last time she took me to see a movie, I was like 5 years old. She asked me if I wanted to go see Avatar 2 with her. I'm not joking. And I'm like, you don't go to movies. And she's like, I want to see.
She just watches TV.
Yeah, she just watches TV. And she wanted to see Avatar 2. She did go, by the way. She went and saw it like with somebody that I didn't go because I would have ruined the experience with her for my bad attitude. So I think she went with one of her sons or something. But yeah, that's how they get. That's why it's so successful. They tap into the little old lady market, the sweet little.
They tap into the people that like the Titanic.
Yeah, James Cameron. It's just James Cameron. Yeah.
I want to jump a little bit ahead here and say what's up to Angry Canadian. Hello.
How's it going, buddy?
Welcome. And Jerry wanted to clarify that it was the VR mod pre-Alex Oculus STK2 720p. Totally understand the movement in Alex. And now to go back to where we were, Jonathan Davis is actually a fan of the first Avatar. He says, I like the first Avatar. It's dances with wolves in space. You might understand that more than me. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, that's a movie. So Avatar is kind of a ripoff of a lot of movies, and there's always a debate about it. It rips off a little bit of Titanic. It heavily rips off Pocahontas. And there's another movie it rips off that's like a non-Disney animated movie in the 90s. But yeah, Dances with Wolves is also one that comes up a lot. It's a very cookie-cutter boilerplate plot. But
gotcha.
yeah.
Jonathan says no interest in the second one. I don't even know how many Avatar movies there are, and I'm scared.
They're planning like 7 of them. It's insane. I don't even know if the second one made a profit. Did it? I really don't know.
It's James Cameron. It probably did.
Yeah.
Paul says, I remember that about Avatar. People were self-deleting. I still don't understand why. They were just so depressed by the like not being in the Avatar world.
They got so convinced that like it was real that they were depressed that post Avatar depression syndrome, as Paul said.
Yeah, what Paul's saying there,
like,
exactly.
Yeah, it was crazy, and I'm an asshole for laughing about it, but I'm an asshole, you know that. But it's like, yeah, it's just like, go outside, like there's nice places in the world, dude.
Yeah.
Like,
no,
it
exactly.
was. I remember. I was like, because I was playing WoW at the time, and I was like, this isn't prettier than the Night Elf area. The Night Elf starting area is fucking prettier than Avatar World, but I'm an orc. You don't see me getting depressed. Anyway.
Yeah. No,
it's insane, man.
I can't imagine ever like getting like this over anything fantasy. So I mean, that's a whole other beast. Paul says
the Shire looks so much better.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't imagine being so depressed after Return of the King that I would off myself. Like, how stupid.
You know what? I will say, every time I watch Attack of the Clones, I am very upset that I'm not on a romantic date and in Naboo with Natalie Portman and running around and frolicking with her and professing my hatred of sand. Every time I watch Attack of the Clones, I get post Attack of the Clones depression syndrome, and I'm like, do I even want to go on? And then I'm like, oh, I do, because I can just watch Attack of the Clones again, and my date with Natalie Portman will never end.
Hopping ahead here to Nerdy Neo saying, holy crap, you're still live. We just finished the Nintendo Direct, and now we're halfway through the PlayStation State of Play.
We don't shut
up. And
then
after that, we've got our Anything Goes question, and then we will be good for the night. So yes, we are still live. This is the longest Melee Madness podcast ever. Thank you to everyone who has hung out with us so far, tipped anything. We've had such a great time with you guys in your comments. So I'm really glad we did this one live. I think it was a good call because the conversation's been really fun.
5.5 hours.
And there's a few comments on the controllers. Paul said red, white, and blue, America. At least the controllers.
Okay, you know what? State of Play S tier, America colors, baby. You put the red, white, and blue together, baby. I'm sold. Boom,
I want to
boom,
see
boom,
but I want to see an
boom.
American controller.
Hell yeah, that's true.
Like combine that all together. Have like just like pretty much American flag, but do that in a controller form. That'd be fucking cool.
Yeah.
And then Jonathan Davis says, "Isn't Helldivers based on a book?"
Good question. If it is, I might want to read that. I have no idea. If it is, I'm sold. I didn't know that.
And Paul says Helldivers looks cool.
Thank you.
John, did you say thank you? He didn't say you look cool. He said Helldivers looks cool.
I'm saying thank you because he agrees that it looks cool.
Oh, okay. It's like, what the?
Do you have to really insult my looks that much? He's like, why are you saying thank you? He didn't say you look cool. You look like a fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking loser. He's not complimenting you. Get the fuck. What are you, stupid?
Dumb. Jonathan says, Nerdy, you're just in time for PlayStation, and James shoved a Switch Joy-Con up his ass for $3.
It's still there. That comment fucking killed me. But yes, it's still there. It's still so up there. It's still up there. I think I have internal bleeding.
Oh, sounds like a great stream to me. Internal bleeding, 5.5 hours. Good stuff, and no end in sight. All right. Shall we continue with the PlayStation?
Yes, we shall. We shall. What
Perfect.
the fuck is next? Oh, I'm gonna get heat for this one. It is Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, that's why I paused it in between, because I feel like these next ones are a bit heavy.
Oh my god. So I think this is going to be a lot of people's game of the year. I think this might actually end up being the best-selling game of the year. I think it's going to be between Tears of the Kingdom. I was thinking Starfield, but not anymore, because I think Starfield is mostly disappointed people. So I think it's really the two Game of the Year contenders for people is going to be this game and Tears of the Kingdom. Here's the thing.
I think it is going to sell more than like Mario Wonder and stuff like that, unfortunately.
I think so. I think sales-wise, this is going to be huge. And I think people are gonna think this is a masterpiece, 10 out of 10 game. I think you're gonna see all the fucking graphics that say 10s across the board, maybe 1 9 to make it look like it's not fake. People are gonna go apeshit for this. People are gonna say it's the best superhero game ever. People are gonna say the Arkham games are total dog shit in comparison. You wanna know my take?
What?
I could not fucking care less. I could not fucking care less about this game. And I liked the first one, but I just don't care about Miles Morales so much. And he's so forced down your fucking throat. I don't care. Please make it end. And there is things in the story of the first one that made it hard to like it as well. The only reason I liked the first one was I had to fucking ignore a lot of the story shit that was pissing me off. Because yes, the gameplay was really good. The combat was really good. The open world aspects were really good. I don't think it was better than any of the Arkham games, and it stole a lot from the Arkham games. But it was a good, enjoyable experience if I ignored stuff. I think the story stuff I don't like is going to be ramped up to 11 in this game, and Miles Morales is much more shoved down your throat, and I just can't, so I don't fucking care at all. It looks gorgeous. It looks fluid. I'm sure people are going to love it. I'm happy for those people that love it. I think this is going to be a lot of people's game of the year. I don't care. Look at, they did fucking jazz hands. Did you see that? Look at this.
Yeah, just, I don't know. Do you want my opinion? Are you done yelling about it?
Yeah, I just had to rewind to show that, like, his best friends are literally doing jazz hands. That's my fucking take. What's yours?
I'm really upset about this game, to be honest with you.
You're a big Spider-Man fan.
Because I fucking love Spider-Man, and this is supposed to be my Batman Arkham series. Like, this is supposed to be, like, my fucking best series ever, but for my superhero that I like. I really enjoyed the first game. I loved being in that world. I hated all the shit in it. You guys know what I mean by that. There was just a lot of cringe in that universe, and I couldn't fucking stand it. That I agree with you, James, has been amped up to 11 in this game. This should have been like my GTA 5. Because they're building so many, like, there's like a stadium I think they build for, like, where Peter Parker plays football or whatever shit. And they, like, put all this really cool stuff in this fucking game. And it's like a game where you can live and breathe in the same way that, like, in GTA 5, you're like Michael and you go and play tennis and you do all this stuff. Like, that's kind of the direction they were going with this game.
Mm-hmm.
I want to love this game. I want to play this game. They've got a bit of symbiote stuff going in there too. That is fucking cool. This game looks pretty gorgeous for the most part. There's some shit that looks stupid. The character models look fucking dumb outside of, like, the main characters, but, like, the NPCs, will say, they look pretty fucking ugly when you look at human faces in this game. First game also had that problem. I really, 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 really want to like this game. I really do. And I'm trying to, like, decide if I'm gonna buy the game, because I think there's parts of it I'm really gonna like. I'm gonna really like being in that world.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna really like the Peter Parker parts. And I'm gonna love the costumes. There's tons of costumes. There's like 65 fucking costumes in this. I'm sure I'd be happy.
You know what this game is for you that it is for me? This is your Gotham Knight. Because I'm gonna be streaming Gotham Knight, but I'm hate streaming it. I love Batman and it looks pretty, and I love the combat. But I know it's going to be cringe as fuck and make me scream. So I think you are going to play this game. I think it's going to get universal praise. I don't care. I don't care about the game. I think you're going to play it. And I think there's going to be a lot of shit that makes you do exactly that. You're going to be sighing and exhausted and saying it's all so tiresome. And you're not going to be happy.
I don't like Miles Morales at all as a character. I fucking hate him. And the thing is that this is being billed as a Spider-Man game, but this is realistically going to be a Miles Morales game. And they're trying to make this a series that, like, Spider-Man 3 is going to be pretty much Miles Morales 3. Like, it's not going to... The Peter Parker... I have this gut feeling that Peter Parker might not even be in the next game.
They're inching him out.
They're really trying to write him out. They're trying to inch him out.
Because Miles was in the first game, but he was like a bit character.
Yes, they had the first Spider-Man game, and they had Miles Morales in it, but he was like kind of, he would call you sometimes, and it was like, you acknowledge he's there. but you're not like really dealing with him too much here and like, maybe here and there. And you kind of, in your back mind, okay, yeah, Miles Morales, part of this universe, whatever. And then they released that side game, which I didn't touch because fuck Miles Morales. I don't care about him. I'm sorry,
yeah,
I don't.
Zero interest.
I watch Spider-Man for the Rogues Gallery, and I watch it and read it and play it for Spider-Man. Like, that's what I care about. I care about Peter Parker. So, I love all of that shit. I fucking hate Miles Morales. I hate how everyone's trying to siphon him in. I hate how they're trying to treat him like another Spider-Man. I don't care about any of it. And this game now is giving me this vibe of like, oh, like Peter Parker might not be as good as you think he is, guys. Maybe he's a little bit corrupted. Oh, he's kind of weird. You're supposed to side with Miles Morales in this game. Like, it's very clear to me.
Yeah.
That you're supposed to be like, oh yeah, Miles Morales.
That's not a spoiler. That's in the trailer.
It's in the trailer. It's like you're supposed to identify with Miles Morales, and it's like, no, I don't fucking care about this guy. So, I'm furious about this game. I really am. I can't sugarcoat that. Like, I'm so pissed off that culturally we're moving towards Miles Morales with all of our Spider-Man stuff because Peter Parker is the essence of Spider-Man. He's the reason why any of us care about Spider-Man. Why are you ruining this series? So I might hate play this game. I might because, again, I love the atmosphere. This is a game where I'm like, do I skip it knowing that I will love the gameplay because I want to send a message and vote with my wallet and not pay for this game and make it clear that I'm not okay with this game? Or do I play it because I know I'll like the gameplay? And I love the first game, even though it's stupid and there's so many things I disagree with.
There's almost no point to like boycott this game because it's gonna
succeed.
It's gonna sell stupid numbers. It's gonna sell stupid numbers. You know what's funny?
1 second, you give me robot voice again. 1 second, sorry.
Is it me? Do I sound robot to you guys? Let me know. Hopefully not.
To me, it's like,
is it you?
Because I've been on these pods for like 7 hours. That's why it's.
Oh, do you have wired? Do you have wired headphones?
That's fine. It's just easier to do it this way.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. No, so.
What's my AirPods? It's because it's been on Bluetooth connection for almost 6 hours, and like everything, it's just like having an issue after a while. But it's just, I'm just furious about it, and there's no point of boycotting the game because it's going to succeed. But just on a personal level, I'm really pissed off. This is where the series is going, and I don't really know what to do with it. I probably will get it secondhand if I get it. But
yeah, here's the thing: is everyone's gonna love it because so as you guys know, when I play video games, I listen to every line of dialogue, I listen to every story mission, all the side stuff. 'Cause that's what I love about games, especially superhero-based games or movie-based games. Like I want to revel in that character, so I want to hear everything. Oh yeah, Paul, we're talking about Spider-Man 2. So I played Spider-Man 1, and I was talking with friends, and I was complaining about it because there's a lot of stuff I don't like even in Spider-Man 1. And they're like, what? That wasn't in the game. And I'm like, what do you mean? You do this, this, this. And he's like, oh, I didn't do that. I just played the main game, beat it in 7 hours and quit. And I'm like, the game took me like 40 hours.
There's so much to do in that world. Like, it's fucking awesome. But it, again, these little fucking things that they insert into it. And they know what they're fucking doing. Like, that's what pisses me off. They fucking know what they're doing.
It's like an annoying kid, like, poking your nose. Yeah.
They know that there's people out there that like don't give a fuck about Spider-Man at all, but they're just happy that those things are in there. And that's why they're there. But those people don't fucking care about Spider-Man. They don't understand the universe. They don't fucking understand any of it. They're just, oh yay, thanks for doing that. I don't fucking care.
Look,
stop ruining my shit. So for me, this is the game that I'm just so like, I got mad watching this because I was like, I want this game. I really fucking want this game, but you're ruining it. It's like watching it's like watching what was that show that put Kevin Conroy's last cameo and it was a Batgirl or whatever? Like the worst fucking show in the world. You don't want to fucking sit through that show. But you're like, that's one of Kevin Conroy's last Flash, whatever. But it's like such shitty like CW shows, and you're like, I don't want to fucking watch this garbage. You fucking shit on everything I care about with the series. But you have this little cameo of this character I like, so I'm going to do it. So for me in this scenario, it's like, I want to web sling around this world. this is amazing to me. If I was a kid, this is what I dreamed of as a kid, to be able to play a Spider-Man game like this.
If
but
you play this game on
it.
mute, this game's gonna be amazing.
Yeah. So I'm undecided. I probably will end up fucking playing the game, but I'm gonna be fucking pissed about it.
It though, yeah.
And it's like it's my fault. Like, I'm still supporting it, and I'm fully acknowledging that, and I shouldn't be, negotiating with terrorists, as I say. I shouldn't be negotiating with terrorists and accepting it, but
look, Spider-Man.
My one sale is not gonna make a fucking difference. This game's gonna sell well.
Yeah. Can't you turn down the individual audio levels, like mute all dialogue? Yeah, so mute all the dialogue, mute the cutscenes, and turn off subtitles.
Yeah, but it's not. It's
and
the
then
presence of Miles Morales.
Ignore the jazz hands.
It's the presence of Miles Morales. It's the quirkiness, like Avengers fucking had this with Kamala Khan as well.
Oh my, I couldn't.
You know what I mean? And it's like that Kamala Khan fucking quirkiness. I can feel it through the screen. You had it. I can't hear
so much, and I couldn't.
I can't hear the stream audio that you're showing everyone else, but just watching that trailer and seeing this, it fucking pisses me off.
Oh,
like,
I have it muted so we can talk over it, but yeah.
No, but I'm just saying, I don't know if you have it muted or not. I'm just telling you that, like, from my perspective, I'm seeing just this. It doesn't matter if I mute it. I fucking see this shit. And it's just looking at their faces. It's just modern day faces. Like, that's it. I can't avoid it.
It's insane, man.
It's okay, yeah, people are gonna say, oh, you're just like raging over nothing or whatever, but they're destroying something I love, and it pisses me off. It pisses me off because I want to play it, but it pisses me off because it's like you're destroying what I love. So
all of these are reasons that I love Mortal Kombat, but I'm not getting Mortal Kombat 1. Spider-Man peaked with Spider-Man 3. I want my Spider-Man to be asking the cute girl down the hall for cookies while he's talking to Gwen just to make Mary Jane jealous, and he goes full emo, and he wears eyeliner, and he has a cool jazz number. Spider-Man 3 was peak Spider-Man for me. I fucking love that movie. One of the best movies ever, and a cinematic achievement. Love it. Love it. So I will get this game if they give me a Tobey Maguire skin. And I don't mean the outfit. I know we're going to probably get the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man outfit.
Is it planned? I know there's like, what, 65 costumes or something?
Yeah, like a stupid amount of costumes. It was in the first one.
But then they're going to do Into the Spider-Verse shit, which, by the way, I have not watched Into the Spider-Verse.
Unpopular opinion, I fucking hate Into the Spider-Verse. I watched the first one. Everyone loves that movie. I hate that animation style. It looks like dog shit to me, and then I also hated the story.
But are they advertising 65 costumes because you can change the color palette? Because I remember them saying you can change the color, so I'm trying to see if there's an actual... And then I think there's like some that are like Miles Morales exclusive, and they were advertising that as a big fucking deal. So that just tells me already, you want us to like Miles Morales. He's not Peter Parker. He's not Spider-Man to me.
So
fuck you.
I will buy this game if we get a skin for Miles Morales that turns him into Tobey Maguire. I don't just want a skin for the outfit. I want Peter Parker to team up with Bully Maguire. In fact, I want Tobey Maguire to team up with Bully Maguire. That's a cool story. Imagine Tobey Maguire eating his hot dog and all this stuff, all that good stuff, and then he teams up with, and now you go like this. Oh, 10 out of 10 game. 10 out of 10 game. I need to go watch the Spider-Man trilogy, one of the best superhero trilogies ever. I fucking love that. I love it.
It looks like, so it's saying Marvel Spider-Man 2 will feature over 65 suits from comics, movies, and multiple original designs. And thanks to the all-new suit style system, which I assume is the color palette customization, you'll have more than 200 ways to outfit Spider-Man. So it sounds like 65
outfits.
Base ones, and then you can swap the colors and maybe some other shit, who knows. Yeah, and you know what? They might pull in like all the other Spider-Mans like they did with the movies, right? They might be like, oh, Andrew Garfield style Spider-Man, and oh, this one, and whatever. And I don't even remember the kid's name. Who's the new kid?
Tom Holland.
Tom Holland and Tobey Maguire. So, they might do all that shit, whatever. It's just...
The first game had Tobey Maguire Spider-Man skin. I used it the whole game. Okay. So, yeah. I'm sorry, Rip Spider-Man. I think you're still going to play it, and you're going to be miserable while playing it. I'm so sorry in advance.
Yeah.
Moving on. What the fuck is this? It's the world blowing up because you hate Spider-Man so much. Well, I literally watched this and I don't remember. Oh,
I don't remember what this is at all.
Is this a Rise chicken?
Oh, Tales of Arise.
Oh, chicken
DLC.
Arise.
So it's a DLC. You have to own the original game.
Yeah, Rise chicken. Chicken Arise. Come on, chicken Arise.
Every fucking time. Yeah, so Tales of Arise, people thought this was a sequel game. It's not quite a sequel game. You have to own the original game. And then this is actual DLC with it. But like, what people are trying to figure out is this before the game ends or after? And is this like a continuation of the game? So we don't quite know yet. If this is your first Tales game, stop what you're doing and don't play this game. It's not good. It doesn't represent Tales of games well. I see you wrote Arise Chicken on the stream.
Well, chicken Arise. Arise chicken Arise. Yeah, chicken Arise chicken.
Oh my god. Yeah, if you are experiencing Tales games for the first time and this is your first Tales game, please don't. There's way better ones out there. This is a bit too open world. It's not polished. There's a lot of bugs in it. The characters are pretty boring. I know a lot of people are actually liking that game, but to me, I got super bored. Play Tales of Berseria, which is, I think, maybe on PS4 now. Yeah, I think it's on PS4. That would be the latest Tales game that I recommend if you're on modern consoles. If you have retro consoles, please play Tales of Symphonia. Do not play the Switch version or the remasters of Tales of Symphonia. Play the GameCube version if you can. That is the only good version of that game. But you can find that game on any system. They have it on Steam and everything now. And then Tales of Grace's F, which is a PS3 game. Highly recommend that one as well. And then Tales of Legendia on PS2. Tales of Vesperia on the 360. My point is there's a lot of good Tales games. And
DuckTales.
Yes.
Best Tales game.
And also, there's another one I missed. Tales of Abyss. You can play on the 3DS or PS2 as well. Highly recommend those. Vesperia, I think, is on the Switch now too. They ported that, so you can play it there as well. But yeah, don't play Arise. It sucks. Don't bother with this DLC. It looks bad. There's many others. Talk to me if you want to play Tales
Hunger
game.
Force.
Yes, there you go. But yeah, if you ever want to play Tales game, talk to me. I'll give you the good Tales games.
All right. Up next, we have Splatoon at home. This is Sony PlayStation's attempt to make Splatoon for their system, but with
I think this game looks better
than Splatoon. I think they both look like shit personally. But
they do.
Yeah, if I had to pick, I would probably pick up Splatoon 3 over this. But because this one looks a little too.
This looks like a fun party mode game, though.
I don't know. This looks too new and trendy, and I am not a happy enough person to find happiness in this. Yeah, it is very Splatoon though. Look at that, but with bubble baths and squeaky clean, and if you listen to the trailer music, it's very like poppy, trendy type shit. I don't know. That's about all I have to say about it.
This doesn't look like a fantastic game. The character designs are okay. Some are good, some are not. The art is whatever. I think it's going to be a fun community game. That's my feeling on it. I think it's going to be one of those games that we can play as a community and we'll have fun with. But is this a game I'm going to play obsessively on my own? No. I would categorize this in like Fall Guys territory.
Why do all the characters look like they stare at you asking for a refund at Sears and they're not blinking and just expecting you to like comply?
I have no idea how you drew that conclusion, but that is fucking hilarious.
They're all like, you said it was 90% off. Come on, give me the return.
Oh my god.
I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I think that's almost. Oh yeah, there's one more. Look at this. Look at this. She's got one more surprise for us. She's got one more surprise for us. I actually don't. Jesus Christ.
Why you have to show me her fucking face,
Absolute
dude?
state
Look at
of
the
play.
Nintendo one. It's this like guy being, thank you so much for playing our game. And this, and it's like, shut the fuck up, bitch.
All right, what is this?
You've ruined Spider-Man.
Oh,
She has nothing to do with
here's
Spider-Man.
the big disagreement from us.
Yeah.
you're fucking hyped beyond belief for this. This is
I'm so excited for this.
What is this, part fucking 2 of Final Fantasy?
Rebirth Part 2.
Yeah, Electric Boogaloo. Yeah.
Oh, it looks so gorgeous. I'm so excited. I love this fucking game so much.
Yeah, just like with part 1, the nicest thing I'll say is that it is super pretty. It is very visually stunning to look at.
Oh, it's so nice. It's so nice. We got Red 13 you can play as in this one. You can play as Kate Sith. You can play as Yuffie. We saw a little bit of Zack Fair in there. That's pretty cool. There's a moment where Cloud and Sephiroth are fighting together, and I don't know why.
Hey, it's me. That's me.
Or maybe I do.
I'm getting representation in my game. I'm that weird cat thing. That looks just like me.
Yep, that's you.
Yeah.
That's you.
Oh, that's me too, the chocobo.
But my absolute excitement over this game is, remember the motorcycle segment is so fucking cool in that first part?
I knew you were going to be excited for that.
Motorcycle segment. There's more motorcycle segments in this one, and I'm so fucking happy.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking happy.
Yeah, I can't even really comment on this game because it looks like more of the same of the first game, and I really didn't like that first game, so I'm just gonna skip this, honestly. If I ever play Final Fantasy VII again, it's gonna be the original.
Dude, look at these bosses; they're so good looking.
It's a gorgeous looking game. The visuals are great.
It's a fun fucking game. This game is so fucking fun. The combat feels so fucking good. The fucking story is so good. The fucking visuals are so good. Everything about this game is so fucking good.
I hate the gameplay, and I hate the writing. The writing in this trailer, if you listen to the dialogue, is like the worst fucking writing I've ever heard.
You don't like anime. Like, why are we even having this?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you don't like this writing. I don't care. It's good. It's like this writing's
look
not
at
like
these girls getting excited. Look at this. Look at this.
Look amazing. Oh my. Well, the dancing guys is a bit weird, but like the rest is fine. It's good.
Chocobo races.
It's Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fucking Rock'em Sock'em fighting, the motorcycles. Oh, yeah. This is fucking
if
great,
we've had
dude.
one struggle in our relationship, it was the fact that I didn't like Final Fantasy VII Remake. So I'm going to salvage everything by just staying the farthest away possible from this game because I don't want to go through that struggle.
Fucking game, dude.
I'll give you that. It is gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
This is one of those games where you can pause any frame and you're just like, this is a wallpaper. Oh my god, I'm so hyped. And they're doing the 2-pack, I think, with this one, right? So you can buy the first half and the second half with this. February 29th cannot come soon enough. I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited.
I think that's it, right?
First state of play, I think that was the final thing for it. Look, let me tell you this much.
State of play.
I am so hyped for this game, and this is actually why I bought a PS5, is specifically for part 2.
There's no other reason.
So I bought... What? Well, no. Fuck, whatever. I don't know. Look, I didn't really care about getting a PS5 or not, but I bought the first Final Fantasy VII Remake on PS4, and I was like, I know for a fact that this part 2 is going to be on PS5. So whenever the PS5s are in stock, I need to buy one so that I can play part 2 whenever it comes out. And we knew that there were shortages at the time, so I had no idea like if I was able to get it before the second part actually came out or not. So this game is literally why I bought a PS5, and I'm so happy at how it looks. I'm so excited. I want to answer Jonathan's question because I think it's relevant to this part of it. Are they going to finish the story in part 2? I don't think so. I think they're going to draw this out.
They're going to milk this for everything.
I think they're going to milk this a lot. I think they'll probably do 3 parts, maybe 4.
6.
I would be shocked if they do 4. I think they might do 3 and a few spin-offs like they did with that DLC. I can't remember the name of it right now, but there's been an in-between DLC.
Integrate.
And then we also got... No. There's I don't remember the fucking DLC name, but you play as one of the characters as like DLC. It's a smaller game. It cost me like $20 instead of a full price game. And then we had Crisis Core. So like Final Fantasy VII at this point is its own fucking universe, right? Like it's got its own games completely. It's its own series. So I think they're going to just keep giving us little pieces of here and there of the story, and they're going to draw this out for a very long time. They're not going to end it in 2 parts, so there's no fucking way. They're going to do like 3, 4, if they can find a way of changing the story, maybe. Jonathan says they could go bankrupt before they finish the series. rip. I honestly think that's possible. Like, I think that this is going to be their big draw. And keep making them for me. I don't care. I love them. I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited. Like, I'm so mad at Spider-Man, and then I'm so happy about Final Fantasy.
What do you rate the absolute Sony state of play?
Like C+.
C+. C+. And why is that?
Most of the games look pretty garbage to me. Fuck Spider-Man. And Final Fantasy is the only reason it's a C+, really, for me. Helldivers looked okay. I don't know if it's up my alley, but it looked okay. What else was in there, really? I mean, Resident Evil was cool, but I'm not a Resident Evil, like, super fan, so I like, if it was Resident Evil 2 stuff, I would care, but I don't care about 4 too much.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think I'm at a C+. I mean, some of the games just look utter trash, and honestly, that chick makes it, like, a C. I don't know. She makes it D.
Get better-looking people to present your games, Sony. So
you have this chick talking at me, and she's like, we are at the office. Are so happy about foam stars. I didn't hear it in what we're streaming, but I remember it from earlier. We're all really enjoying foam stars. We're having such a great time. We can't wait for you guys to play it. And you're like, just so fucking fake, you dumb bitch. You're so fake. You don't care about any of this. Like, why are you here? The other guy in Nintendo was fine because he was like, oh, thank you for playing our games. You're cool. Like, we love you, whatever. He was excited at parts, but he wasn't, like, acting like it was fucking corporate speak. Or maybe he was. Maybe Japanese people are just better at hiding it. I don't fucking know, but she annoyed the shit out of me. Fuck her.
Yeah.
If she was in it, it would be if she was out of it, it would be a B.
Wow. B minus. Okay, B minus. Yeah, no, they had a similar experience with the recent anniversary video that Valve did for Steam, and instead of getting Gaben, our Lord and Savior Gaben, they got, like, some quirky girl to talk like Pam from The Office, and I wanted to fucking delete my Steam account right then and there. I was so fucking livid.
Yeah, I hate all this quirky shit that people do now. Oh my god. Like, why did we let these people into our fucking hobby, honestly?
Yeah. So what I rate it, if you're a C+, that's my opinion.
It's barely a C+. If Final Fantasy wasn't a part of this, it would be at, like, a C-.
This is my
maybe
thoughts.
A D.
This is my thoughts on it. That's how I felt watching the absolute state of play the whole fucking time. I was so emotionless and soulless and just completely out of it. I give this a C-, and that C- is only out of the fact that they're giving the people somewhat what they want in Spider-Man and Final Fantasy, but personally, I could not fucking care less.
And Resident Evil.
Literally, the fucking Baby Steps game looks mildly interesting, and Helldivers looks like a great time. Everything else, I could not fucking care less for at all. I'm not playing any of those games. I won't fucking touch them. They don't interest me. I don't care.
Is Baby Steps and Helldivers the only two games that you would grab out of the state of play, you think?
Yeah, and I probably wouldn't even buy Baby Steps. It's like, if I came across it, it would be neat if I even get around to playing it. Helldivers, I would probably get. If I have, like, 3 dedicated friends that want to play it with me. If not, then I probably wouldn't even get Helldivers. But Helldivers is the only actual fun gaming experience that I got out of that state of play. That is what a game is. And this is, again, it's just, I watch these and it's just a reminder of, like, I'm out of touch and I'm out of time with the industry, and what I love about the industry is, like, dead and gone and buried, and you can't fight change, Arthur. It's just like Helldivers is the one little glimpse of what a game is that I like in that entire fucking show. And
I think it's, like, interesting having those back to back. Like, you look at Nintendo, and that's actually why I wanted to do it in reverse for reviewing, because I felt like Nintendo would give us energy and Sony would drain it. Because you watch the Nintendo one, you're like, they care about their fans. This is great. This is amazing. We feel like we're playing video games. This reminds me of, like, you know, mid 2000s, I would say. I won't give it the early 2000s feeling of, like, E3 and all that stuff, but mid 2000s, where it's just like, you still can tell people care about their games. They still love them. They're putting care into it, whatever. And so you look at the Sony one, it's so corporate. No one gives a fuck about what they're doing. Here's this depressing trailer. Who gives a fuck? Oh, yeah, we did a few things for the fans. Okay, that's cool, whatever. But then it's just ultimately soulless. And you feel like you're dealing with people, like, both want your money. Look, both want your money. I talked about this, 5 hours ago with Unity. It's about how you send your message to your customers and how you make them feel at the end of the day. You can give them the same information. Both of them were delivering the same information. Here's the games that we have for you to spend all of your money on in the next, 6 months to a year. Enjoy. They both did the same thing. Unity and Unreal are both trying to make money as well. The difference is that Unity was fucking around with people and creating all this complicated shit and pissing people off. And Unreal did not do nearly as much. PlayStation, Nintendo, same thing. Sony and Nintendo. And it's like Nintendo makes you feel like you're like Disney, like classic Disney, not talking about stupid,
and
dumb,
a lot of
Disney.
people say, because Disney is fucking terrible now, that it's like, and I agree with them, if Nintendo plays their cards right, they're the next Disney.
I think so. I think that Mario is going to be the next Mickey Mouse.
Yeah. I think
personally.
so too. I think so too. And that's why
it's-
they're very calculated. That's why Charles Martinet is now the ambassador. He is going to be like the Walt Disney as he rides off into the sunset for Mario, and Mario's going to live past him. Mario's going to live past everybody. And they're really hedging their bets, and they're aware that they can take over Disney. And it's
absolutely
Nintendo's
Disney gaming everything.
Nintendo's like the last thing in this godforsaken world that feels magical. Nothing else feels magical anymore. It's only Nintendo. So yeah, I put a poll in the chat, and you're welcome to disagree with us. But Kay, ultimately, Nintendo won for you.
Nintendo 100% won for me.
Nintendo won for me
There's
as well.
no doubt in my mind.
There is a poll in the chat. I am curious if anyone disagrees. So far, 4 votes, all 100% Nintendo. And I did put a poll. You know what? Actually, I did put a poll on Twitter as well, right after the State of Play ended. I'm curious where that landed, because this was when things were getting hot and heavy. On 24 votes on Twitter in my poll there, 79% Nintendo, 20% PlayStation, 20% PlayStation on that.
And those are probably like people that are excited for Final Fantasy or Spider-Man or Resident Evil.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
Yeah.
It has to be one of those three. There's nothing else in that State of Play that would be like...
Don't underestimate, Spider-Man. I really think that Spider-Man might be the best-selling game this year, and it might be the highest praised. It might be considered... It might win the Game of the Year awards. It might do all that stuff.
I can see it winning Game of the Year, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to read comments back, because there was some comments.
You read
from
comments
Spider-Man
back, and
onwards.
I am going to get ready for our final segment. Our final segment. Good golly.
Okay. So Angry Canadian was asking what platform this is coming to, and Jonathan said PS5, and that was for Spider-Man 2. Jonathan Davis says, imagine that for a Spider-Man game. We would want to play as Spider-Man Peter Parker. Exactly. Wow. Shocker. It's almost as if we care about this fucking character that we grew up with. Like, why is this so shocking to people that we want the original fucking character? You can have all your Miles Morales stories. Go ahead. Just make it a separate fucking thing.
Can I let you guys on a secret? I've never said this on stream. Let me let you guys on a secret here. I'm a big Spawn fan. I love Spawn. He's probably top 5 or maybe even top 3 comic book characters, right? I've read a ton of the Spawn comic books. Before all this stuff of replacing characters with new characters and all this stuff like Miles Morales, which, by the way, Stan Lee also disagreed with, and I love Stan Lee. Here's what they did in Spawn, and this was like, I want to say the mid-2000s. Spawn, as we know, is Al Simmons. Oh my god, Al Simmons. It's been a while. Yeah, Al Simmons. Anyway, they killed off Spawn in the comic books, and they replaced him with like a generic looking white guy, and nobody cared because it was only people that read the comics. And every time all this shit comes up, I'm always like, nobody remembers Spawn, and if anyone ever catches wind that they replace Spawn with this like generic white guy, that like the internet would go fucking ape shit, because they had to kill Spawn after he said it, and it was terrible.
deeply
No,
into this
nothing.
shit. They just fucking whatever is in front of them. That's what I was in Static Stream earlier, and they were talking about a few different topics, and I just always go back to the Netflix example. When Netflix changed their password policy,
Yeah.
their signups went up.
Mm-hmm.
People weren't like, fuck you, we're not going to sign up. Yeah, there was noise on social media and all this shit. At the end of the day, everyone cares about convenience over their principles over anything.
True.
So the least amount of work, whether that's reading a headline or just playing whatever's in front of you or accepting things as they are, whatever it might be, you're always going to do that over looking deeply into things and thinking deeply about it. And we all do this. It's not just, these people that are falling into these stupid traps with this other shit. Everyone does it to some degree. Everyone has a different degree in their life they do it with. But I'm just saying, like, it doesn't shock me. I remember with Mercy, they tried getting, like, outraged over one of her skins, or Tracer or something. Maybe it was Tracer.
Yeah, the first one was
and
Tracer,
like,
yeah.
no one fucking knew about it for, like, 6 months. And then all of a sudden, one person noticed it and it became a big deal. And it's like, everyone just gets worked up about the shit when it's in front of their face, but no one dives deep or cares enough about this stuff to find it themselves. So it's just like, that's just how things are on the fucking internet, and you get used to it. But I agree with you on the Spawn thing. It's like,
no, I'm fucking out of it. But yeah, I always just thought that was personally funny. I love Spawn, and they replaced him just for story reasons, because they felt like they pretty much built up Spawn to be a god, and they couldn't do anything with him, so they replaced him with this new guy just to reset the character. But I like, no one paid attention to it, and I'm like, if the internet ever caught wind of Spawn, there would have been a fucking, like, everything would have burned down. But it never did, because nobody fucking knew about it. Nobody fucking knew about it because nobody actually read the comics. Like,
no, exactly.
Except for the fans, the actual fans that were reading it week to week, like me.
And these are the same people that won't understand why, like, I like Peter Parker over Miles Morales. Like, he's a side character. He's not the main character. You can have your Miles Morales stories. Going back to what I was saying, you can have those. But with the last game, you called it a Miles Morales game. Why don't you just make another Miles Morales game? Why don't you branch off and you go, okay, we've got the Spider-Man games, we've got the Miles Morales games. You have Peter Parker, you have Miles Morales. That's fine with me. I'm not gonna buy your Miles Morales games because I just don't care about his story. I don't care about his character. That's all it is. That's all it fucking is. I'm a Peter Parker fan. It's not a big deal.
Let us speed run. What other comments do we got? And then let's speed run this final segment.
So, Angry Canadian asked how many units have been sold for the PS5, and I just looked it up, and it's about 40 million is the number I could find. And Jerry says, has to be boss AF for NYC-based folk. Yeah, like, in the same way that, like, GTA was super cool for anyone in LA, right? GTA 5.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like, I want to live and breathe in this world for that reason alone, because it's so cool, like, to be able to swing through New York like that. And, like, so many comic books are based in New York. Like, it's just super cool to be able to go through that environment.
There's one game based on where we are, and I always thought it was freaking neat, even though it's like a 16-bit top-down game, and it's barely recognizable, but I'm always like, oh, that's cute. And that was, what was that game called? Not River City Rampage. Fucking...
Yeah, I think it is River City Rampage.
Is it River City Rampage?
I thought it... No,
We're getting tired.
It's like, it has, like, Granville and Waterfront, right? Yeah, I remember.
Oh, yeah, no. Oh, God, what was that? I don't know. Anyway, look, it's a
top-down game. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
It's been 6 hours. Okay. Let's keep going.
Jonathan says superhero games have yet to innovate since the Batman trilogy. I definitely agree with that. Because Spider-Man is just a ripoff of that, and I'm okay admitting that. Angry Canadian says there's no way this game is going to outsell Super Mario. If we're talking about Mario Wonder, I do genuinely think that this game is going to unfortunately outsell it. I think a lot of people love Spider-Man. I don't know if you're talking based on console numbers, and that's why you're asking earlier.
That would be the only reason.
I don't think necessarily that this game would not outsell Mario. Like, I don't see how Mario Wonder outsells, because it's kind of like a black sheep title. Jonathan says Spider-Man movie made $1 billion. It will it'll sell like crazy. Most popular superhero. Yeah, I agree with that.
Is Spider-Man considered the most popular superhero still?
I would say he's definitely the most popular Marvel character next to, like, what, Captain America and Iron Man?
Yeah, he probably beats those. Is he more popular than Batman? Anyway.
I think that's negligible. Yeah. It's negligible in this conversation because
who's more popular? Who is it?
Batman
anyway,
and Spider-Man are highly comparable. Spider-Man's just a goofy Spider-Man. Spider-Man's just a goofy version of Batman, but their rogues gallery are 1-to-1, my opinion. Yeah. So Jonathan said, "We know." Remember Pikmin? Angry Canadian says, "Can't you turn down the individual audio levels?" We read that before. It said, "Is he still wearing J's?" Spider-Man? Or
I think it was Spider-Man. Yeah.
Oh,
what is J like?
Probably?
PJs? Like pajamas?
Like no, like the shoes? I don't know.
J's? What are J's? Are there shoes?
Jonathan said, "I would love to have a linear Spider-Man like PS2 days. I am sick of boring open world quest in non-RPG games, and Spider-Man solves some stuff. Kill me now." Yes, I agree with you on that one. I'm tired of all these open world, super realistic games. I think this is a game I would love to live and breathe in, but I'm definitely tired of people trying to make these games too realistic and going away from like escapism. So I would welcome a linear PS2 game like back in the day. Paul is letting us know that Miles Morales is in fact Miles Morales.
No way.
And
you're lying.
Paul says, "Arise, chicken, arise."
Yeah, arise, chicken, arise. Arise, chicken.
Jonathan says, "White goo, oh my."
Where?
And Paul says, "I don't want to play any games with jizz." Jonathan says, "Paul, you recorded a video covered in jizz. Don't lie to me. We are going to play together, right?" I already answered him on part 2 of Final Fantasy. Jerry says, "You heard him, boys. Milk the jizz."
I will, just for you.
I agree with Jonathan on this one. He says, "Yes, in a bikini and big boobs, they lost touch with the gaming fans," as in like who we would have.
That's all you need. That's all you need.
Bring back booth babes. That's what I gotta say to it. Jerry says the PS5 got a software update allowing up to 8 terabytes M.2 SSD and Dolby Atmos. But who has one? Yeah, I mean, I think Xbox was the original one doing Dolby Atmos as well, so it's good that they're at least competitive now. Jonathan says Mario made $1 billion. Disney animated hasn't broken that in a while, so pretty much saying like it already is. Like Mario's already beating.
Yeah, I can't. When you start seeing that roll out and you start seeing multiple films and you're gonna start seeing kids all wearing the Mario stuff, and we already have the Mario theme parks, like. It's pretty much there, but like I want it to be set in the pop culture, and I think they're like this close.
Exactly. Paul says Trombone Champ is the game of the year still.
True. So true.
And Jerry is asking if Paul already got Trombone Champ. Jonathan says it's because Miles is so bad he can't stand on his own. His comics are absolute failures. This is exactly what happens. Probably a topic for another day, but they just constantly siphon in these characters that they want to sell. And so they piggyback off of stories and games and all this stuff where they know it's well that people are going to be drawn in. Like myself, I'm saying I'm a part of this fucking problem where I'm like, I just want to play a fucking Spider-Man game, and they're going to sneak those characters in like they did with the fucking Avengers game, putting Kamala Khan in it because they know that people like the other characters surrounding it. They slowly slip them in, and then eventually they pull the rug from under you, and they think that means that the sales are good for that character as well. And it's like, nope, because as soon as you put that character on their own, they can't fucking do it. If they felt like they could do that confidently, they wouldn't even fuck with our stuff to begin with. They would just do it.
Yeah, exactly. So they have to replace your characters because the characters don't, like you said, stand on their own. You can, like, no one would be complaining if they just had 2 separate products for the 2 different characters.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Go ahead. Make whatever the fuck you want. Make your original characters.
But they know that won't work.
Characters that are spin-off characters.
Exactly.
Do whatever the fuck you want. But the point is that you're literally sabotaging the parts that I care about. Because you're like, oh, we gotta do this. But anyways.
All right.
That is it for chat. Let's do anything goes.
Anything goes. My fucking God. Thank you guys so much for hanging out for so long. I'm gonna speed through this one. and Kay doesn't know what it is we're talking about, and I prepped for this one. I did some Batman prep time. All right, let us bring up this image while I read out the question. I made that just to prep us. So this is time. Miyamoto, I know you're listening out there, and it's time for you to steal another one of my ideas, because that is what this is. Okay. So, Kay.
Yeah.
With games like Super Mario RPG, Luigi's Mansion 2, Thousand Year Door, etc., we're noticing this trend now on the Switch where there is a certain style of Switch remake or remaster that's getting like a high quality remake remaster treatment, right? So you see these trends that are pumping up these old games. That's something that a lot of people are loving. They're Switch fans. It's like kind of just retreading old games, but just polishing them up and making them nice and good and pretty again. In my opinion, Nintendo is the only company doing remakes right. So with that said, what is the next Nintendo game you want to see get this treatment, and what do you want those changes to be? So not only what game do you pick, but what do you want changed in it? Do you want me to go first while you think? I got a bunch.
I mean, I have an easy answer, and maybe while you're talking, I can come back and add at the end if there's anything else. But just off the top of my head, I think it's obvious to everyone watching. I want to see Wind Waker on the Switch, and I want them to fix the fucking Triforce Trials. So when you go through and you're collecting all the fucking charts, and you're trying to get to the end of the game, and you're just sailing the seas for hours and hours and hours upon end, I want them to do that. I want them to finish parts of the game that they didn't get a chance to because they were rushed in development, so they really wanted to like add extra content they couldn't. I want them to add all of that in with infinite time. Just give them all the time in the world, make them do it. And yeah, I think Wind Waker already improved a lot from GameCube to Wii U, but I would want to see them like do some story changes in the new version for the Switch and make that part easier that like everyone hates because they didn't fully fix that.
Wind Waker isn't my answer because I knew it would be yours. But I agree. I want to see Wind Waker on the Switch. I've not played. It's one of your favorite games ever, and I have not played it. And I feel like for us to be a unit, I have to play and beat Wind Waker. So I would love to not have to just bust out the Wii U, and I would love to be able to play it on the Switch. And that Wii U version is so nice. Just throw that on there, even though they would have to eliminate the dual screen aspect, which I love so much, but that's fine. I can live with the sacrifice for the convenience. Just give it to me on the Switch. Also, chat, I want to know your answers, and I want to know what ideas Miyamoto is going to steal from you. So let me know what game you want to see that is a Nintendo game get the Switch remake treatment, and what would you make differently? You're welcome to share some more, but I can go into mine if you want. I've got a bunch, and I think you might agree with them.
I would like to also see them do Paper Mario 64.
Oh, okay.
But upgrade it into the Thousand Year Door engine and make it like that. Because Paper Mario 64 is actually a really good game. But it lacks a slight bit of charm, but it's still not bad. It's still got it. But if they put it in the Thousand Year Door engine, I think that they could make it pretty similar. Almost like what you're wishing for with Luigi's Mansion, like 2 or 1. Like if they make 2 a little bit more fitting with 3. That would be another one. And I also think Super Mario 64, give it a proper port, polish it up, make the controls feel nice.
Yeah, I've beaten Super Mario 64. I actually beat it for the first time on the Switch, but if they actually like put it in like the 3D World engine or something.
The 3D All-Stars engine is like the 3D All-Stars collection is the worst version of Mario 64 you can play.
It's got input delay, it's slippery, it's so rough.
The 3D All-Stars version is the absolute worst version of Super Mario 64 that you can play. The second worst is the Virtual Console. If you ever want to play Super Mario 64 and you haven't for some reason, just go back to the N64 version. Yeah. It's the only version that feels decent. Even then, it feels a little dated, but playing it on the Switch, it just does not work. It does not fucking work. So I want them to redo it again. Try again.
I felt like I beat that game, all 3 of those games on hard mode, because I beat them all in that 3D All-Stars collection, and it was such a fucking pain because they did such a sloppy job. That's actually an example of like the only ports to the Switch that weren't good. Like, it's shocking how bad those feel. Like, I don't think they really gave it a good look and like a good play test to be like, oh wait, something's wrong here. So yeah, I agree. They should have a second shot over at Mario 64.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of if there's any others, because this one's a bit more sprung on me than you. No, I think, yeah, Mario games, Wind Waker would be good. I don't know what the Skyward Sword port is like yet, so I can't really comment on that. Yeah, I mean, A Link Between Worlds would be the other one.
Yes. Oh my god, yes.
Sorry, chat, for the dead air, but I'm like genuinely thinking on the spot. A Link Between Worlds would absolutely be the one. Let's take a lot of those 3DS games that never made it to any other system onto the Switch, please. Bring them. A Link Between Worlds is pretty much a perfect game, so I wouldn't switch anything about it, but you need it on the Switch.
Yeah, kind of a visual overhaul, kind of like what they're doing with Luigi's Mansion 2. I hear a lot of people, like, this is their favorite Zelda game. And you just reminded me of another one that I have to fucking talk about, so thank you for that. But yeah, geez, the 3DS has so many freaking good games that are only on the 3DS. So yeah, that oh my god.
I'm gonna stare at our wall as well while you're talking, because there's probably more.
So yeah, I can go.
You know what? I can hear you still, so I'm gonna go walk over there while you talk, and I'll see if I think of anything
perfect.
else.
Yeah, no, I would love A Link Between Worlds. I will say right off the top of my head, I didn't actually have this one written down or anything. Kay's going for Chaos K, and so she is just going off the top of her head. But now that she said A Link Between Worlds, I really want Samus Returns. That's probably the #1 game that is exclusive to the 3DS that I fucking want. Let's get a good long play up here. This is made by Mercury, the same people that did Metroid Dread, and is a remake of Metroid 2. I would absolutely fucking love this game. And I wasn't even originally going to talk about this. I'm just talking about this now. I would love this game on the Switch. Now, you'd have to change some stuff around, and it would be very similar to the Luigi Mansion 2 port that we're getting. So just, you'd have to turn that bottom screen into like a pause screen. I think that's totally doable. These are the same people that did Dread. So this is kind of like a not as good Dread, but it's still important to the Metroid story. I really want to play this game. I have not played it. So give it a polish up, make it look more like Dread without actually changing the game, and just add some quality of life changes, like make it so it works in a non-dual screen scenario. I would absolutely freaking love that. But now talking about the games that I did want to talk about. Well, look at her. She's looking around there. So while we're talking about games that I did prep for, let me go. Where's my fucking list? I made a list. There we go. All right. This might be a shock to Kay.
I've got one. Go
ahead.
Nintendo Land.
Okay, so here's the thing. I was gonna say Nintendo Land. I literally thought it. I fucking love Nintendo Land. But how would it work? Because what I love about Nintendo Land is the fucking dual screen. You can't do it not dual screen. I love Nintendo Land. How would you do it without two screens?
You port, like some of them you port, you do this Mario Party treatment. So some of them you port and you just make it so that it works on a single screen. Because there are some that you can do, you just supplement it with motion controls, the Joy-Cons or some shit, right? Some of the like mini party games. The one, like the Luigi's Mansion one.
And that's the best one. That's my favorite one.
And that's the reason why I would want it to be redone. You add the Super Mario Party mode where if you own 2 Switches, you can use 2 Switches on it.
Right. Yeah, I love this game. If anyone has a Wii U, do not sleep on Nintendo Land. It's such a good time. I can't even find the Luigi's Mansion game, but I played this at a friend's house, and I went out and bought a Wii U immediately, and it's so dual screen, and it's so amazing, and man, I fucking love this game so much. Yeah, no, that's a good one for sure. All right, I'm going to go into mine here, and Kay might be surprised about this, but you know what I want? You know what I would love to see get a trilogy? You know what I would love to see get a trilogy dropped on the Switch? The Mother trilogy. I would absolutely fucking love to have a Mother 1, 2, and 3 trilogy done on the Switch. And you know what I want from it? I want proper... First of all, we've never had Mother 3, and that's everyone knows this. We've never had a proper Mother 3 port. That's long overdue on its own. But all I want them to change, really, is I want it in the visual style of Super Mario RPG. So I want Mother 1, 2, and 3, story exactly intact, but I want...
Identical art style? I don't know if that would work.
Pretty much, but like being authentic to the game, but I want it in this style. So have On It Town, have all that stuff. And so it would look like Super Mario RPG's art style, but it would be in like, you know, in the towns and all that stuff, and you have the carnival and everything. I would love that. On top of that, what I would also want is, I've complained about it before, but one issue with the game is that it expects you to play with an instruction manual, and if you're playing it digitally, you don't know that. So I would just want some quality of life changes to be like, I don't know, when you get...
Like, it's not a game that you, like, need the fucking instruction.
You literally do. You literally do. There's parts of the game where it expects you to read the manual for a puzzle.
It expects you to read the manual, but, like, you could...
It's like, it's literally, here's a room of 80 people. Go fucking talk to the person that's the right person to talk to. And if you fucking play the game normally, which I don't even know if I can find that part. If you play the game blind... It just looks like a room of 80 people, and you talk to one person and you get 0 response. So maybe you talk to a few more and you get the same response. So you assume they all talk the same. But it turns out if you read the instruction manual, it's literally like, you talk to this guy, and they highlight it. It's literally just a fucking manual block. It's almost to make sure you bought the game new or something, I swear. So I would just like some quality, and there's a few parts in that game. So I would just like some quality of life changes just to add mechanics or do something where it makes those parts of the game different, where it doesn't expect you to read an instruction manual. Like, you can have it so like you have to look for the weird guy, and maybe he will like be a different color or something. So that's the cue that you have to talk to that person or something. So just stuff like...
They do have that. And I know the section you're talking about where there's like tons of people and he's an off shade.
No, he looks identical. They all look identical. I swear to you.
It might have been the port version of it, but in the original, he was a slight, like, I can't remember if it was blue or white, but it's like a different shade. And it's like very slightly off, but you can tell.
Like, if it is like a one...
It's so negligible.
There.
It's so negligible.
It's this room.
Yeah, and it's like so negligible. It's like, but you can still tell.
Which one is it?
I'm pretty sure.
It's literally, this is the fucking part.
Okay, yeah, they all look the same in this. I don't know.
So I'm playing this game fucking blind. I'm playing it digitally. You go in this room and you literally have to talk to one of these guys, and they all give the same answer. And so my brain was like, okay, clearly I'm not supposed to be in here yet. And
I'm misremembering, yeah.
And I spent hours backtracking and trying to figure out what I missed. And I finally gave up after hours, and I look it up, and it's just like, oh, the manual tells you to talk to this one in the room. So it's it's literally just, and there's multiple parts in the game where it expects you to read the manual. So all I want is to eliminate those sections, and that is really it. Eliminate those sections and make it so it is what you describe, and make it so it's just like, oh, maybe that guy has red eyes or something, and that's it. And that's it, but I want it in the Super Mario RPG style, visually, and Mother 1, 2, and 3 in a trilogy. So that's number 1 of my answer. So yeah, I think I was justified in my fucking rage but love of Earthbound when I played it. Then
you are like, whatever, I get it.
Whatever. Look, all right. So I'm speeding through this here. Here's my next one, and this is, I think, my final one. Yeah. Okay. But it's a cheap answer. You ready for this?
Yeah, maybe.
My final one, because I had the first one is the Earthbound collection, and that one's doable. This one ain't so doable. Imagine on exclusive to the Switch, the Rareware Collectathon bundle. Miyamoto,
that's cool.
Take my fucking money. So here's what you fucking do for the Rareware Collectathon bundle. You combine Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, DK64, and Conker's Bad Fur Day. You up-res them.
Do you include GoldenEye?
No, because it's not a collectathon.
Oh, you want specifically collectathon?
A collectathon bundle. So it's 4 games. Conker, DK, and both Banjos. And here's what you do. Each game I have little notes on. So first of all, you make them all up-res. You give them kind of like what we saw with the Lara Croft treatment, where you at least make it so that they're upgraded visually, but still authentic to their games. And so I have notes for all of the games that I'll go through real quick. So on Conker, here's the thing, is Conker already got a remake that a lot of people don't like on Xbox. I actually really like that remake. The differences are they censor some things, but they did it because the developer thought it was funnier, and they changed the visuals, and some of the visuals look better, look worse. First of all, on the Conker side of things, include both visuals. You include the original N64 visuals, and you include the Live and Reloaded visuals. Yes. Whereas Live and Reloaded on the original Xbox didn't include both versions. So include both versions, Live and Reloaded, and you include the original. You also have, from the start, the option to play censored or uncensored, because it is funny, censored. But then the big change that you got to do, and this was the main complaint about the Xbox version, is they changed the multiplayer. You have to include the multiplayer of both. So the original on the N64 was a very local kind of GoldenEye experience, and it had a bunch of mini games, and it was really fun. They stripped that from the Xbox version, and that's what you're looking at right now, is the original fucking multiplayer. And what you do is you include both. So you include this one as a local thing, and they bring that back, and everyone loved it. But the original one was like a Halo competitor. It was like a third-person shooter. This is the same game, but they completely redid the gameplay because Xbox Live was a big thing on the original Xbox. So they made a class-based fucking World War II style shooter in Conker, and this was good on its own. You include this, and you make this a Switch Online game aspect. So you just bring this gameplay back, and you make it for Switch Online. So you have the local multiplayer, and you have the online multiplayer. I played the shit out of this multiplayer, man. It was teddies versus squirrels, and you could be a sniper, you could be an assassin, you could do all this stuff, and it was freaking great. And of course, Conker is a very raunchy game, so Nintendo would have to be 100% faithful, which they've been pretty good about, and you'd have to make it so that there is no censorship at all whatsoever. I absolutely love Conker. I'm going to stream it one day. So that is what you would do for Conker. You wouldn't do... And that's the one that I would want the most changes in. That's the one I care about the most. For Banjo, you really just have to fucking give it a visual overhaul and maybe some quality of life things. What were my notes for Banjo? Let's see here. Yeah, pretty much you would need to update the controls because the controls are a little jank. They're made for the N64. So just give it the Metroid Prime treatment, give it new control schemes, give it a new visual overhaul, and make it all nice and good and keep it authentic. And same with Banjo-Tooie. And then for DK64, same stuff for Banjo, but one thing I wanted to see in DK64 is I want the character swapping to be more akin to the Lego games. If you're a fan of DK64, I highly recommend that you play the latest Lego Star Wars because it's got similar puzzles where it's like you find a puzzle, but you need to be a specific character or character type to get through that puzzle. But in DK64, right, and you've played it, I've been interested, but I only know about it. You have to go to a specific area, go manually swap the character, and then go all the way back.
Yeah, it is kind of part of its charm, but honestly, I like your idea more.
So in Lego Star Wars, the last one, you can literally just press left bumper, right bumper, seamlessly, no loading, boom, you're another character. And then if you want, you can pause the game and swap characters. There's only 4 characters, so I think just having left bumper, right bumper, toggling through the 4... Is it 4 characters? How many characters?
There's more. I don't remember the exact number.
But yeah, there's not more than like 10. I think there's like 6 or 7.
No, there's 1, 2, I don't know. Anyways, there's not 4. There's more than that. It's under 10. That's what it is.
So that is what I would do and call it the Rareware Collectathon pack. So Conquer, you include both versions. You include censored, uncensored, and you include both multiplayers, including online multiplayer. And then for DK64 and Banjo-Tooie Kazooie, you just have upgraded visuals, upgraded control schemes, and for DK64, you add in character swapping. So those are my games. Miyamoto, listen, if you steal from me, Miyamoto, I won't even fucking mind, okay? I will not fucking mind. Make it happen. I'll even give you the fucking money for it, all right? That's my answers. Anything else? Anything else? Do you have
There's 5 playable characters. I just wanted to make sure I knew that number. I think that's a really good list. I really like your approach with the rare collection. That's something I want that I didn't even know I wanted. Now I want it.
That's the secret, baby. Miyamoto, hit me up. Hit me up. But here's the thing is Xbox fucking owns all of those except for DK64. So we need to strangle Rare back from them.
I don't think the Wario Land game on the Virtual Boy ever came to anything. So I'd love to see that as well.
Yes. That would be great. Wario Land from the GameCube. I would love that one. And again, just
from the virtual this thing.
Oh, the virtual console? Yeah, figure out a way to not make your eyes
that's
fucking...
That's considered the best game on the Virtual Boy. I mean, the Virtual Boy didn't have many good games.
Yeah. That make your fucking eyes not bleed. That's the fucking upgrade we would need for that. Good lord. I am. That's a good pick. All right, let's read chat and get on out of here. 6.5
Not too much
fucking
going on.
hours. Everyone's sleeping except for us.
Yeah.
Oh, so Jonathan
we
Davis.
got a few comments. Yeah, we got Jonathan Davis saying also Twilight Princess is another one to do.
Yes, and that's on my list of games to play.
And then Jerry says GameCube is way more easier to port than N64. N64 had weird polygons. That is true.
Yeah.
N64 emulated is really low resolution as well as it used cartridges. And the thing too with the N64 ports is that Nintendo, when they put it on the Switch for the Virtual Console, they didn't give a fuck. They just put them straight in, and the N64 controller itself doesn't translate well onto a Pro controller or Joy-Cons or anything.
Yep.
And they never gave you... The thing is, Nintendo doesn't give you the option to remap things. So it's like, you just threw all these games on, and if there's any N64 games on the Switch, I don't like playing them unless I use the N64 controller that they made for the system. Like, they made, like, one for the Switch, and I like that, but otherwise I can't play the N64 games on it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I also agree with the polygon count and all that shit. It's very weird. And Jerry says, classic DRM, have the solution in the manual.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my God. Yeah, no, that manual... That's what I want, is I want to play brand spanking new Earthbound and Mother. All right, K, 6 and over a half hours. 6 hours, 37 minutes. Good fucking lord. I just want to say a huge thank you to everybody that stuck through this. Wow. This was our longest freaking podcast. Thank you guys for sticking through with this. You know where to find us. You can find us right here, wherever you're freaking watching this. And we are crazy, and we're going to do this again, and again, and again, and again, and again. Jonathan Davis says, night, great job. Jonathan, you were here for like 99.999% of it. Great job to you as well for tolerating us that much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm going to hit the music. Before I do, anything else, Kay?
No, just thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us. It's always a good time, and I'm always encouraged to do some of these live because we have a good time chatting with you guys at the same time. So I'm glad we could talk Nintendo with you guys and PlayStation and Unity and everything. It's been super fun.
Perfect. All right, and thank you as well, Jonathan Davis, Jerry Crow, Paul Hadoken, for sticking through all the way to the freaking end, and everybody who came in and out of the stream. Thank you, guys. I am going to hit that music. Boom. Good fucking lord. I didn't know we could talk that much. That's ridiculous. Why do people want to listen to us that much? But yes, thank you, everyone. You hung out for so freaking long. Melee freaking madness. The madness is absolutely real, and we are not done. I hope you had a good time. And I love seeing your answers to that final. Clearly, Nintendo won. Nintendo won super hard today. And we're going to be streaming a bunch of those games. All those games we're excited for. Thousand Year Door, Super Mario RPG, fucking everything. I don't know. Maybe even Kay will play some of the games that I refuse because I have terrible taste. All right. I'm going to go pass out. Until next time, good night, goodbye, and see ya.